flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we're alive. I am late, and I apologize for that, but this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and part of that is what reason why I'm late. I actually have no excuses. Half day Hossy, you already know, did a 7-hour broadcast yesterday.
What's going on, beta?
This is a long video, but we might be actually watching this. Jimmy the Giant might have cooked on this. Anyway, so... yeah, doing big business deals, interviews with mainstream media. No, none of that. I was actually lifting. I got under the squat rack. For once after 4 weeks of not getting under the squat rack. And that's precisely the reason why I'm late. Last night, I read a little bit of a book, watched some Jujutsu Kaisen, went to bed, hung out with my brother, chilling. You're lucky I'm at work because Verizon is out and I'm using work Wi-Fi. Yeah, I've heard Verizon is out. We will find out who the Verizon tuner inners were in this community. Holy dictatorship, I can't even say what's up, so Sparky. Holy dictatorship, I can't even say what's up to Sparky? What do you mean? Oh, it's because you were trying to say, yo, what up, Electro Wizard, smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. Again, if I was a guy like this, I'd probably kill myself. Good start to the broadcast, though. Anyway, if I lived life like this, I would have fucking ended it a long time ago. Anyway, where was I? Okay, personal news-wise, not really too much happening. Can you say I'm going to the cottage in Russian accent, please? No. Yeah, I don't know. I had some big business deals, you know. But that's pretty much it. Mind reading my last message? Did you see the governor of New York broke ranks with Hochul regarding the nurses' strike? No, I have not. Yehuda, I have not seen that. That's from Heated Rivalry. Oh, nice. Anyway, folks. Business deals, fake ass commie. Oh my God. Every day people ask me, what book are you reading? Okay. It's the same one. It's like 700 pages long. So it's a big book. It's going to be the same book for a while. Okay. It's Mao, the Man Who Made China by Philip Short. BBC reporter, journalist who was stationed in Beijing and Moscow, who got a lot of access to other documentarians who've gotten access to Mao directly, and he has also gotten a lot of access to Mao personally. But in any case, I'm loving the 2001 fit. Yep, you already got it, baby. This is how it is. We're indie sleazing it. We're indie sleazing it. So that's where I'm at. Overall, though, overall, your voice is strong. Can you discuss how we as a one can help end the world issues peacefully, brother? No. I refuse. Where's the Band-Aid to go to on your cheek? Yeah, this thing has been growing. I don't know what's up. It's like getting redder and redder around it too. Şapkayı ters takınca yakışıyor mu? Bak. Okay, we got Turks in here. I have to do it. I have to do it for the one time. We got Turks in here.
Max List.
Wait, is this even the right? I gotta show you guys my new favorite guy. Abi tam Keko bu Lale. Çok kral adam. Çok sevdim. But this isn't even the one. I've been listening to this one Turkish guy nonstop. This is an old song, but there's a one that's been like blowing up on TikTok. And it is the worst dude you've ever seen. Okay? Come on. Turks. Kim adamın adı neydi? Hadi. Utanmayın hadi söyleyin. Hadi. Asıl şey Ezel mi? Hayır diğer adam. Bu şey erkek adam dans etmez. Ezel değil. The guy who says erkek adam dans etmez. Gene rezil edeceğim bizi. Abi amınıza bile koyacağım. Bulacağım zaten. Ya şimdi söyleyeceksiniz, göstereceğim, ya söylemeyeceksiniz. O zaman bütün stream boyunca herkes geldiği zaman göstereceğim aynı adamı. Güven Demi. Abi Griko. Yalan söylemeyin. Yalan söylemeyin amına koyayım. Yalan söylemeyin. Ne lan adamın adı? Erkek adam dans etmez. Erkek adam dediğin dans etmez. Okay, this is the guy. Güven Demir.
Dans eden erkeği sevmez. Erkek adam dans etmez. Olduğu yerde baba hareketler belli. Pardon kimsin tanıyamadım. Şuradakiler bile seni tanıyamadı. Bıktım modeller aynı, severim esmeri sarılar baydı. Wow, sevmiyorum küstah kadın, 4 kız darlıyor 3 dakikadır. Bırakmıyor peşimi fanlarım, yıldız gibi kaydım parladım. Akım oldu, büyük olay oldu, çalar sirenler. Yatak odamda tıkılıyor 5 kız düşmanlarım mod. Dimdik kaslar sarılacaksın, çok bakma güzelim bayılacaksın. Tek dans milyon kazanacaksın, her hafta bir akımla anılacaksın.
Bro, this guy, this is my goat. This is a legend. Okay, Güven Demir. This guy blew the fuck up on TikTok because of his one song that obviously gained a lot of traction. And then people found out what he looks like, and he looks like AI. Okay, I didn't even know Turks could look this Iranian. Okay, first of all, straight up, this merges all of the different things that we're talking about. This is the most Iranian Turk I've ever seen in my entire life. Because like, he reminds me of the Iranian bodybuilders I used to follow like way back in the day. You know what I mean? It's just, this is the most Iranian looking Turk I've ever seen in my entire life, bro. He is so fucking sick. Also, this is a drag king, right? Like, this is literally a drag king. Straight up. I think 2026 is the year of male to male transition. Okay. I'm putting my flag down on this. I'm telling you right now, 2026 is the year of male to male transition. Okay. We are going to have MTM trans men. Okay. Straight up. Like, you got clavicular on the one side and you got whatever's going on here. Like, this is basically either a drag king, or if you want to say is MTM trans, like, you can say that too, probably. Like, he's so beautiful.
Pardon aşkım unutacağım. Yatcan kalkcan laf atacaksın. Ya da güven demir gibi başaracaksın. Maskülen erkek feminen kadın. Böyle bir piyasaya hiç salladım.
He says masculine man, feminine woman. And it's like, bro, you have gone far off the deep end of masculinity if it's a spectrum. So much so that it like snapped back around or something, you know? They're saying you fucked a 15-year-old in Germany. You're cooked, my goat. Yeah, brother, people lie about shit all the time on the internet. You know that? Like, this is one of those things. Literally every single person that says insane shit like this is genuinely, openly advocated to lower the age of consent too. Always somebody ruining the vibes. Yeah, someone's got to come in and just be fucking weird. Looks like Miskif on roids. Miskif looks like Miskif on roids. Is this the time of the stream when we bring up old rumors about you fucking chatters? No, I think that there's a lot of people that can't stand that the cultural attitudes are changing, so they have to immediately go back. Crazy how Asmin gets called out for grooming and now it's your problem. I don't think that lady that they're saying was like 17 is actually 17, by the way. But I like that, you know, people randomly fucking call him a pedophile, so he has to turn around and be like, well, Hasan, I've heard. Like, bitch, the fuck do you mean? The fuck do I have to do with this? You deal with your own shit. It's the same. It's like the Ethan Klein technique, you know what I mean? Are you wearing the hat because everyone hates the haircut? I like the haircut. I was wearing the hat because my hair was wet. And also, I like the hat. Or she was. His whole chat, no, it's a lie. What do you mean? Jonathan Ross was internal bleeding. DHS. Jonathan Ross was internal bleeding. DHS. Yeah, I heard. CBS. Shouts out to Barry Weiss. Shouts out to Barry Weiss for importing Israel news to the United States of America. Much respect. Thank you, Barry Weiss. Thank you for the most trusted, most pro-Trump name in news. We're going to get to that in a second. Mark's Carney is in China and might be getting some EVs as a fuck you to Trump. I know. He's living my dream right now.
Açıldı kurtların iştahları. Maskülen erkek oynamaz oğlum. Güzelim anladım. Kafa açtın hiç sarmadın. Yıllardır senden sakladım. Pardon kimsin tanıyamadım. Şuradakiler bile seni tanıyamadı. Bıktım modeller aynı severim. Esmeri sarılar baydı. Pardon kimsin tanıyamadım. Şuradakiler bile seni tanıyamadı. Bıktım modeller aynı severim. Esmeri sarılar baydı.
Yeah, so this guy is popping. If you want to have Mark Ruffalo on stream, DM him on Instagram. Mark is much more active on Instagram, or you can ask Mehdi Hasan. Mark is good friends with Mehdi, and they talk and message. They discuss it on the Zateo interview. Oh, shit, you're right. I could be asking Mehdi. What in the Kojima villain am I watching? This is the newest soft power initiative from Turkey, okay? This is the newest soft power initiative from Turkey. I didn't even know we had this kind of thing. Like, I didn't know we had this level of steroid abuse in the country. Honestly, you know, it makes me proud when I see stuff like this because, like, we have caught up Turks. We have caught up to the rest of the world. It makes me happy to see that, like, you know, despite the hyperinflation, despite the fucking state of the economy back in the homeland, seeing guys that are you know, doing this kind of stuff that I previously only thought happened in America, it truly means that there is equilibrium. It's actually upsetting me. People are making shit up about you being with someone underage. Like, they couldn't cancel you with Kai. Now they're trying this. Is disgusting. They've been trying that for years. Nobody fucking believes it. It's not an accident that the only people that fucking go along with it are some of the most psychotic swerfs, sex work exclusionary radical feminists, and also every right-wing pedophile on the planet. Don't cover your hair with a hat when it's wet. You're setting up a perfect environment for bacterial and fungal growth. You're okay. You have to realize, like, look, I'm going to be in here covering the news. Sometimes I'm going to be covering some content creators that are also, you know, covering the news, but from a right-wing perspective. And what my ops will do in the process is just make shit up. That's it. There's not really much you can do about it. This is just how the information environment is. If you're on the left, if you're progressive, if you're liberal even, they're just gonna make shit up. They're gonna make shit up about you over and over again to try to mask their own inefficiencies in their own life, to try to mask their own issues that they have in their own life. Not really much you could do about it. It's just fucking bullshit. What was the book called again, LeBron? Mao by Philip Short. You still have time to change your prediction? Oh my God. Germany is deploying troops to Greenland. It's the death note. All right. I'll blast off real quick. Dude, I'm bad. This year, all my predictions, especially on American insanity, American foreign policy is falling off the fucking wheels, dude. We are in a new environment, okay? I am ready to admit that American foreign policy has become more Putin style than ever before. Like, the way of empire was not this belligerent. The way of empire has always been violent, right? It's always been violent. But the way of empire has never been as belligerent, and also in the same way as open. Like, the viciousness has been so open. We are genuinely reaching Hitler-Putler levels of insanity. I mean, we've been doing a much more sophisticated version of global domination for, you know, the last 100 years, obviously post World War II. But now this is the next phase in American dominance, where we're just wrong. We have always been like this. No. That's not true. That's literally not true. It is objectively untrue. We have never been this belligerent and this open about our naked ambitions. Okay? Like, that's why I'm saying the impact of it might have been the same, right? That's why I said we spent the last, like, almost 100 years dominating the entire globe. Okay? But this level of brazen imperialism, like, no holds barred, base boosted, totally open about it, like, just straight up saying, like, no, we're doing it for oil, or no, we're doing it for natural resources, or, like, it's just, I've never seen anything like it. Okay? I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible. Will Trump strike Iran? Elon is a white supremacist. New York Attorney General collapsed BETAR. ICE crackdown. Prosecutors resign over ICE shoot. Okay, twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Let's blast off another prediction down the fucking drain. Okay, on the domestic front, your boys got it. On the foreign policy front, your boy had it a lot better last year. My predictions were 19 out of 20 last year. This year, it's fucking cooked. Because the reasons as to why it's incredibly stupid to try and take over Greenland, like, it doesn't make sense, okay? It does not make sense from a traditional imperialist sense, okay? The reason why I make these sorts of predictions is because I'm thinking about it like a dying empire that still has a good grasp on rational, clear-cut imperial mindset. This is a different meta. This is a different attitude. Like, one of the things that I have consistently stated for you guys over and over again is the fact that Donald Trump is never going to rip apart NATO, right? Because it does not make sense. It makes no damn sense for America to just like personally destroy its largest vehicle of imperialism. NATO has been sold as a security contract for a lot of these countries, when in fact it was always a protection racket, right? It was always a protection racket. You said the same thing about Putin, to be fair. Exactly. Because the invasion of Ukraine was an irrational act. The invasion of Ukraine was an irrational act. And the potential invasion or annexation of Greenland is also an irrational act. Because I root my analysis in common sense. I assume that great powers, state leaders, no matter how crazy they might personally be, are still going to have some level of logic, some level of rationale in the way that they behave. Because we're talking about state actors. It's not usually a unilateral decision-making process. It's oftentimes, I mean, there's no single man that goes, I'm doing it, right? And maybe with Vladimir Putin, there is a single man. But at least in America, there are a multitude of different financial factors at play that are supposed to be restraining the government. Capitalism, capital owners in general. But to be fair, I feel like we live in a different environment now, especially considering that even the forces of capital are clearly not upset enough at Donald Trump trying to take away the independence of the Fed and utilizing the Department of Justice to criminally prosecute Jerome Powell in order to threaten him because he's not moving fast enough on lowering interest rates in the way that Donald Trump wants. And the reason why I say that we're living in a very different time is because it has gotten to a place where like capital is unpredictable as well. Because in my expectation would be that the markets would open red and they would stay red, right? When you see someone like Jerome Powell being threatened in this way, he comes out and makes this like hostage style video saying Donald Trump is trying to kill me. You know, like the expectation is that the market reacts to that volatility by losing confidence in the state. Clearly, that's not happening, right? It's not happening. So
take a look.
For me, looking at all this stuff, it leads me to believe that there is a lot more room for irrational behavior. There's a lot more room by leadership to engage in volatility and irrational behavior, and therefore it just makes it infinitely harder to predict where we go. Right? That's the problem with these sorts of predictions. I took the long way home to explain to you why another one of my predictions might be fucking wrong. When I said we don't annex Greenland. Because Greenland makes no sense. Annexation of Greenland makes no sense. Greenland barely has a fucking 3-month window for commerce. And even then, there are obviously still many issues with the weather. Okay. Extracting natural resources from Greenland already is very difficult. It's a very difficult endeavor. Okay. Like, there are much cheaper methods of extraction. There are much cheaper methods of extraction elsewhere. Straight up. Like, I'm looking at this from a logical, through a logical lens. And I think it's partially because, yes, the melting ice, global warming is real, and it will become a much more, viable territory to overtake. And also, its proximity to Russia is important, and you can control the Arctic routes when, like, the ice melts, and there's new trade routes that open up around the Arctic Circle. I guess, like, that's part of the reason. It's a future ambition that we're locking down right now. But even then, it's like, yeah, the level of investment required to harvest Greenland's natural resources makes it not really worth it in the first place. And this is the same exact argument you can make for Venezuela. Venezuela is not the regular style of imperialism that you see, because oil extraction in Venezuela is not as profitable because of the heavy crude and because of the upfront investment that is a necessity to build up the refineries in Venezuela, especially considering the potential for political instability. It makes it so that, like, a lot of these companies, Western companies, don't want to actually invest in Venezuela, right? Like, there's all these arguments, but at least with Venezuela, I can understand that you still want to dominate the entirety of this currently very important energy resource that in an effort to leverage the next energy resource that China already controls, right? Because China is going to run the world when the world shifts over to renewables. America might destroy the world before we get there, by way of anthropogenic climate change or directly with nuclear holocaust. But, like, it's obvious that China looked to the future and said, the future is renewables. We're going to dominate the space. We're going to have all the battery tech. We're going to control all the rare earth minerals on the procurement side and the refinement side. And nobody can come close. Nobody has the industrial base to come close to that. And America was like, bet. Well, we're still running on oil, so I'm going to take all the oil. And if you ever threaten me with a rare earth mineral export control ever again, I will shut off the oil faucet to you, right? But this doesn't, like, my point is, even from an empire sense, Venezuela makes more sense than a permanent annexation of Greenland, especially when you already had military bases in Greenland. You could still have military bases in Greenland. It's a fucking NATO country. It's a territory under a NATO nation. Without doing all this shit, without, like, genuinely flexing on your vassals, like, it feels very strange. It feels incredibly strange to flex on your vassals like this, especially when they've been loyal servants of empire. The European Union and NATO both have served America willfully and diligently for the last almost 100 years at this point. And America is still like, it's not enough. I need you to suck it. And they're like, no, we'll get on our knees and we'll suck it, sir, please. And he goes, no, you need to suck it harder. And you need to tickle my asshole. And also, I'm taking your family members too. It's just, it does not make sense. It does not make sense at all. Danish Prime Minister, if Donald Trump attacks Greenland, it will be the end of NATO. I mean, yeah, it would be. It should be. We shall see where it goes. It does not make any sense. This is their only opportunity for projecting any kind of force. Well, this and also I guess, like, the tools of espionage that the Danish authorities have always had, working alongside the Americans closely with their operations. So I don't know what that means. We're also gearing up for potentially war. Evacuation has begun. U.S. Air Force planes evacuating the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Okay, this is weird because I've talked about this already, but I'm supposed to be going to Qatar soon. And I feel like I'm not going to be able to go to Qatar if this keeps going. Trump is not budging. Anything less than U.S. owns Greenland is unacceptable. I saw that. I saw what was going on. Danish spies are so effective that you didn't even think such a thing could exist until you saw this message. Yes, Danish espionage is interesting. Anyway, but we'll get into that in a little bit. HasanAbi curse continues. Yeah. Denmark is deploying an advanced command to Greenland consisting of a military material support and forward personnel ahead of a large force from the army that is expected to arrive soon on the territory. In addition to aircraft from the Royal Danish Air Force, according to Greenland-based newspaper Sørmidtsyag. I mean, I want to say critical support to Denmark. Okay, critical support to Denmark in their anti-imperialist endeavor here, even though technically, I guess Greenland is also like a colonial holdover. It's not, but still, critical support. This is what I mean by critical support, okay? Critical support to the anti-imperialist forces of Denmark. I don't even know what to say here. What are we doing? This is like, Donald Trump was like, listen, I realized I can't fuck with countries that have nukes. And who are the only countries that don't have nukes? Countries that are under our nuclear security umbrella. So I guess I can just fuck them up. Someone's got to get fucked up. We got all these tools. We got all these weapons. We got to fuck them. Okay? We got to fuck someone. I can't fuck Russia. They got nukes. Can't do shit to North Korea. They got nukes. I have to fuck somebody up. Who is sitting there waiting to be fucked? Countries that previously thought they were under a security cooperation and under the nuclear security umbrella of NATO. That's right. That's what we got to do. Denmark, you mean South Norway? What happened to Colombia and Cuba? I mean, hopefully he'll have his hands too busy with... Well, Colombia might be fine because I think Petro called him and they had a good conversation. And I feel like things like that go a long way with Donald Trump, especially because Gustavo Petro is like such an interesting guy. And Trump loves interesting guys like that. And I suspect Gustavo Petro just did one phone call and was like, listen, big dog, you know, you got swag. I got swag. It's all good. And then Trump was like, all right, he likes me. He's my weird little guy. He likes me. I like him too. I've heard, I don't know the veracity of this reporting, but I've heard a similar thing happen with Lula as well, where Lula called him up and was like, Bolsonaro's always in the hospital. He's a weak man and a pussy. Stop defending him. It makes you look bad. You should look strong. And then Trump was like, all right, it's fine. Brazil is okay. He's just like, it's strange. But things like that seemingly work with Donald Trump, which is why I've always been weirded out by how he didn't like Maduro. You know, he loves authoritarian strongmen. Maduro dances. He's quirked up. He does like funny shit. You know, Maduro is exactly the type of guy that Trump would be friendly with. And I've said this before. I said this before the arrest as well. I was like, why is Trump not tight with Maduro? It seems like Maduro is exactly the type of dude that Trump will be tight with. But he hated Maduro even in the first term. He fucked Venezuela so hard. If Chavez never died and was still alive, by the way, and I mean this sincerely, if Chavez was still controlling Venezuela, Donald Trump would never touch Venezuela. Donald Trump would love Chavez. I believe that 100%. Because like Maduro's a funny guy, he's a quirky guy, but like Chavez especially was very charismatic. And I feel like that type of charisma Donald Trump really appreciates. It goes a much longer way than you would think. It would never work with other administrations, as it clearly didn't. Okay. Because Maduro's a left-wing dictator, according to all of them. That's all Trump needs to hear. What are you talking about? He loves Xi Jinping, and he actually has a fairly interesting relationship. I would say a better relationship with Kim Jong-un than other prior American presidents. So no. Did they bomb the body? No, they didn't. That was fake news. That was fake news. Like, Chavez in some ways was doing Trump before Trump. Look,
Te metiste conmigo,
you messed up with
pajarito.
me, Birdie.
Te metiste conmigo,
You messed up with me,
pajarito.
Birdie. No.
No.
This is Hugo Chavez calling George W. Bush a donkey.
Tú no sabes mucho de historia. Tú no sabes mucho. Eres
Where
un
is it?
ignorante, Mr. Danger.
Yeah, he says, a great ignorance is what you've got. You're an ignorant Mr. Danger.
Es la que tú tienes. Eres un ignorante, Mr. Danger. Eres un ignorante. Eres un burro, Mr. Danger.
He says, you're a donkey, Mr. Danger. And he's talking about George W. Bush. This is what Trump would say to George W. Bush. You know what I mean? Like, this is a very Trumpian way to operate. Yeah, he was a lion. Chavez was a lion. I will say that. I will stand on that. Anyway, he was a lion. He was a man. Okay, he was a man. Mr. Danger. Burro means fool. It means donkey, right? I mean, you could say in Spanish, you call someone a donkey when you say they're stupid. Like when you mean they're stupid, but that's what it is. He's still calling him a donkey. Anyway, we went all over the place, but obviously we're going to be talking about fucking Greenland right now. Germany is deploying troops to Greenland. Denmark is deploying troops to Greenland. Donald Trump is supposed to be holding an Oval Office event to do another signing ceremony, and all eyes are on him, obviously. But the reason why we're starting off with, America Empire today, as Donald Trump has set his sights on, Greenland is because I don't even fucking know anymore. I don't know anymore. But apparently Donald Trump said anything less than U.S. control is unacceptable on Greenland. So let's start there.
Trump just said the United States needs Greenland and that anything less than total control is unacceptable. The question is, what is he willing to do about it? Given that the Prime Minister of Greenland says he does not want to be part of the United States, the people of Greenland do not want to be part of the United States, according to opinion polls. So the president just wrote that Greenland is, quote,
Leftist Twitter cooked you for it, but I'm assuming your tweet yesterday said the left position on Iran is to end sanctions and demands for a democracy was talking about the mainstream left, Bernie, AOC, and not the actual left. Could you clarify? Yes. No shit. Do they also think I'm like pro Barack Obama? I was saying that it is crazy to me that the left position on Iran, or not even the left position, but like the Democratic Party's like normal position led by Barack Obama was the utilization of sanctions in exchange, like sanctions relief in exchange for like getting Iran to ease up on certain things. And the JCPOA was a objectively successful method to normalize relations with Iran. And it is, in my opinion, such a dramatic tide shift that even Bernie fucking Sanders is not running first and foremost with sanctions relief. And it's really funny that like left Twitter is yelling at me for that position, but then also all the fucking NATO NatSec liberals are also yelling at me, including like the American Enterprise twink, the American Enterprise Institute twink from Syria that is that has never seen an American imperial domination force that he hasn't actually jerked off to, whatever the fuck his name is, and also a boner box as well. They've been like freaking the fuck out. They've been freaking the fuck out because they're like, sanctions relief? What do you mean you want to fucking, what do you mean you don't want Iranian children to starve? Like, fuck you. We have to liberate Iran by starving them over and over again. So there is, I've once again found the the perfect middle ground where everyone on the left is yelling at me because they misunderstand my position, and everyone on the right is yelling at me always because they're on the right. But yeah, it's very cool. I find myself once again making a very reasonable stance here. Currently in Qatar, crashing out. Can your country please not strike Iran? We're exhausted. Yeah. I can't stop that. American foreign policy is completely outside of my control. I apologize. But good luck. Also, I'm supposed to be in Qatar soon in a couple weeks. If it's still even sustainable to go there. It kind of feels like when you see American the American evacuation taking place with the US Air Force. I'm going to be flying Leroy Jenkins style directly in the direction of the fucking, action, I guess. You don't even know what countries will be on the map in a couple weeks? I'd stay home, my dude. Yeah. Your Twitter language fucks you so much, man. You got to be more succinct and clear. No. This is untrue. First of all, there's already a limitation with how many letters you can use on Twitter. I refuse to ever do a long tweet. That's number one. Number two, that's not the reason why people misunderstand you professionally on Twitter. The reason why people misunderstand you professionally on Twitter is because that's what works. Okay? What works on Twitter is people professionally misunderstanding you, and they make money off of it, as a matter of fact. And this is precisely the reason why people will continue doing that. That's it. That's the real reason. Because I could say, this happens all the time. The waffles pancakes equation is very common, right? The waffles pancakes thing is it's ironic because it first went viral on Twitter. The whole I said I like waffles, you said fuck pancakes. No, I didn't. That's a whole different sentence. Is something that people used to do on Twitter all the time, and it's only gotten worse because now it's monetized. They're cooking your ass in anarcho-tribalist blue sky. Okay. This is what people are talking about, by the way. I said any kind of left position on Iran should start with a demand that the American government end sanctions in exchange for demands of a democracy or anything else for that matter. I cannot believe that we're past this point now. Obama got the JCPOA done with sanctions relief. Of course, anything but a full-throated support for the Ayatollah and the Islamic Republic is always going to be met with a lot of anger, especially considering that the fall of the Ayatollah, or specifically the fall of the Islamic Republic, would be fantastic for Israel, right? And that's precisely what they're trying to foment here. They want to turn it into a fucking Syria-style situation, right? You said start, that makes it completely valid. It is the start, not the limit. Exactly. And if you noticed, I got yelled at by people who were saying well, you're clearly a Mossad agent, or you're clearly laundering the liberal Zionist position or something like that. And the reason why people say that is because, like I said, anything but a full-throated, unconditional support for the regime in this situation is seen as, as supporting Israel, which I kind of understand. I'm sympathetic. I'm sympathetic to that assessment because it's true. It would be beneficial for Israel, right? But my assessment on this is a little bit more nuanced, where I'm talking about stability. I'm talking specifically about stability in Iran and maintaining sovereignty in Iran. And as I explained, there's like there's 3 pressure points here. 2 of them are obviously external and virtually impossible for the Iranian government to change, but the one is domestic. Okay? People want you to either be an interventionist who love American adventurism or be someone who defends every single action, every regime that nominally opposes the U.S. Okay, first of all, Iran doesn't nominally oppose the U.S. Iran opposes the U.S. with its entire pussy, okay? Iran is literally the most oppositional force to the United States in the region. Let's be real. This is precisely the reason why they want to dominate it, okay? The point I'm trying to make is, the point I'm making here is that instability of any sort and without like reforms coming in, which will inevitably lead to mass instability that causes the state to collapse eventually, right? It's either going to happen in the hands of the current regime or it's going to happen eventually in the hands of Israel and America. I would rather have it moderate in the hands of the current regime with significant reforms. Anything that moves in that direction will have a much better outcome for a transitional state maybe down the line, depending on what the Iranian people want. You know what I mean? It's like, it's about maintaining sovereignty for the Iranian population. Starving the Iranian people, on the other hand, is just fucking cruel. Iran is already liberalizing slowly. I know but that's neither here nor there. There's too much. There's too much anger and resentment. Alhamdulillah, USA is going to strike and murder that pig Khamenei. And I know even though you act like you condemn the regime, you and your tanky viewers are going to be fuming. Tanky. Brother, you can't say Alhamdulillah and then say tanky, okay? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Either, like, what is happening here? Why are fucking Arab posters in my chat literally fucking using, like, American Western chauvinist terminology to describe a perspective? Say it with your fucking chest, pussy, okay? I'm Iranian. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm secretly in the tank. This is what I want. On the one hand, in the United States of America, I get mad when abortion restrictions are placed on women, denying their bodily autonomy, or when trans people are under the crosshairs. Obviously, neither of those two things are actually a real issue in Iran, but let's say, you know, gay people are in the crosshairs, right? What leads you to believe that any sort of social conservatism is something that I would be on board with? It's not, okay? It's very stupid. If I don't like any sort of social conservatism or any sort of repression in the United States of America, obviously I'm not going to be in favor of it in Iran as well. If we're talking about foreign policy, that's an entirely separate position. Stop pretending, man. Yes, you're right. I love the Islamic Republic. I love, as a socialist, I am a big fan and super fond of arresting, imprisoning, jailing, torturing socialists and communists alike. This is my thing. This is what I like, because I'm actually a Shia Muslim. Not even like what would I be pretending here? Like, what would possibly be the thing that I'm pretending? Okay. But the IR fucked up when China's right there. I mean, it seems you constantly dehumanize us, law. Man, bitch, shut your bitch ass up. You constantly dehumanize us. Shut your bitch ass up. I'm over here talking about fucking trying to fucking offer freedom to the Iranian population from the otherwise repressive nature of the state by fucking easing up on the restrictions that are making the population suffer. And you're over here being like, no, it's actually good that mama and dada are getting fucking destroyed in Iran because they need to fucking take up arms and start killing security forces in the country until they deserve food. The fuck? Because that's the American position. The American position in this circumstance is they don't deserve food or medicine until they actually kill the Ayatollah. I don't think that's appropriate. I think that's a fucking insanely inhumane position to hold. People give you shit for your Iran takes, but I find them to be mostly fair and consistent with a belief in sovereignty and human rights. You're not an IR dick rider like the most annoying people on Twitter, or we love every bomb the U.S. drops liberal. No, I'm not.
Which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution. And another piece of information that I think is very important is the leaker has been found and is in jail right now. And that's the leaker on Venezuela. And a very bad leaker. So there could be some others, and we'll let you know about that. We're hot on their trail. But the leaker has been found, and the leaker's in jail. And will probably be in jail for a long time. Let's see what happens. So we'll...
The inhumane take is not calling for airstrikes on a murderous regime that killed 12,000 people. First of all, those are CBS numbers. And secondly, the solution is to kill more Iranians? Like, what the fuck are you saying, man? This is why earlier I was joking about Barry Weiss, or not really joking, but saying that, you know, Barry Weiss bought CBS specifically to fucking do Israel's bidding and also to be pro-Trump. And you're seeing that, okay? It's the government's own leaked figures. Yeah, you're right, dude. You're right. No, totally.
I think you've done a great job, but it's great to have you here again. Thank you. Appreciate it. So today I'm delighted to sign the whole milk for healthy kids.
It's just so stupid because, like, even what the conservative estimates are, which is around 2,000, which probably means is more than that. But even the conservative estimates are cruel and unusual. You can just say the number that most of the analysts are saying. You don't have to fucking lie at the behest of Israel, okay? It's the same exact fucking atrocity propaganda being laundered after October 7. October 7 was fucking, crazy enough. You didn't have to like make up all of this additional atrocity propaganda to be like, oh, they were actually lining up babies and chopping their heads off with a chainsaw. They were just like put the babies in a row and just whip the chainsaw over to cut all of the babies' heads or whatever. Like, why? I know why. It's because you already gave the game away. You want America to bomb Iran. And you're a fucking moron for that position, by the way. Because if anything, bombing Iran would unironically harden the position of the government. If your goal is government change, regime change in Iran, bombing Iran is only going to harden the position because Iranians want sovereignty. Iranians want sovereignty more than anything else. It's so funny that even Trump seemingly, amidst talking about how he's going to fucking invade Greenland, is demonstrating more restraint than the absolute fucking weirdos in this chat. That's what's so crazy about it. I'm Iranian, you're not. I don't give a fuck what you are, brother. I don't think you understand. Last week we did this with Venezuela, okay? Last week we did this with fucking Venezuela. Shut up. I want Iran to have sovereignty. I want the Iranian people to be free, okay? I want Iran to have sovereignty. I want Iranian people to be free. You are demanding America strike your country. You're a fucking idiot, okay? Sorry. You're a self-hating fucking moron. I'm of course sympathetic to the fucking people protesting against the Islamic Republic. Having said that, you know what I'm not sympathetic towards? People demanding America bomb Iran. Suck my dick. I don't give a fuck what you are, okay? The moment that you come in here and you say, no, Mr. President, please airstrike my country, you're a fucking idiot. Not only are you a fucking idiot, like, not only are you a fucking moron of epic proportions for the first reason being that, you know, you're going to be killing your countrymen in the hands of American bombs, okay? But the other reason why you're a fucking idiot is if your goal is regime change, this is actually going to make regime change less likely. If you're Iranian, you probably know better by now that there is already a very deeply embedded parallel state that has tremendous control in Iran. What are you going to do with the IRGC? You can't just bomb the entirety of the IRGC away. It doesn't work that way. If that did work, right? Israel has tremendous espionage capabilities and assassinated so many of the fucking high-ranking IRGC officers when they were destroying Iran, when they were bombing Iran. What happened? It didn't destroy the regime at all, especially considering that the regime derives its legitimacy from the Shia population that is on board with the mullahs, that's on board with what the Ayatollah is doing. And the IRGC is the enforcement mechanism for it. It's a much more complicated situation than the one you present. And American bombs would not actually change the outcome at all. As a matter of fact, if your goal there is regime change, it's probably going to make it less likely for any sort of real regime change to take place. So shut the fuck up. I don't do standpoint epistemology when people are talking about advancing the interests of American empire. I don't give a shit. The entire purpose of the diaspora population is so that we can have a never-ending cycle of justifications for this kind of militant action. Okay? Don't do this. Wokely saying America must glass Tehran, please.
Just in the last year. And when you think about the ag deficit that happened under Joe Biden and the 4 years, we went from a surplus of agriculture products when we left the first time to a $50 billion deficit when we came back. Yep. So these are massive.
Anyway, I don't really give a shit about what Trump is saying here. You missed this courtesy of the bonds. Trump, we have news about Iran that we will talk about. We have been told that the killing has stopped and there are no plans to execute protesters. I mean, he's doing the same thing he did with like Delcy Rodriguez, where he's like, if the goal is to fucking get a leverage over the regime and dominate them, then it's not advantageous for them to fucking bomb the country. I mean, they still probably will, but I haven't seen any carriers moving in the direction of Iran so far. So obviously, like, I don't know how they would do it unless they do like another American bombing campaign that starts in the United States of America and flies over. But that's usually for much more complicated, precise strikes that you go where you go after like Fordow or something. And they have bases nearby. No, that doesn't matter. If you don't have fucking carrier groups in the region, you can't defend against the Iranian retaliation. There's no guarantee that you're going to strike all of their strike capabilities, their mid-range and long-range missile capabilities, especially when there are so many fucking underground bunkers, underground facilities where they're actually making the missiles, underground facilities where they actually have a shit ton of mid-range, like surface-to-surface, like all of these different weapons that they have at their disposal. So you have to have a defensive mechanism to try to make sure that Israel doesn't get pummeled. If you're Iranian, Hasan knows what's best for Iranians. If you're Venezuelan, Hasan knows what's best for Venezuelans. If you're Mexican, Hasan knows what's best for you. If you're European, Hasan knows what's best for your particular countrymen also. I mean, you don't have to agree with me, okay? You don't have to agree with me, but don't fucking come in here and cry because you're from the place and therefore I cannot have an argument here. Okay, listen to Iranian voices, people say. Okay, Khamenei is a fucking Iranian voice. Like, this is a dumb argument. Do you understand? The Ayatollah is Iranian. You know, some people want to listen to his voice. I'm not listening to his voice, so shut the fuck up. This is why I hate this argument. Like, oh, listen to Iranian voices, please. Okay. All right, got it, dude. You know, standpoint epistemology. Okay. The Ayatollah is an Iranian voice. And it's really fucking annoying because I'm not even in favor of what this regime has done anyway. I'm not even in favor of it. And now you got me looking like I'm fucking out here being like, no, the Islamic Republic is awesome and they're great and they should continue doing the things that they're doing, when that's not even the case. But I guess that's the purpose, right? You come in here and you say some fucking stupid ass bullshit, and then I snap back at you and say, no, America glassing Tehran is not going to save anybody. As a matter of fact, it's actually going to be significantly worse. And then you clip that and you go, Hasan loves the Islamic Republic. And then the fucking drama cycle continues for your pedophilic favorite content creators out there. dumb fucks. No, you listen to the Iranian voice that strengthens our position that is bombing Iranians. Exactly. Listen to the Iranian voices that actually want the Iranian economy to collapse even further. Otherwise, you'd be helping the regime. You'd be helping the regime. Yeah, I know, man. This is my first time dealing with American sanctions and people who justify them. I didn't realize that like most of these countries outside of the security apparatus of the United States don't actually have this kind of fucking design where sanctions on the administration doesn't actually harm or impact the economy at all. No, the entire point of the fucking sanctions is so that people are punished, so that they get so mad that they take up arms and try to fucking kill the government. It's to punish the people enough that there is enough volatility, enough instability in the country that they take up arms and kill the fucking Ayatollah. That is the whole purpose of the fucking sanctions. And what's crazy about all of this is that people, on the one hand, openly justify that. And they say, well, we hate the Ayatollah, so it's good. It doesn't matter if my fucking, family members are being starved in Iran. It doesn't fucking matter to me at all. Okay? They should what? They should fight better. Is that the argument here? I want Iranians to maintain a sovereign state. Okay, I want them to if they want to fucking continue having whatever style of government, whatever form of government they want, great. Okay, as long as they have sovereignty. Demanding American bombs is not sovereignty. The country is not sovereign because it's under the mullahs. Okay, that's fucking ridiculous. No, you don't agree. And neither do I, especially when it comes to domestic affairs, with the way that they approach their own domestic repression. There is a difference between us not agreeing with that versus sovereignty. Okay? Elections don't work, man. We've tried. I know. That's why I'm saying, if the sanctions already exist, and it's like a fucking cruel measure that has actually caused tremendous punishment to the Iranian population, then one way to actually find a reasonable, manageable negotiation is to lean into what the public's discontent is, and then offer sanctions relief. I'm not a campist on this stuff, even though as far as the foreign policy of Iran goes, I know that many Iranians internally will say, oh, the reason why Iran is this way is because it's constantly meddling in the affairs of the fucking region, okay? The reason why Iran is this way is because it's funding Hezbollah, it's doing the axis of revolution, or it's funding the axis of resistance against American imperialism. And if they actually spent the money elsewhere, if they spent it here at home, we'd be in a much better situation or whatever, right? Like that's like one of the ways in which a lot of Iranians get upset with the IRGC. But I think the major problem there is still internal repression. Killing protesters, things of that nature, jailing them for ridiculous offenses, made up shit. Okay? That's what you do when you're weak. That's what you do when you're a weak country. Iran might be strong when it comes to its regional politics, okay, or was, at least until this last year or last 2 years, when Israel and America basically fucking engaged in the most violent conquest that you've ever seen. But as far as it's a common sentiment around the state, I know it's a common sentiment around the state spends too much money on proxies instead of investing in the economy, not realizing that the only reason why there isn't enough money to go around in an otherwise resource-rich country is because of the fucking sanctions. And these guys don't fucking realize that even if Iran wasn't setting up these proxies in an effort to at least claw back some fucking regional autonomy from Israel, okay? Even if they weren't doing that, Iran would still get the fucking sanctions. It's so stupid. The idea that Iran as a sovereign country outside of the fucking outside of the control of the United States of America was never going to be punished if it wasn't for fucking Hezbollah, if it wasn't for the Ansar Allah movement, the Zaidi Shias in Yemen, or if it wasn't for the Sunnis, Hamas, that they are offering, logistics to and training to, then America would let them go. You're fucking delusional. That's not the case at all, because they still have striking capabilities. They can still strike Israel if they wanted to. Okay? That's the real problem. The real problem is America has a fucking design for this goddamn region, and that design includes a completely servile, completely dominated Arab and Iranian, all the fucking regional Arab countries either have to be perfect little vassal states like the Gulf states are, or they have to be destabilized and broken apart like Syria. You're such a weird, rigid weirdo. Two things can be true at the same time without it being propaganda. Dumb fuck, it's not propaganda. Honestly, it says the fact that the Iranian government murdered thousands of his people and keeping the government in place is probably not going to work. That doesn't mean I want the fucking... Wait, what? Are you talking to me or the other person? Because... Sorry, that wasn't meant for you. That was meant for another chatter. Okay, I was about to say, like, people are now arguing against positions that I do not hold. Okay, that person was talking to another chatter. Anyway. That's where we're at, though. I thought the internet was down in Iran. How are all these Iranians tuning into the stream? They're not in Iran, brother. What are you talking about? They're not. They're not tuning in from Iran, no matter how hard they say they are. They're tuning in from Westwood and London and Canada and all of these other places. But this doesn't mean that there aren't fucking Iranians in Iran who are also, Iranians in Iran also have similar attitudes to the diaspora Iranians. Now, obviously, it's not as commonly shared. For example, one of the things that you see in the diaspora is MEK, support for MEK. Doesn't exist in Iran at all, okay? That's not a thing at all. Big part of the reason is because of MEK support for Iraq. So that's gone. There is no domestic consideration for MEK at all. There are, Shah writers. Okay, there are Shah writers in mostly the diaspora community. There are some people who think the Shah will actually bring a secular democracy by way of Israel and America that believe this nonsensical thing internally in Iran as well. Because for them, the only cruelty that they have seen is from the fucking Islamic Republic. They haven't seen the Shah. They don't remember what the Shah was like. They don't comprehend why the initial Iranian revolution took place to begin with, because at the time the Shah was doing way worse shit than what the Ayatollah has done, or same things that the Ayatollah has been doing, right? So there's different camps, and there are, of course, a multitude of different opinions internally inside of Iran as well. It's easier to say, I want my country bombed when you're in diaspora. I know. Iran is a very large and very diverse country, okay? This is the problem. Without someone controlling this entire process, it will collapse, especially with all of the external pressures. Would the ideal situation be a democratic Republic of Iran that adheres to an ideology of social democracy with reforms? I mean, this is not up to me. This is not up to us at all. That's my point. You know what I mean? Like, this is not up to any of us. Like, sure, that would be great. I would love a fucking communist Iran. You know what I mean? Okay, great. But it's not up to me. This is why I always say, like, well, the Palestinians voted for Hamas. It's like, okay, well, I'm not Palestinian. You know what I mean? Hey, Iranian leftists here, we do exist. We're just not the louder voice. Yeah, part of that is because all of the domestic Iranian leftists have been destroyed. They've been killed. They've been thrown in prison. They've been tortured. And unfortunately, there's not like that prominent of a voice. And obviously America initially deposed of Mossadegh anyway, even though he was a social democrat at most. He was a national, he wanted sovereignty. He was a nationalist first and a social democrat second. And even that was too much for America. So obviously none of the fucking people from the diaspora are going to be in any way, shape, or form a part of any of the, pro-Soviet bloc Iranians or any of the other, non-aligned socialist Iranians. They're not. It's all going to be mostly Shah supporters. And I guess the closest you can get to is MEK. The closest you can get to like a socialist Iranian in the diaspora is going to be Rudolph Giuliani and John Bolton, two prominent lobbyists for the terror group that is known as MEK, which at some point was, I guess, socialist. Anyway, I believe Mossadegh was greatly alienated as he was at odds with the monarchists and Islamic fundamentalists who rallied against them both or were bribed by foreign actors to be against them. No, he was the monarchist first and foremost. But what's crazy to me is that in spite of the initial takeover in Iran, the Ayatollah, for all of its, the mullahs, the Ayatollahs, for all of their fucking regressive attitudes about domestic policy, have still, to the best of their ability, tried to focus on making sure that the Iranian population is educated and whatnot. So there is there is tremendous repression at the same time, but this creates this weird juxtaposition where you are creating an incredibly well-educated population with access to the internet, and they see all of the beauties of liberalism and freedoms and whatnot. And obviously they're going to be like, I want that. The fuck do you mean I can't have that? That's stupid. That's bullshit, right? Hold on. Doors open. My people are getting killed and you still defend them? Man, shut the fuck up. I'm not defending them. Jesus Christ, you're so fucking stupid. Please. Listen to my words. Why isn't... Doors open! Bro, this little lady thinks she's a damn guard dog, okay? Every time there's delivery throughout the day, she perks up, she starts growling, she thinks she's it. It's crazy. She's a damn guard, she's not a damn guard dog, she's a damn guard bear. Okay? A warrior. She about to show the robbers where to look, but first the fridge. Anyway. Kaya has a warrior ethos. True. So she's a cop? In some ways, yes. Listen to Kaya's voices. Listen to the Kaya voices in the chat. My grandpa was hardline Shah loyalist to Iran during the revolution, but refused to leave the country, resulting in him being in jail for 9 months. I still don't understand his loyalty, but at least he had the intelligence to understand the U.S. was not to be trusted and only ever wanted a real sovereignty for the country. I guess a lot of domestic Iranians are like that. Don't trust any diaspora Iranians that support the Pahlavis, though. No, I don't. Diplomats have sought guarantees from Lebanese armed group Hezbollah that it would not take military action if the United States or Israel carried out an attack on Iran. A Lebanese source familiar with the group's thinking told Reuters on Wednesday. The source said that the Iran-backed group was approached through diplomatic channels last week. Hezbollah did not offer explicit guarantees, but has no plans to act if the strike on Iran is not existential for Iran's leadership, the source added. Anyway, so my point is, I want, and I keep repeating this over and over again, and I know that people will not understand this because they can only approach the situation through black and white thinking. I don't want American bombs. I don't want American sanctions. I want the Iranian population to be able to if they are slated to do a revolution, it will never not be impacted by Western forces. It's going to happen. But ultimately, the best path forward to maintain Iranian sovereignty is going to happen if there is an organized like next step forward government that they already have. Because everything beyond that will turn into fucking complete chaos, especially considering that there are also the defenders of the Ayatollah. There's a fairly sizable population. Like those pro-government protests, people say, oh, there's fucking people from Pakistan, people from Afghanistan are bussed in for those protests. Like, no, there are real fucking people who love the Islamic Republic. Like, you have to deal with those people. You got the IRGC. Like, whether we like it or not, the disagreements in terms of domestic affairs, whether we have our own understandable disagreements with how the domestic affairs of Iran must be conducted, those people are in the tens of millions, and they got fucking guns. They have a military. They have the IRGC. They have these security forces. What do you think happens in that situation? What do you think happens when the state collapses? When the state collapses, what do you think happens? Do you understand? I think that there is a separate secret reason as to why they keep saying this, by the way, because Channel 14 reported that foreign actors are arming the protesters in Iran with live firearms, which is the reason for the hundreds of regime personnel killed. Everyone is free to guess who is behind it. Now, this is like a fucking, close to Benjamin Netanyahu, a right-wing channel in Israel saying this out loud. You won't see a lot of people covering this in American news, of course, because they don't want to act like there's any interference whatsoever from Israel. But Israel wants to make it seem like they are directly interfering. Mike Pompeo has said Mossad is out there on the streets, right? So why are they doing that? Because under different circumstances, they don't take credit for it until after the fact, right? They don't say that they're doing it in the process. And the reason why I think they're doing it is because they want to goad the Iranian government, the Iranian regime, to be as militant and as violent as possible against otherwise normal-ass protesters who aren't fucking Mossad, okay, who aren't getting armed by Mossad. And when that happens, then you have, for every person that you kill, you have 10 to 100 other people that will also take up arms and seek out revenge, okay? That's it. That's what I think. Do they have outside agitators? Of course they do, but it's not. But they don't have as much. I don't think they are as powerful as the way that they're claiming they are in this circumstance. Like, that is the reason why I think it's like Mossad spurs Iran protest, says Asians with demonstrators in a Farsi message. This only benefits, like, this only gives just cause to the Iranian government to do whatever the fuck they want to do, to slay as many people as they want to. This creates more violence. It gives them just cause to engage in violent action, because now it's like outside agitators. See, they're fucking openly admitting it. I think the reason why they're greatly overemphasizing their involvement in these protests is because they want the regime to eat the bait and start fucking slaughtering people, as they did, okay? And they did do that. It's a way to cause more chaos, and it's a way to cause, to create even a larger force of people that will throw their bodies on the line. Okay? Remember the clip culture we watched yesterday? A perfect example here. What is this? 2,000 to 5,000 dead protests. Anybody else find poetry in that? Breaking. Hasan Parker says the thousands of Iranis murdered by Islamic Republic is poetry. I didn't say that at all. That's fucking insane. What the fuck is happening? It's an 18-second clip. It's so stupid. Like, you like Khomeini tweet when he's responsible for killing so many people? Listen, sometimes you can find poetry in the strangest places. Yeah, Persian. I am Persian. Like, this is not even from, this is before. Yeah, it's just he's lying. This is before the actual fucking protests were violently squashed, by the way. I don't stream 18 seconds at a time. You're not gonna beat the allegations. Beat the allegations of what? Suck my fucking dick. Yeah, dude. I'm a paid propagandist for the fucking Islamic Republic. Who gives a shit? I don't care. Whatever. There are people who are adults who are capable of understanding fucking nuance, and then there are people who just want to simply yell and act as though they are winning some fucking internet argument or something. None of what we say ultimately matters, unfortunately. I think Pompeo tweeting about Mossad operatives in the streets was a part of an effort to make security forces even more paranoid and brutal because of the deadlier the crackdown, the deeper the crisis, and it worked, and you have to be a rube not to understand this. I mean, I take it for granted there's all kinds of covert CIA and Mossad are up to as well as Iran, come on, but part of the intel script for things like this is projecting force and inevitability beyond what you really have. Other accounts of this I have seen are just brain dead sorry. Do people really think the former head of the CIA just casually outed a bunch of assets on X on the Everything app to gloat the shitpost? Be serious? So you're telling me Pompeo didn't tweet out actionable intelligence days before the protests expanded? Beats me. I always thought if you have secret agents embedded in a protest movement, you should tweet about it ahead of time. I mean, he's being sarcastic. But like, I do think it's interesting that they are doing that. I do think it's interesting that America and Israel are doing that, okay? Like the Jerusalem Post article that came out being like, oh yeah, we have all of our assets on the streets. They have been unlocked. Okay? I respected you a lot more when you stopped running ads. People should be able to see you aren't this paid propagandist. Exactly. I don't run ads. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. You might sometimes disagree with what I'm saying. You might agree with what I'm saying. History oftentimes does vindicate me. But at the end of the day, it is your subscriptions. It is your subscriptions that sponsor the show. What is this? Here's a clip from yesterday when you're talking about how Iran is very cruel for killing protesters. 2,000 is enough for it to be insane. Why do these people always have to make it even higher? Well, it's the same as like October 7. You could have just looked at October 7 and been like, this is a fucking catastrophe. How do we get here? But it didn't matter. They had to be like, they're decapitating babies while raping them, you know? It's just, it doesn't, like the truth is not enough. They have to literally, they have to do atrocity propaganda. Israel kills hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza. That's nothing. That's just, you know, the cost of doing business. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about that, right? Iran, on the other hand, they've killed 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Is not actually Vanilla Mace. I have like random fucking people that put me in their stupid fucking group chats on Instagram, and for some weird reason, even though it doesn't show up on my actual Instagram DMs, when I turn on Instagram desktop, it shows random fucking Stan accounts and the conversations that they're having. I don't know why. I don't know. It's just, Instagram is busted, okay? Anyway, let's get back to Trump for a second. I got to go.
They were shooting at them with guns and they were shooting back. And, you know, it's one of those things. But they told me that there'll be no executions. And so I hope that's true.
Does this mean military action is now off the table against Iran?
Well, we're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
Is that considering military action? Is that still a threat?
No executions. Everyone's talking about a lot of executions were taking place today. We were just told no executions. I hope that's true. That's a big thing. Yes, ma'am.
The foreign minister of Greenland, she said a while ago in a press conference in an embassy of Denmark that she made very clear in the meeting that happened here in the White House what are their limits. She also said that it was a very respectful meeting. Are those limits going to be respected?
Well, we're going to see what happens with Greenland. We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. They're going to brief me on the meeting right after this conference. In fact, the sooner I get you out, the faster I'm going to know exactly what happened. But we have a very good relationship with Denmark, as you know. We'll see. But, we're doing the Golden Dome. We're doing a lot of things, and we really need it. If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in, and China's going to go in. And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything about it.
There's no more than what they can do than
Well, we're going to see. I mean, look, we're going to see what happens, but we need it. I'm not the first one. This was talked about by President Truman, and 40 years before President Truman, they were talking about it. They've been talking about this for 100 years. This is not anything so new. A lot of people don't realize that, but this was a hot subject. Probably not as hot as it is now, but it was a hot
Trump
subject
sounded
for a long
satisfied.
time.
No
We need it for
executions,
national
possibly no
security.
military
And
action,
that
or is this a
includes
ruse?
Europe.
With Trump, you
And
never
I
know.
spoke with, as you know,
With
Mark,
Trump, you never
I don't
know, because he does end up leaning in a certain direction as a way to misdirect, as to get people to focus on something else. But
happened and why Planned Parenthood is receiving any.
there is one thing. There is one thing that you can always count on, though. He will suck Israel's dick. So if they're not bombing Iran right now, it's probably because Israeli intelligence is saying, don't bomb Iran yet. And I assume the only reason why they wouldn't bomb Iran is for the same reasons that I mentioned. Why are the phones down, newsboy? What do you mean? Oh, you mean the Verizon? I don't know. He will always suck Israel's cock on whatever the fuck is related to the region. And I suspect that the reason why Israel wouldn't want Iran to be bombed yet is because they think it will harden. It will harden the support for the regime, because Iranians fucking hate, obviously, being bombed. Iranians don't like being bombed. No one likes being bombed. Iranians are a magical, mystical people, very stubborn, very proud people who hate getting blown up. Because right now, as it stands, there's already so much discontent, so much anger. This is not the end of the protests, okay? It's stopped for now. But people will understandably vow revenge. They will seek out revenge. There will be more organizing. There will be more anger. There will be more resentment. That's why I keep saying something's got to give, okay? That's it. Yeah, why don't the Iranians realize that if they stopped resisting and complied, that things would get better? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't understand, right? Just like ICE. Just like ICE in America. Why don't they just stop resisting? Oh, I forgot. Everyone that's saying that in America is saying the opposite in Iran. I forgot. Right-wingers with their consistent position here. They're truly in favor of a free Iran. Except, ironically enough, that when they talk about like religious suppression or religious repression that the Ayatollahs are committed to, they want to do that in America, but Christian style. Actually, probably even worse. They don't want women to fucking read. They don't even want women to go to school. They want it fucking Taliban style, not Ayatollah style, but in the Christian way. Yeah, this is, ma'am, your government just shot a woman in the face. Smoke them if you got them. America does love a good, America does love when their foreign adversaries engage in like horrible shit though, because then they can just for once posture as though they're the good guys. You know what I mean? This is what happened in Ukraine. Like, the reason why I think so many liberals and so many Republicans like leaned into the Ukraine stuff early on, like aggressively, it was not because they care about like the righteous emancipation of Ukrainians from you know, Russian invaders or whatever. It was because like it ultimately gave them an opportunity to fucking be like, oh yeah, we're morally superior for once. You know, that was what it is. And it's the same with like Iran too. They just like hold on to this idea that like, you know, there are worse governments out there. See, we're not as bad. WAPO is reporting that Iran and Israel spoke via Russia, guaranteeing that they would not strike each other. What do you make of this? I don't fucking know, man. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like everything that we see, everything, all the bits and pieces of information that comes out of this situation is going to be beneficial for somebody who I do not know. But anyway, can please one of the HasanAbi Industrial Complex Clippers post what he said this morning about Greenland? I missed it and not sub to rewind. Well, Audrey, you got to subscribe. So you got a subscription. So now you can rewind. And all of you can rewind as well if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. ITV News political editor Robert Peston. There's a signal tonight that the British government, that unspecified U.S. Trump action against Iran is imminent. I don't understand. Maybe it's a fucking debate. Maybe Trump is saying we're not going to do it. But that's just like a bait and switch. I wouldn't put it past him. He's done it many, many times over. So who knows? I will say this, though. I could see Israel and Iran secretly reassuring one another that they're not going to strike each other. Because I don't think Israel is as defensive as you think Israel is. Like I think Iran in the 12-day war, a lot of people actually covered that as like total Israel annihilation. Iranian forces were destroyed. They were embarrassed. All this stuff, right? And there is some truth to how ridiculous the opening salvo was, right? Because Israel had penetrated the Iranian government so deeply that they were able to like destroy anti-aircraft weapons immediately before they started bombing campaigns, right? Having said that, if you think that Israel is not being more restrained because they don't want to get fucking pummeled again like they did last time, you would be wrong. Okay? Now, on the one hand, they are America is pulling its Air Force troops out of the Qatar base, so maybe Qatar gets hit again. I don't know, as like a reasonable solution, like a middle ground solution here. No Israel getting striked. Iran gets hit one time, you know, precise targeted strike on, you know, key regime guys or something, and then Iran turns around and like strikes Qatar again, right? Something along those lines. I don't know. But remember, this is important. Stockpiles of interceptors are still severely depleted since the war 6 months ago. Triggering a wide response from Iran risks unnecessary depleting the stockpile even further. With the lack of any major naval assets, they won't have VLS-launched SM interceptors available either. That's why I said if you don't have American carriers in the region, even though there were American carriers in the region, they still could not sufficiently defend Israel, and their stockpiles were depleted. Last time Iran was fucking pummeling Israel, there is 0% chance, like either they get assurances from Iran that they're not going to, either they got assurances from Iran that Iran is not going to strike Israel again and punish Israel again, or they're gonna strike and be insane about it. Who knows? They need a lot more assets to be in the region, many of which moved to Venezuela, off the coastline of Venezuela right now. So it's not even about like taking out Iranian capabilities. It's more so about defending Israel. From what I've seen, there are still no indications of a buildup for CENTCOM. Diego Garcia is empty, and Alidate only has a few C-17s visible on satellite imagery. I still think a limited strike is possible, but Nothing major like a decapitation. Current assessments by Israeli media is that Israel, does not anticipate being attacked by Iran regardless of what happens, which may also offer a clue. Ynet claims that the occupation army is more concerned with Ansar Allah at the moment. Stockpiles of interceptors are still severely depleted since the war 6 months ago, triggering a wide response from Iran, risks unnecessarily depleting the stockpile even further. The evacuation of Al Udeid that people are talking about is actually just a posture change. A forced evacuation was what happened before the Midnight Hammer retaliation. That's not happening yet. New York Times confirmed a few minutes ago that there are still only 3 missile-firing destroyers in the Middle East region. Maariv is now falsely attributing a claim to New York Times that a carrier is making its way to the Red Sea. They seem to be confusing the USS Roosevelt destroyer with the USS Theodore Roosevelt carrier. I have a feeling Americans will use submarines. America did use submarines when they were striking Israel, but on a defensive posture, you need carriers because you need missile launchers that are intercepting. You need carriers that have missile launchers that will fire off missiles that will intercept long-range ballistic missiles that Iran is lobbing in Israel's direction. The Iron Dome in and of itself, without American intervention, without American support, without American defenses, is clearly incapable of stopping Iran from being able to strike Tel Aviv. We saw that, okay? It's not carriers, it's cruisers and destroyers. Sorry, not carriers, you're right. Oh, U.S. striking Israel? Sorry. I meant submarines were utilized when striking Iran. American submarines were utilized when they hit Iran. But submarines don't have the same defensive capabilities as all of these different assets do. Whether it be carriers or cruisers, like all these different naval assets that America has at its disposal that have missile launching capabilities that work to intercept Iranian ballistic missiles that are flying in the direction of Tel Aviv. Yes, I know it's not just the Iron Dome; it's the Aero systems as well. When I say Iron Dome, I'm using it colloquially. I'm talking about all of the different defensive capabilities that Israel has. I'm using it as a broader umbrella term. I don't mean just the Iron Dome, which is Tamir interceptors that are good for like drones and shit. I'm talking about the Aero system 2, like Aero 3. There are probably enough air assets to do DCA ops over Iraq, Jordan, etc. Yes, but you're talking about striking Iranian strikers before they actually lob missiles in Israel's direction. That's very different because there's no guarantee. As we saw last time, Israel can fly over Iraq. Israel can fly over Syria. Israel can fly and get refueled in the process and go strike Iran. But clearly when they did that last time around, Iran was still capable of lobbing fucking even hypersonics that actually struck Tel Aviv. Do you see what I mean? So although Israel's modus operandi has always been the best defense is a good offense, clearly a good offense was not enough to stop Iran from being able to strike Tel Aviv. No, I'm talking about shooting down missiles with fighters, DCA, defensive counter air. Even then, it didn't work, is what I'm saying. Bro, please learn the definition of a hypersonic. Saying this is a missile sexual. Okay, I'm sorry. Fast ones that go boom, boom. But fast enough to penetrate through the ballistic defense capabilities that they have. There was a now deleted post on TrueAnon Reddit that the lack of missile interceptor stocks was the reason for Trump's Raytheon tweets. I don't know about all that, but anyway, so this is where we're at with Iran, Israel, and the United States of America. So when Trump says like, oh, Iran gave me assurances that they're not actually going to kill any more protesters, that the deaths are done for now, that might just be a lie, right? And I don't mean that might be a lie that like Iran might continue killing protesters or whatever. I mean like that might be a way for Trump to say, oh, we're not going to do anything to Iran. Just kidding, because he's done this before. So who knows? Would China or Russia come to Iran's aid this time? Most likely not. Russia is still stretched thin and not likely to do anything outside of Eastern Europe. China is hesitant to get involved in anything that will mess up their access to international markets. Yeah, this to a certain degree is Iran's fault as well, because Iran's foreign policy posture has always been, I think, too invested in sovereignty for their own personal benefits. Because the Iran-Chinese relationship has never been as comprehensive as like the Iranian-Russian relationship has been. So, you know, this is China. China is always incredibly fucking restrained. And who knows if China, China repeatedly offered to sell Iran weapons previously, but Iran always refused. Yeah, Iran low-key has been kind of weird about working with China. It was, if anything, like normally I would say China is too restrained and China is kind of shitty for that reason, or maybe it's actually the smart posture from China to you know, only trade max or whatever. But the reality of the matter is, Iran has also refused to have more Chinese involvement on Iranian soil. They have been stupid to not get Chinese weapons. Well, so people will say, like this chatter, the Iranian arms industry is insanely self-sufficient, but it has also meant that they don't have the latest tech and air defenses, for example. The reason for why Iran has refused Chinese weapons is not because they're self-sufficient. The reason why they refuse it is because Chinese weapons come with more Chinese contracts, which come with more reliance on China, and Iran wants to maintain its sovereignty. But yeah, here is Lawrence Norman from Wall Street Journal. Utter confusion, uncertainty about what's going on now with Iran among various senior diplomats. After Trump's statements about how Iran promised me that they're done with the executions, now everyone is confused. I don't blame Iran for not trusting China. China folds anytime U.S. attacks a country where they have investments in. No. You are too harsh on Iran. We literally have admitted evidence that Israel is supplying protesters in Iran. There have been explosions or shootings from the protesters. Can you imagine what America would be doing to protesters if China was supplying bombs, weapons, and fueling violent anti-Trump protests on American soil? Yes, I know, but I would also just as fucking readily criticize the American government for its brutality as I am the Iranian government, okay? I'm going to be fair in this situation while still being cognizant of the external factors at play here, okay? If I was a leader that wanted to remain sovereign and existed outside of the U.S. security apparatus, I would 100% leverage my relationship with China. 100%. It's a matter of survival. I would obviously try to get nukes as fast as possible. I mean, China has the most fucking... I mean, not China, sorry. Iran has maximum engineering. Like, you don't got one guy that knows how to fucking enrich uranium? Like, what are we doing? You don't got... And then beyond enriching uranium, then you have the intercontinental ballistic missile, like, strike capabilities that you need to develop as well. That's a whole nother ordeal. But you got engineers out the ass. You got so many fucking engineers. I know Israel keeps killing them, but, like, you got so many engineers, man. It's the engineer country, okay? It's the bricklaying country, and it's the engineering country. People, what are you talking about? Everyone knows someone who's been killed by this regime. Why do you believe this regime's propaganda? I don't know what you're referencing here. But if you think Trump believes what Iran is saying, I don't think he is. I think he's posturing to... I mean, there's a couple different options here, right? Okay, look, there's a couple different options here. I think Cena had a decent take on it. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Hold on. You know, I'm doing my listening to Iranian voices thing here, okay? Where is it? Or no, it wasn't Cena. It was Trita Parsi, okay? Trita Parsi says, much indicates now that a U.S.-Israeli war with Iran is imminent. I see three scenarios. One, a limited strike, mainly symbolic, so that Trump can claim victory and then move on the talks. No, I was thinking of Cena Tusi, but I mixed it up. Okay, it's Trita Parsi. Not John Cena, chatters. Shut the fuck up. Two, regime decapitation by attacking most, but not all, political and IRGC leaders, but with the aim of having someone else from within the system take over afterwards in order to avoid instability, followed by a deal manifesting Iranian capitulation. This is the Venezuela option. But I think that that's also different than Venezuela regardless. Three, a combination of two, but with massive bombardment of Iran's military capabilities afterwards to ensure that Iran is set back decades and cannot pose any challenge to Israel for the foreseeable future. Think Syria after Assad fell. Of these three, I find option one very unlikely. The argument against option two is that the Israelis would not accept it. Netanyahu has been very silent publicly, which he probably would not have been if option two was the one favored by Trump. Where the fuck was it? Hold on. Where'd it go? I lost it. Did I move it around? Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, John Cena. I can't find it. Okay. Trita Parsi is the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute, by the way. Okay. The argument against option two is that Israelis would not accept it. Netanyahu's been very, very silent publicly, which he probably would not have been if option two was the one favored by Trump. The argument against option three is that it would likely require far more U.S. assets in the region, and we do not see that, at least not quite yet. Of course, plans rarely survive contact with reality. Plenty of reasons why things won't play out the way as the U.S. and Israel may have intended, including, of course, how Iran responds / retaliates. Any chance Trump is using the Iran stuff as a distraction as he's going to move on to Greenland? Well, the degree of priority here is always eating Israel's dick as hard as he possibly can. So Iran will probably be a much more consequential thing for Donald Trump because it's much more consequential for Israel. Trump is all... Look, when all else fails, remember, Trump will deep throat Israel's cock every single time. And as much as this is frustrating to hear from the Iranian diaspora chatters in here, the Iranian population and their best interests are not a consideration here when America and Israel are making these deals. So no matter how hard they try to sell this idea to you, or no matter how hard you fucking hate the Islamic Republic, and I don't put that past you at all, okay? The reality of the matter is America and Israel do not give a fuck about the Iranian population. They give a fuck about Israel. They give a fuck about Israel dominating the region for American interests and protecting American investments. And Iran is a major factor that holds the Israeli incursions back. Western leaders and mainstream media rallied behind the perfidy. Come on, man. Of course, they're not going to say that when they will strike in June, they did it while negotiations were ongoing and a lot of people believed it was going to work. No, I know. That's why I'm saying I think Donald Trump stating that, you know, the killing has stopped doesn't mean that they're actually not going to strike. Yeah, could be backing off, could be trying to dupe Iranians amid reports of potential imminent attack. Though ultimately such statements are unlikely to alter realities on the ground or Iranian calculations in a meaningful way. Check logs. Like you had Morandi spreading propaganda with little criticism, both internet and Twitter is blocked by Iran, but how is dude on Twitter being the government mouthpiece? And yet you haven't heard and shown a single journalist from the other side showing the regime's cruelty check logs? No, I have. I have. And also, do you think this position is not sufficiently covered by both every single fucking Western media, every single Western media outlet that we've watched? I've watched probably 12 videos on Iran yesterday, and 11 out of the 12, including the one that you're talking about that had Morandi speaking, had people who were very critical and completely against the regime. Every single fucking video that we watched, with the exception of the one piece where Morandi was speaking, was anti-fucking Islamic Republic. The reason why you're mad is that there was any mention of the Islamic Republic side at all. That's the reason why you're upset. How can you say that I haven't fucking sufficiently covered, and not only sufficiently covered, but also specifically, personally fucking criticized the Islamic Republic myself? The only reason why you're mad is because there's any mention at all of the pro-regime talking point, a pro-Islamic Republic spokesperson that was mentioned at all. That's it. Yes, I know. I'm not saying you're doing selective activism, but you've been talking about the genocide for years with correct attitude that Israel's doing a genocide, but when Iran is doing somewhat the same thing, it's not the same thing. That's fucking ridiculous. You talk like a politician who cares about the stability of Iran or how they have to be a sovereign nation. You want to play fair. They're going to the hospital and arresting the wounded. I'm not subbed. I can't send links to vids. There is no amount of fucking cruelty that the Islamic Republic has not done in this process. They are doing that. Okay, they're doing it nonstop, and it's not something that I've actually hidden at all. As a matter of fact, that's the reason why a lot of people to my left on Twitter are getting mad at me and saying I'm actually, normalizing intervention or something like that. Of course I care about the stability and sovereignty of Iran. I want Iran not to be fucking Syria. I want Iran not to be Libya. I want Iran to be Iran. And if the Iranian population is able to bring about a democratic, secular Iranian republic, then that's fucking awesome. I love that. That's what I want. I want what's best for the Iranian people. I don't want the Iranian people to be fucking repressed and have to deal with not only the economic sanctions and the impact that has, but also the unimaginable amounts of repression from the Islamic Republic. As long as America doesn't help them, America will never help them. America will never help Iran. The entire reason why the revolution took place in Iran is because of America helping Iran in 1953, okay? Shut the fuck up. America does not help its allies. America is talking about invading Greenland, and you're over here being like, well, what about a foreign adversary? You think America gives a fuck about dead Muslims, dude? What level of delusion are we on? It's not like the Trump administration is saying that they're invested in helping Iran anyway. They're talking about bombing Iran. They've been starving Iran, and now they want to fucking bomb it, and you're over here talking about America's going to help them. America doesn't even help Americans, and you're over here thinking that they give a fuck about Iranian people? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? They don't even fucking care about Americans. They care about a hand-selected pedophilic elite. That's it. And their fucking profit interests. That's the only thing America cares about. And it's the same fucking argument. Like, we got to free Gaza from Hamas. That's what Israel was saying. Like, Israel gives a shit about the Palestinians. Do you need America to fucking wipe out Tehran until you realize, okay, maybe America wasn't actually invested? Like, what are we talking about? A lot of this conversation revolves around the hidden notion that people accept, the reality that people accept that America is the hegemonic superpower. So you just have to be fucking servile little piggy to America's interests, no matter how ruthless or cruel they get. Otherwise, look at the situation in Iran. Sanctions freed Iran. Yes. Yeah. American sanctions, they liberated Iran. They liberated Iranian children from their life. That's how we are liberating Iran. Because ultimately, what's so crazy about this is that Americans, by and large, are basically stating, okay, Westerners in general are basically stating that the Iranians need to be sufficiently starved. Okay? They need to be sufficiently starved so that they can get angry enough to kill the Ayatollah. And if you don't kill the Ayatollah, sorry, you're going to get starved even further. And there are people in the diaspora that are fine with this. Okay? There are people in the diaspora who also will defend it. It's no different than the way that Cubans in America will say we have to bomb Havana. We have to bomb Cuba. We have to bomb Cuba to liberate Cuba. The ones that defend the sanctions in America are the Cuban Americans that say, no, sanctions on Cuba is good. The trade embargo on Cuba is good. This is how we will bring about democracy. All you're doing is advocating for a regime that you fucking despise, continuing any sort of fucking repressive, any sort of like repressive act that they will engage in, and unironically increasing the fucking cruelty as a matter of survival and as a matter of sovereignty. You're hardening the position of the base of support that these governments have. And I'm not even comparing Cuba to Iran right now, okay? But all you're doing in that situation is just like starving people further. It blows my fucking mind. I don't understand it. Where'd you get the bear fur, Matt? Kaya. It's a movable one. It's a new type of rug that moves. Kaya. Kaya, place. Place. Zzz. Yeah, it's an AI rug. What are you looking at, huh? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Anyway. Hey, where were we? Oh yeah. Also, Unk caught a stray here as well. Just now, ex-Canadian Parliament member threatens to hunt opposition. Goldi Gamari to Cenk Uyghur in Farsi then English. Don't worry, when the regime is over, we will come after you. Bro, these guys think they are Israel, by the way. That's one of the funniest things I've seen is like, there are some of these people who like think they're literally Israel. Like, you're not Israel, little bro.
Let me ask Rob a question. Hey, is Israeli puppet, hold on a second. Okay? Can I ask Rob a question?
All right, don't talk over each other.
Yeah, Israeli puppet, blah, blah,
don't
blah,
talk
blah.
over each other, please.
Okay, hey, Rob, when you do enough military...
Yeah, she goes, when the regime is, don't worry, when the regime is over, we will come after you. Cenk is now being targeted by both the Shah Riders and Mossad. Fucking awesome. I don't know why Cuck Todd is there, by the way. That's a crazy addition. If one person commits high treason and espionage, calling on adversaries to attack America, they would face capital punishment under U.S. law, and all Americans are okay with it. Why the hypocrisy? Come on, you know why. Unk is in the trenches, getting death threats from Stephen Miller, getting death threats from the son of Hamas, who is a Mossad asset, getting death threats from the Iranian Shah Riders too. It's awesome. He's just catching it on every end here. Anyway, where was I? So yeah, we got the diplomatic guarantees. Hasan says, I'm Iranian. My parents were born and raised in Iran. Had to leave when the Shah was overthrown. The revolution happened. What's currently happening and has been happening in Iran for years and years. Absolutely heartbreaking. Women were being killed for not covering up, but you didn't hear about the government murdering anyone who didn't agree with their dictator actions and laws given at any moment. You didn't hear about it. You see, this is what most people don't understand. This isn't about religion. This isn't about what side you choose to be on. This is about a freedom from a country who wants to be free from a tyrant regime, a country who's currently standing up to this tyrant regime and has their entire internet and any communication cut out completely. Now imagine if this happened in America. What would you think or say? Those who are standing up are dying. Young, innocent adults who are standing up for what's right. The citizens of Iran are amazing people. Some of the most kind, big-hearted, selfless people you will ever meet in your life. Please, and I mean please, do not take this message to think about this is something else. This isn't about another country. This isn't about another religion. This is simply freedom and standing up for what is right. I pray for the people of Iran. I pray for my family. I pray for those peace in the entire world. Love you. Okay? Verizon is having nationwide outage. Yeah, that's not the same as like the government fucking cutting off all internet. Okay. Okay. Before everybody yells at Hasan or any number of different people, okay, you have to understand. You have to understand. There are literally plenty of people that have actively that have been called the regime enjoyers on Twitter, people that I know, okay, for their position against Israel, who are Muslim, who are Shia, who come from that background, who also have similar attitudes to Hasan, okay? And the reason for, and they're much, they're very well-read people, they're organizers, they're activists. One must ask the question, why? Are they all Mossad operatives out of nowhere? No, of course not. The reason for why, and I guess like I have it's not to the same degree, but I do, as a person who grew up in Turkey, I have a unique perspective on this as opposed to like, I don't know, dumbass Americans, where I do understand why young people especially would want liberalism, okay? Like young people in a place like Iran would want to be rid of a lot of the repressive forces within the government. And my statement here is, in order for Iran to maintain its sovereignty, that repression needs to go away. Okay, bro, you're in a marabou, please stop. I know, but I contain multitudes. It's hard for some people to understand America isn't the only negative force in the world. Listen. The reason why a lot of people get very sensitive about this kind of statement is because a lot of anarchists and a lot of fucking pro-regime change people or pro-Western intervention people will use that as a talking point. Will use that as a talking point in a very unnuanced manner to justify American or Israeli intervention. I'm not doing that at all. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that if there are, as I've described, 3 different points of pressure, the number one point of pressure being the economic sanctions, which is Western intervention. The number 2 point of pressure is like the leaky faucet that is an angry Iranian population that is more and more willing and able and interested in working with Israeli intelligence or American intelligence. And then the 3rd point of pressure is the actual repression committed by the government. There's only one thing you can actually control. If you are the Islamic Republic, there's one thing you can actually fucking control. So if you truly have any sort of nationalistic sentiment in your heart, okay, if you truly want to maintain sovereignty, okay, what is this? What's the difference? Lamau, anarchist, fuck off. Okay, calm down. Calm down. My point is, the only thing that is in control of the regime in this circumstance is to abide by the demands being made by a lot of these people. You can either say, oh, they're all fucking ridiculous, they're all Mossad, which is what the government is currently doing. The Iranian regime is saying, oh, they're all Mossad, they're all CIA. And there is evidence that some of them are actually at least getting armed by Mossad or the CIA. Having said that, there is a fuck ton of people in Iran that are understandably frustrated, that are capable of taking up arms. These are not Israelis that are fucking killing security forces. These are Iranians that are killing the Iranian security forces. Okay? And Israel does not have a hypnosis beam, or CIA does not have the capabilities of like hypnotizing Iranians into taking up arms against their own government. They can only take advantage of the instability, and the instability that is oftentimes born out of the economic pressures that they've subjected the Iranian government to. Having said that, there is a very real reason for why people are understandably fucking pissed off. It's a tad more nuanced than that because, yes, even in Sudan's revolution in 2019, we wanted liberalism, or rather secular civilian-led government. Most people very much understood that it'll always be strictly Sudanese civilian-led government with no external influence whatsoever. That's why we now hate the civilian prime minister during the transitional period who sold out. There would be no talk about repression if there were no sanctions. How often do you hear about the Saudi repression when their government is even more repressive? Yes, but it doesn't matter because the sanctions already exist. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. And you can't change that. So you have to work within the confines of you have to work within the confines of reality. Okay? You can't just close your eyes. If you're a government that wants to maintain sovereignty, you can't work with what you wish was happening in the world. Okay? You have to work with what is happening to you. It's that simple. Like, their economy is still going to suck even if they had social liberalism. Their economy is still going to be in the shitter even if they have social liberalism, at which point you have to make different foreign policy decisions. Lean into China, for example, okay? But that comes after you actually maintain stability in the country, a country that is actually on fire, a country that is on fire for good reason. Beyond the external pressures, there is a valid fucking reason for why a lot of the Iranian youth would be fucking, are understandably angry. You are such a lib on this? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. There's a reason why Sudan is literally the best example to give here. The revolution that top hold a 30-year dictatorship was successful only when it was by the Sudanese people with no foreign intervention. We were killed in the hundreds and the internet was shut off as well. That didn't stop us. What's the solution then? They don't have enough firepower to take over the government and the regime is not going to reform. What happens when you release sanctions and they give that money to the terrorist organizations they fund? First of all, I'm going to be very real with you, okay? This argument is incredibly stupid because you're saying the government is stealing all those funds and using it on Hezbollah instead. You're coming to a person who doesn't give a shit about that regardless. But let's say I do. Let's say the Islamic Republic is taking all the funds and simply funneling it to Hezbollah and not actually using it to stabilize their economy. Okay, release the sanctions and they're going to continue doing that and the people are still going to be mad because the economy is not stabilized. That doesn't make any fucking sense, right? That doesn't make any sense at all. Because if that was your real concern, concern about sanctions, and not that if you actually stop the sanctions, then the economic pressure will actually diminish, and therefore the economy of Iran will stabilize to a certain degree, and then the Islamic Republic will not be overthrown violently and militarily by the population, who will at least have some breathing room, right? The real reason why you're saying that is because you want the sanctions to continue because you want to punish the Iranian population for not successfully overthrowing the Ayatollah. Okay? Because you don't think that the Iranian population has any smoke for the Ayatollah at all, or the Islamic Republic at all, beyond the economic problems. This is the other side of the way that leftists, ultra-leftists, or campus to a certain degree operate, where they're like, no, if there were no fucking economic sanctions whatsoever, then everyone will be happy. What is this? I believe Iranians are past the discussions of sanctions. If you disagree, then you can shut up, especially if you are a Turk. Well, good thing Hassan Piker is not talking to Iranis. He's talking to Americans about what America can do, unless you want the sanctions to stay. They do. They do want the sanctions to stay. And the only reason you are lib about this, to be honest, people in the region experienced the same hope for liberalism and secular democracy during the Arab Spring, and we fell for it, including me. Instead of all of our governments got replaced with even worse collaborators, the Middle East doesn't have space for that bullshit, and the youth in Iran are idiots if they think so, just like how me and all people like me were idiots at the time. I guess I have more belief that the Iranian population are more resilient in general to this kind of outside pressure. That's it. Because the Islamic Republic is also incompetent in some ways as well. I mean, I don't know how I would operate in a similar situation. I mean, there's so many fucking external pressures here. But they have also very clearly had issues with their domestic attitudes, with their domestic repression, and also their inability to maintain stability by looking for other trade partners, for example, or deepening their relationships with other trade partners that are growing around the globe. Okay? What I'm simply saying in the most basic ways, and people will get mad at me for saying this, especially Western leftists will get mad at me for saying this, but you can't have an unimaginably educated population with access to the fucking internet and then force them into doing dumb shit. I'm sorry, okay? You can call me a fucking Islamophobe if you want to, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You can't have an incredibly educated population with access to the fucking internet and then assume that they're not going to sit there and be like, well, okay, I want freedoms. Like, I want fucking civil liberties. What are we doing? That's it. It's not going to work. It literally is that basic. Now, is that the major factor here? No, but it's very clearly a major point of pressure. Okay? America, brother, we have unlimited treats in the United States of America, and you just said the Americans are well educated. Are you out of your fucking mind? Have you met the average American? Yes. That's such a brain dead take. I don't even know what to say. You're preemptively defensive while saying it's because it's stupid supremacist thought. Yes, you're right. You're right. What do I always say? Yes, I'm doing supremacist thought, but this time it's not even American supremacist. It's actually Turkish supremacist thought. Anyway, what do you mean they would want freedom if they have internet? Like, I'm saying, they have access to the rest of the fucking world. They want social liberties. It's totally understandable. It's totally understandable to want social liberties. Now, either you say no, if they let go of some of these like traditions and some of these mechanisms of oppression, then the base will fall out, okay? And therefore, they can't maintain their sovereignty. I believe that's the reason why the Islamic Republic behaves this way. Not because they love the Quran and love Shia Islam ultimately, because actors, like people who control entire governments, have to, first and foremost, care about maintaining sovereignty, okay? And the connective tissue here that legitimizes the Islamic Republic in the eyes of the base of support is their supposed incorruptibility. And the only way that you showcase incorruptibility in that part of the world is by maintaining an anti-Western attitude. And the way you maintain this incorruptible Western attitude, anti-Western attitude, is by showing your Islamic bona fides. Okay? That's it. Freedoms don't work in the Middle East. That's just the reality of things. No, that's not true, dude. What the fuck? That's a crazy, crazy supremacist. That is unironically supremacist. Freedoms just don't work in the Middle East. That's just the reality of things. It's crazy. Like, come on, dude. I get your point, but the youth are dumb and too hopeful when the hope doesn't exist where we are from. What do you think about the Shia-led government? Is it not similar to Syria? That's exactly what led to injustice. Syria is an even better fucking example of this because they weren't... Syria, the Syrian government was woke. Bitch, I'm Iraqi. I know. You can still be fucking racist to Arabs, dude. This is the type of shit that I would hear from like a Turkish supremacist. You know what I mean? Aren't you Kurdish? Do you feel the same way about the Kurds in the region too? Syria is an even better example of this because Syria was woke by the Islamic repression standards, but they still had a fuck ton of repression. They still had torture. They still had fucking the military being used against the population. Look how that fucking turned out. And a lot of that was still very much fomented by the United States of America. Barzanis and Talibanis take shit ton of money from the Americans to rule us. Anyway. Why are these states so repressive? Why don't they just become more liberal? What do you mean? For them, okay. The other side of the story is the reason why they're repressive is because they are trying to maintain stability as Western forces are fomenting instability. And the more they're under attack by these powerful Western forces, the more they fucking harden their stances. Some countries are able to get away with it in different periods of time, and other countries are not. The ones who are not able to get away with it are the ones that suffer and the ones that turn into failed states. And the reason why I say this is, I mean, I'll give you an American example, right? Like the United States of America has talked about, maintaining the First Amendment. And yet during the Cold War, the First Amendment was out the fucking door, okay? During World War I and World War II, the First Amendment was out of the door. The moment that you talked about how we shouldn't go to war, like Eugene Debs famously did when he did not want America to intervene in World War I, as was the international Marxist position here, he was thrown in fucking prison, right? That's what happened. The Espionage Act was created to find treasonous people that were that would be assassinated, that would be executed by the state if they were actually working with America's enemies during times of war. So the reality of the matter is America itself, if America, the most powerful country on the planet, itself has taken such stringent repressive action at times during times of war, then what leads you to believe, why are people saying D? What leads you to believe that like other countries that are constantly under the thumb of American empire are not going to do that? Of course they are. Of course they're going to do it. I mean, we fucking interned Japanese people in this country, man, during World War II. We just like put them in concentration camps. Like, what the fuck do you think that was? I mean, that was transparently racist for the record. But like, what do you think America was doing during World War II? They put every Japanese person in a fucking concentration camp, in an internment camp. Because they were like, we can't trust them. And you're over here thinking like, oh man, how repressive are these countries that are under the fucking endless barrage of misinformation and war, right? Sure, but don't you think they're also repressive because they're no longer popular? I mean, this brings me back to the other Gulf states, as I brought up yesterday. What, you think Saudi people love that they only recently were able to have women drive cars and shit? No. Why didn't they actually do anything? Why haven't they actually had the same level of protest in Saudi Arabia? Do you think the Saudi government is not as repressive as the Iranian government is? It is. The only difference is America doesn't destroy the Saudi economy. Saudi Arabia is allowed to liberalize now in an effort to whitewash all the other stuff that they're doing in the region under the watchful gaze of the United States of America. Okay? How'd that happen? That's it. Why did the Marxists not want the U.S. to join World War II? No, that's not true. Well, I think initially they were non-interventionists, but most Marxists obviously were on board with American intervention in World War II. I said World War I. The international Marxist position in World War I was that there's no war but class war. This is all like, you know, this is all imperial powers fighting amongst one another, divvying out their own colonial bounty. I mean, just pre-World War I is kind of when Marx had the most motion, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, it was a very different time. What? You know, Iran did terrible things first and America sanctioned them after that? Like fucking took 52 American diplomats hostage? Brother, you are out of your mind. There is nothing that Iran has done to America that America has not done a millionfold to Iran. What are we talking about, dude? Also, Saudi Arabia did 9/11. The fuck do you mean? Like, one of the craziest things, one of the easiest ways to understand how powerful American propaganda is the fact that Saudi Arabia had a hand in 9/11 happening on U.S. soil, and then we went to the region and said, everyone but Saudi Arabia is an op now, including Iran. The Axis of Evil speech famously factored Iran and North Korea into the conversation. And Iran was like, the fuck? What do you mean? We're mourning that 9/11 just happened. The guys that did 9/11 are our number one ops in the region. They're fucking Saudi-backed Salafist brigades. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? And Americans did not even consider that. Americans have not even, to this day, considered that. If you ask Americans, probably more Americans think Iran did 9/11 than Saudi Arabia. It's fucking crazy. And then we sit here and act like we're not the most propagandized country on the planet. It's the best propaganda because it's the most effective propaganda, because good propaganda doesn't even let you believe that you're reading propaganda. It makes you feel like you're learning the truth. That's how good propaganda works. Hasan, like now they got the Iranian government saying outside a terrorist group is killing people, not us. Like, come on, man. If anyone believes this shit, they have a potato in their brain. I mean, I'm not saying that there isn't fucking real Iranian elements that are fighting back against the government with arms. Yeah, of course the government's going to say that. Every government lies. This government is lying. The Islamic Republic is lying. They're using truth. Like they're using what Israel is saying. That's why I said it's really interesting that Israel is like leaning into this shit. But they're using what Israel has said or what America has said as a justification for why they're fucking killing people. Okay? They're doing that. Average Americans just see Muslim region of the world and probably don't even understand the difference between Saudi and Iran is so easy. It's easy propaganda. Yes. Yeah, Cheney Rumsfeld admin plan to attack 7 countries: Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, Sudan, Somalia, and Lebanon. Anyway. So is it them being paranoid? I mean, it's also them wanting to violently suppress the protests so that the protesters think twice before ever resisting militarily against the Islamic Republic. That's the reason why they're killing people. Okay?
Look at this map of Greenland.
Oh yeah, we got Greenland. We got the Greenland stuff that we got to talk about as well. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, this has been playing nonstop in the background. I forgot. All right, but we have. I think we've sufficiently discussed Iran over and over again, and I don't know if it's going to be productive to continue talking about it. But I will give you more updates when there are more updates. But now let's get back to the other coast of American empire and its imperial endeavors. We're talking about Greenland. The IRI needs to grapple with its disdain for leftism more than its disdain for liberalism. Your theory of releasing the liberal pressure valve is marginal at best. Their goal of increasing productive forces in contradiction with their anti-communism. Yes. I mean, I agree with that too, but I'm not going to sit here and be like, Iran is not doing revolution the right way, okay? Like, the reality of the matter is I want people to be sovereign. And I don't want them to be dogs of Israel, okay? I don't want them to be dogs of America. I don't want them to be dogs of Israel. I want them to have true sovereignty and true freedom, okay? But yes, I do believe that if Iran wasn't, if the Islamic Republic was not the great commie annihilating nation, they probably would have had a more successful organizational capacity inside of the country right now. All you get at best is just like voting for reformists over and over again, and then nothing changes. And then, of course, when people don't have that pressure valve that you get through the democratic process, you end up revolting. Okay? What makes you think we'll be dogs of Israel? I didn't say that. I'm saying that's the worst option. Do you agree that that's the worst option? You get the same level of repression, especially because, let's say there's these different factions, right? You got the MEK on one side, and you got the Shah on the other side, okay? Now the Shah writers are saying, oh, we will have a secular, liberal, monarchist republic or something, like the Shah will come in. Okay, what do you do with like 20 million Iranians that are like, the fuck do you mean? We already revolted against this motherfucker. We're going to kill him. Now you need troops. Now you need Western troops to protect the Shah, as they did last time. Now you need the same exact repressive state apparatus that will find people and torture them. Okay, maybe they'll offer some level of secularism, as a red meat for the base to say, look, you got, we're releasing some of the sanctions, and you're going to get some level of secularism, secularization. Isn't that wonderful? That's what you wanted. Okay, what happens when all of the other forces are like, well, I don't want that. The fuck do you mean? You just brought the Shah back. You have American troops now in Tehran that are like maintaining this regime. Fuck that. They're going to start literally murking American troops. What happens to Iran then? What happens when you have Sunni forces that come into Iran? Because now there is a power vacuum that has been established. Because I think one of the other factors that we're not even considering is Sunni militancy that has wreaked havoc in the entire fucking region. Who's Iran's number 2 op if it's not Israel? Israel's number 1 op, right? Who's number 2 op for Iran? Saudi Arabia. What happens when you have ISIS inside of Iran. Now America has to definitely put boots on the ground because now they have to fight ISIS as well. Mass instability. Do you think Iran gets saved in that process? Do you think Iran is going to look better in that process? There is no clean break here.
President Trump just said the United States needs Greenland and that anything less than total control is unacceptable. The question is, what is he willing to do about it, given that the Prime Minister of Greenland says he does not want to be part of the United States? The people of Greenland do not want to be part of the United States, according to opinion polls. So the president just wrote that Greenland is, quote, vital for the Golden Dome that we are building, and that NATO would be far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States. And then he said that anything less than that is unacceptable. Again, how?
Yeah, the Inuit are being oppressed by Denmark that is stealing their babies nonstop. We must free Greenland, obviously. That was one of my best locks. Listen, I'm not very good, as we've seen, of predicting what this unstable madman regime is doing around the world. But I did tell you how they will sell it. If you recall, that's precisely how I told you America was going to try to sell it. Now, of course, they're not doing that because Donald Trump doesn't give a fuck about trying to justify why they're doing it. Okay? But a liberalized version of this propaganda would be, we are liberating Greenland from the treacherous Denmarkian, from being the treacherous Denmark colonial outpost that it's become. We are liberating Greenland the right way, okay? With bombs, of course. Yes, we must bomb Copenhagen for freedom. My people yearn for freedom. My people in Greenland yearn for freedom.
Unacceptable. And what will he do about it? Today, Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio are set to meet with the foreign ministers of Greenland and Denmark, of which Greenland.
This shit is so sad and cooks me because the Greenland students are literally saying, please don't make us U.S. citizens. We don't want to lose our healthcare and education like we're the boogeyman. Because we are the boogeyman. We are the boogeyman. We are the one who knocks. It's true. They literally have bountiful social democracy to the best of their ability in Europe, and that's also going away. But like they do, they have it. They have fucking social democracy over there. They don't want American-style freedoms, and they will learn. They will learn to love those American-style freedoms. A hamburger store in every corner, okay? That's right. You're going to fucking eat the burger, and you're going to like it. Fuck you.
Is apart. The White House meeting is a first between the three governments, and
no
the presence
more free
of J.D. Vance is
That's
notable. Ukrainian President
repression.
Volodymyr Zelensky can tell you that Vice President Vance has created a scene or two at high-level meetings. Our Nick Robertson is standing by in Greenland. First, though, let's go to the White House. CNN's Elena Trina is there. Elena.
Yeah, look, a very stark message, John, from the president this morning. And the timing of it, of course, very notable with this meeting that you laid out between Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the foreign ministers of Denmark and Greenland. Look, just to break this down, this is an issue and something that really President Trump has wanted for many years now. It goes back actually to his first term. I'd remind you, the president then had talked a lot about wanting to annex Greenland. All of those efforts were unsuccessful. But it's gotten a renewed focus, particularly in the days since that Venezuela operation, something that has left the president feeling emboldened. Now, just to break down why the president and the people in that building behind me feel so strongly about trying to annex Greenland from Denmark, which, to be clear, Denmark has made repeatedly clear that it is not for sale, Greenland, but they want it for national security reasons. Essentially, the argument that has been made to me over and over again when I've talked about this with top officials in the administration is that, one, they want to counter Russian and Chinese aggression in the region, but they also see it as critical as part of their missile defense system. Essentially, one of the arguments that Vance has laid out publicly as well is that, you know, if a foreign adversary wanted to launch, for example, a nuclear weapon onto the continent of North America or even to Europe, Greenland and having an important presence there would be crucial to having the missile defense system trying to intercept that. And so this is something they've talked a lot about. Now, I think a key question, of course, is it's clear what the president wants here, and he's repeatedly making that clear publicly. What isn't clear...
Don't worry, we the Portuguese will defend Greenland. We may not have nukes, no weapons whatsoever, but we'll do it with wine and socialism. Dude, listen. America is coming. Okay? Listen to Greenlander voices. Where's the Greenland? Being colonized in 2026 is actually so embarrassing. No, they're welcoming us as liberators. You guys, shut the fuck up. They are welcoming us as liberators. I will not have any of this, okay? They want us. They want us bad. They want me. They want me. They want us to take control over all of the resources of Greenland. It is vital. It is vital for the Golden Dome that we're building. They want us. They want us. They want us to fucking take away their health care. They want us. Stop saying that's not the case. It's true. It's true. We will molest the shipping lanes. We will molest the money. We will molest the shipping lanes. We will molest the fucking Greenland natural resources. It's gonna happen. Okay?
Take a look at this map of Greenland if you want to understand why Trump wants to take it over so badly. Trump says that it's all about national security.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic.
But that's not the full story. The US doesn't need to take over Greenland for national security at all. The US already has military installations in Greenland, and Greenland is governed by Denmark, a NATO ally. Greenland, like Venezuela, has significant oil and mineral wealth that Trump wants. Greenland has massive deposits of rare earth minerals that the United States currently has to depend on China for, resources that US tech and energy companies would love to get their hands on as they...
I don't think that's like, I think that's not the whole story. The reason why I say that is because like extracting those rare earth minerals are so difficult out of fucking Greenland. We can get it elsewhere. They're not as rare as the name would imply. The real problem is actually not the real problem is the procurement and refinement. Like it's not exactly an issue to find these rare earth minerals. It's an issue because the refinement process is expensive. It's costly. Well, it's not expensive and costly in China, but it's expensive and costly elsewhere, right? And China actually dominates the entirety of that market. They've completely monopolized it. So even from that perspective, like putting, trying to take over Greenland in its entirety just for the rare earth minerals is like not the entire story at all, I think. I would go so far as to say that like new trade routes opening as a consequence of climate change would be a more likely scenario. I actually disagree with more perfect union here. These minerals are too hard to get in the first place, but they also just aren't actually rare. Yes, they're too hard to get in Greenland, at least with the current weather conditions. They're too hard to extract from Greenland as opposed to all these other places. Straight up. You got what, like a 3-month window to get these things out of there? It's too difficult. You would have to wait multiple decades for it to be feasible, the extraction to be actually feasible there. And yes, they are not rare. They're not actually rare. Contrary to the name, rare earth minerals are not necessarily rare. The problem is processing, not extraction. The real reason is likely just projecting power in the Arctic and controlling shipping lanes and defense. That's what I think as well. I think this is America's like long-term strategy.
They seek to massively expand and profit off of artificial intelligence. And the US government thinks that Greenland likely has large oil and gas deposits off its coastline, but the government of Greenland has stopped giving out licenses for oil and gas exploration. And recently they stopped a lot of mining exploration too, due to environmental concerns. So if Greenland...
Oh, they're woke and gay. We have to dominate them. Never mind. I didn't realize they were being woke and gay about extraction. Sorry. Yeah, I'm on board now. Sorry. Yeah, you're looking extractable, Greenland. Fuck you. Yeah, imagine the data centers we can build there, you know? You don't even need to cool it. It's just a self-cooling data center. Yeah. No, they said I didn't realize it was like that. Sorry, guys. I take it back.
In U.S. hands, these roadblocks to U.S. companies would disappear. Companies working in Greenland are already seeing a boost at the suggestion of U.S. control. Critical metals and energy transition minerals stock both jumped over 25% just this week. Big tech billionaires like Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates are already invested in companies like Cobalt Metals, which holds mining rights in Western Greenland and secured $500 million in new funding right when Trump got back into office. And weirdly, a lot of this push to take Greenland seems to be coming from Estee Lauder heir Ronald Lauder, a longtime Trump ally and a billionaire who apparently first introduced Trump to the idea of buying Greenland at all. Lauder is, of course, quietly making investments in Greenland, like funding the Delaware-based Greenland Development Partners, a company looking to invest in hydropower projects that would power aluminum smelters in the area. Effectively, they're setting up shop for a big American push into Greenlandic minerals. Even weirder, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, and Ken Howery, the current US ambassador to Denmark, are pushing the Trump administration to take Greenland so they can create a deregulated tech freedom city in Greenland, which of course would never happen if the Danish government kept control. Maybe needless to say at this point, but none of this has anything to do with improving the lives of Americans or even the lives of Greenlanders. It's
not the Parenti post, but this is how imperialism works. It doesn't actually fucking help. It doesn't actually help the country that we are doing imperialism to, and it doesn't even help the home nation either. It's just only helping a handful, like a hand-selected few billionaire pedophiles, okay? Lizard people. That's it. Yeah, pretty cool. Excuse me, Peter Thiel's just a vampire? He's a lizard vampire.
Is how they're going to approach this. This meeting, I'm told today, between Rubio, Vance, and the foreign ministers of both countries is really to kind of be a level setting. You know, see where both sides are, see what, if any, agreements could be reached, if there's any, you know, type of cooperation that could be made. Rubio has made clear in the past that really it's the preference of the administration.
Greek here, when are you giving back Constantinople? Says spicy spanakopita. Never. You can pry from my cold dead hands.
To see if they could potentially buy Greenland, for example, even after, again, the Danish prime minister and the leaders of both Denmark and Greenland.
When you say stuff on stream, do you take into consideration what a group of people want you to say, or do you go your own way 100%? What do you think? Considering that I spend like 90% of the stream yelling at people after I deliver my take, do you think I actually listen to the outsiders, outside forces, or do you think I just speak my mind?
Saying it's not for sale, but seeing if they could, you know, potentially make a deal that way. I will say, though, however, President Trump has repeatedly now not left a potential military option off the table. And so that has, you know, I think that raises a lot of concerns as these leaders are coming to the White House today. So it's going to be a very important meeting, potentially the first of many conversations, but we'll really have to see where it all leads, John.
All right, Elena Trine at the White House. Elena, thank you very much. Sarah.
All right, let's go now to CNN's international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson. He is on the ground for us in Greenland. Nick, the Prime Minister of Greenland very bluntly said he...
Oh, that's the shittiest job, dude. Oh, my God, that's so funny. You just have to go to Greenland now. It's cold as fuck.
He does not want to be owned by the United States. The president of the United States saying that if they don't do it the easy way, they're going to do it the hard way. The big picture here is what's happening with the people of Greenland. What are they saying?
Yeah, they're incredibly concerned, and I think the latest language used by President Trump is going to be even more chilling Everyone here has been telling us this meeting with the Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers, with J.D. Vance, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio today is a big meeting. It is a big deal. It has everyone here worried. You know, when you speak to people here, it is very clear. No one wants to be part of the United States. Perhaps there are divisions on the independent side of how quickly the country should move to independence, which is a sort of an overwhelming view. But the Prime Minister has made, as you said, made very, very clear, Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Greenland, therefore, is part of the EU and part of NATO. And that's where they look for support, and that's where they look for their strength. But having spoken to a good number of people here, it's a huge concern because they don't have an army here. They don't have the ability to fight back against the United States. And there's a very real concern, even within government, that the president could make good on what he's saying and that Greenlanders could wake up one day soon and find out they're American. I spoke to one businesswoman here, and this is what she said to me.
Get nukes. Simply the name nuke is not enough. You couldn't fool the Americans. Aha, Greenland, you thought you were slick. You said, oh, let's name the fucking major city Nuke, and then Americans will think we have a nuke. No, you have to start enriching uranium right now. You have to start enriching uranium yesterday. You have to start developing an intercontinental ballistic missile that is capable of striking the American heartland. You have to do that yesterday, not tomorrow, yesterday. Greenland, you must develop nukes instantly. Simply calling your major city nuke is not enough. It probably fooled Americans because we're very stupid for at least a little bit of time, but it wasn't enough. You got to actually get a nuke. Put a nuke inside of nuke now. Okay, rule number 1. Unless you want Greenland to turn into a pedophile island akin to Little St. James for all of our psychopathic tech billionaires to come in and do whatever the fuck they want to, like a libertarian anarcho-capitalist paradise, you must develop nukes now.
If you don't know which country you're living in a month, then, you know.
Is that real for you right now?
No, I don't want it to be real. I really try to push that thought down. But that is the worst case scenario that, you know, in a month I'm American. We don't even have military in Greenland.
It's so funny to be like, this is a terrifying prospect. Please don't make us American. Haven't we suffered enough? We've already been Danish. We've already been considered Danish for the longest time. And now you want to make us American. I don't want to be American. It's brutal. It's the worst fate of it all, of all time, okay?
Because we don't do war. So, of course, you know, there would be, I don't know, you know, we wouldn't be able to resist the American military. No one can resist the American military.
So the big question here for people is, how does the meeting go today?
Oh, she doesn't know. You won't be an American, sweetie. You won't be able to vote and won't get any of the benefits, but you will be American. Yeah, Puerto Rican style. Yeah, that's probably what will take place. Like, you'll have freedom of movement, I assume, because they're white, right? So, like, or white enough. So they'll have, like, some kind of freedom of movement, but they won't actually be able to vote for the president or whatever unless they move to the mainland.
It seems that both sides are in a very clear position, poles apart. Everyone here knows that J.D. Vance has been to Greenland before. It is a very big thing on his personal as well as political agenda. The Greenlandic Danish side are not for backing down. That's very clear. So the question people have here is, well, how far will the EU, how far will NATO go to support us? And I think it's fair to say at the moment that the major military northern NATO members are squarely behind Denmark, Greenland. There's a question mark perhaps over some of the others.
Yeah, a lot of people wondering how this is going to...
Greenland is about 90% Inuit, but many of them look kind of white. Yeah. Inuit equals terrorist. That's the next excuse.
And what that might.
Well, they do have MS-13 style tattoos too, so you already got that on deck. You know what I mean? The Inuit separatist movement must be squashed. Okay? It must be destroyed militarily. They do not understand that we're there as liberators. Okay? They're going to welcome us as liberators. They don't get it. They don't understand that we're actually there to democratize Greenland. Okay? Yeah. They already got hand tats and face tats. It's already scary. Trend at Arctica.
Look like. Nick Robertson, thank you so much.
Joining me right now is a member of Greenland's parliament, Juno Berthelsen. Thank you so much for coming back on. Juno, how do you respond to
they
what
got
we
parliament members with face tats, dude. Americans are already on board. Like they're just the craziest thing is like the American government isn't even trying to make these arguments, okay? They're not. Like the Bush administration, if they were to do something like this, or Obama, if they were to do something like this, right? Like they would at least like try to present an argument. They would try to manufacture consent. They'd be like, oh, they have, you know, Greenland has the weapons of mass destruction or whatever. Like, what, you know, they've been colonized by Denmark for far too long. We must liberate them. All this stuff. Nope. Not even entertaining it. Okay. Not even entertaining any of that. They're just like, it's mine. I want it. Fuck you.
now just hear the latest from the president? And what do you think it means for the Greenland and Danish leaders who are what they're walking into now in this White House meeting?
That isn't a tattoo.
Good morning, Kate. Thank you for having me on.
I'm a dumb American hog. What do you mean that isn't a tattoo? It looks like a tattoo to me, brother. This is MS-14.
Show, first of all. Well, we think that it's very positive that Greenland's Minister for Foreign Affairs represents the Greenlandic people at the meeting. And of course, positive with the diplomatic dialogue being initiated, which Nelarak, our party, has advocated for a long time. And it's important to say that Greenland is and wants to be a part of the Western Alliance and continue to be an ally of the U.S. as well as an ally of NATO and Denmark. We are through the through Greenland being a part of the currently a part of the Danish kingdom is in NATO. And Greenland has been an ally of the U.S. since the Second World War. We're allies now, and we will stay allies in the future. So that will be the most important things that we would hope would be communicated at the meeting, and that there will be understanding between Greenland and the U.S.
But hearing the president of the United States set the tone going in, and the vice president, as we know, from experience, does not really differ from President Trump in his views, especially in policy. When the president of the United States says anything less than Greenland being in the hands of the United States is unacceptable, I mean, you may see this meeting as progress, but what do you see do you see that as a new threat from the president of the United States?
Well, we just want to make sure that these diplomatic lines are being used and that they're initiated now. What is being said to the media, and I've done a lot of interviews with media from all around the world, saying that Trump has his own style and has a way of creating headlines and saying these things that kind of create outrage. But I think it's important to remember that both Republicans and Democrats are not in support of having this aggressive rhetoric and the advances that we've seen from Trump and some of his high positioned people in his administration. We have to remember that a lot of Republicans, which are creating the background for Trump to be in the position that he is, they do want to seek diplomatic solutions. They don't want to hear any talks about invasion of Greenland and destroying the NATO that we see today, and creating any more tension between the United States and Denmark and the rest of the world, especially countries from NATO. So the most important thing for me to say is that the Greenlandic people is using its right to speak on behalf of itself, We have our minister at the meeting represented the Green.
Thank you for not making your entire stream about influencer streamer drama. Brother, there are so many insane things happening around the world. Any content creator that spends any amount of time in this day and age when Trump is like entertaining bombing Iran, the Islamic Republic has violently stamped out all the protests that have taken place in the country. ICE is dominating Minneapolis in an effort to, one, distract away from the Epstein files, and also to you know, basically test out how hard they can go without Americans actually pushing back. And on top of that, Trump is entertaining the colonial occupation of Greenland. Any content creator that says that they are primarily a political commentator in this day and age, in this moment, that spends any amount of time entertaining drama is not a real political commentator. They're just deeply unserious. They just want to farm some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. That's it. Anyone that does this, that then tries to claim that they are a serious political content creator, should never be taken seriously. And before people say, you did that yesterday, like I was looking at the clip channels and stuff, right? I do 8 hours of 8 hours of fucking news broadcasts. Yes, there are instances where it's not going to be all news. I did that after covering 7 hours of ongoing incidents, both in the United States of America and around the world. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't mean that there is not going to be instances where I fucking, you know, switch gears a little bit. Did you cover Aiden Ross yesterday? Yeah, I did. 32-month subscriber. I did. After, it was a 7-hour day. After 6 hours of covering the news, I did 1 hour of Aiden Ross. Take an hour off. Asian Ross. Yeah, the Joe Budden segment was awesome.
We, the Kingdom of Denmark, continue to believe that also the long-term security of Greenland can be ensured inside the current framework, the 1951 Agreement on the Defense of Greenland, as well as the NATO Treaty. For us, ideas that would not respect territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Denmark and the right of self-determination of the Greenlandic people are, of course, totally unacceptable. And we therefore still have a fundamental disagreement, but we also agree to disagree. And therefore we will, however, continue to talk.
You've talked yourself into a corner here. I don't think you understand, brother. 6 hours of everything that's going on is sufficient. 6 hours of drama is not. A lot of these content creators actually spend, you know, they go live for like 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours, and they spend every fucking waking moment talking about drama. Like dumb fucking drama. These are deeply unserious people who basically slap on the patina of doing real political commentary, but instead are just simply doing drama. And the reason why they have to claim that they're doing this as accountability, or they have to do this as like political disagreements being addressed. The reason why they do that is because most people would laugh at them if they were just simply saying, I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy at all. And the reason why I'm talking about this nonstop is because I have a personal resentment. Okay? I have a personal resentment towards this individual. I don't like him. My friends don't like him. And that's the reason why I'm talking about him nonstop. That's the reason why I'm disparaging him nonstop. Breaking. HasanAbi agrees to disagree with a bad faith derailer chatter. Yeah. At best, my coverage over like other content creators or drama or whatever the fuck is at best 10% of this broadcast.
We have decided to form a high-level working group to explore
He's talking politics and getting mad when he gets corrected. No, I'm literally in the process of talking politics, and that chatter just wants to argue with me.
If we can find a common way forward, even though we wasn't so successful that we reached, a conclusion where our American colleagues said, "Oh, sorry, it was totally misunderstanding. We gave up on our ambitions." There's clearly a disagreement. We agreed that it makes sense to try to sit down on a high level to explore whether there is possibilities to accommodate the concerns of the president, while we at the same time respect the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Yeah, they will definitely not do that. They are not respecting any red lines. Let's be real. Is it drama, though? Because sadly, those guys in their ideology are spilling onto the normal world. Yeah, that's why I bracket off Asmongold as a separate actor. If you're talking about that, then that's different. But if you're talking about like Hutch or Ethan Klein or any number of like different liberals, their ideology is not seeping into the real world. As a matter of fact, they have changed trajectory. They've come to our side in their expression, in their anger, in their resentment towards the Trump administration, rather than hyper-focusing on a bunch of people to the left of them. So in that regard, they have no real motion. You got fucking wine moms who are self-IDing as liberals going out and doing Ice Watch. You got wine moms. You got the Radical Karen Coalition that is out there getting in the face of ICE agents on a daily fucking basis. You got wine moms who are demanding more from the Democratic Party. Liberals are not actually winning the political conversation right now. They are becoming a part of the anti-fascist coalition. They are becoming bigger fans of Zoran and AOC than Chuck Schumer. So if you want to bracket this off as like ideological delineations on the left, if you consider the liberals to be a part of the left flank of the two major political planks in this country, then our side, or at least representatives that are closer to our ideology, are absolutely some of the most popular political figures and popular political actors in this nation right now. The people that have spent the last election cycle dick riding the DNC into oblivion have no real working representation amongst the base of support in the Democratic Party right now. The Bernie-crats have infinitely more motion in the eyes of the public than the establishment Democrats do. The establishment Democrats are seen as like poisonous for the most part. The sequence of defeats that the Democrats have brought by saying we got to be more centrist, we got to be more moderate over and over again has caused many of the voters to finally recognize that that's a lie. So while there are liberal content creators out there who are still maintaining this like weird centrist posture, they're simply following our lead. Okay? They're following our lead. They're following from behind. And even at first, they might turn around and say stuff like, why are the Podjons platforming Hasan? He's a dangerous terrorist. But electoral victories end up creating this environment where they have to fall in line. This has always been my assessment. I've always said, no one is actually a Joe Biden supporter through and through. They're a party supporter. They like the Democratic Party. Okay? They like the Democratic Party. They support the Democratic Party. So if the Democratic Party tomorrow became a communist party, they would support the Communist Democratic Party. Obviously, this is an extreme example. It's not going to happen. But they support the regime. Okay? What do you want, passionate tea drinker? I got a little info from Denmark. Check logs. I got a little tidbit for you. What is this? While the Danish government exploited their fishing as Denmark and EU are dependent on keeping the fish prices low, but the catch is Greenland has been made dependent on money from Denmark in order to survive, as their main income is from fishing. In 2023 alone, they earned Denmark 6 billion Danish krones. Hey, Danish here. Just to let you know, the Danish defense has sent resources to help Greenland's defense. This includes military materials and troops. Concern doesn't cover what the Danish people feel they are preparing, which is hilarious because Denmark colonized Greenland, tried to commit an ethnocide, and forcefully removing kids from their homes. Yes, I am aware of this. And I suspect that given the choice between being Danish and being American, it kind of feels like, Hasan, you were featured on the Foreign Report podcast this past week. What's the Foreign Report podcast? They would rather stay in Europe than get liberated by America. Of course, the reality of the matter is, will Europe do anything if Trump moves? Fuck no. At most, they'll say, oh, you're disbanding NATO. Those are threats. I don't think there's any real action behind those threats.
The press.
We already watched
We have
this.
already said that we wanted to do more trade and more opportunities together with America. So I'm not sure why he wants to invade us and take us over, but we are saying no, thank you. Kindly, please don't take us over. We will work together with you as the good allies we have always been.
There's simply no such thing.
I am reminded of Mark Rutte, the current leader of NATO, calling Donald Trump daddy in text messages, in private text messages. And when those text messages were leaked by Donald Trump, who loved being called daddy, he turned around and said, yeah, I did say that. So just understand what the NATO position is, okay? Mark Rutte called Trump daddy.
As a better colonizer. And this whole talk about buying Greenland or taking over Greenland to us has very clear connotations to ways of viewing the world that are long gone, an imperialistic superiority approach. So there's no doubt about Greenland being organized in a constitutional model that is coherent and recognized by...
Please entertain me. I don't understand. What's the talk about? Someone came up and wants to take your land. You're saying no. What's the talk about? Yeah. The talk is for liberals that still masquerade as though there is some international order. And this is anything but might makes right politics in play. For the longest time, America has at least entertained the notion that Europe has any sort of sovereignty. Okay? That time is passing. We are now saying the quiet part out loud. For years and years, I said, the Europeans don't understand that they're vassal states, and Europeans got very mad at me. Europeans in my chat got very mad at me. Some of them became Asmongold watchers, as a matter of fact. Some of them became Destiny watchers, as a matter of fact. European liberals would get mad at me all the fucking time. I would say, look, Europe is vassal. Europe is a sequence of vassal states that are completely colonial cucked by America, by the American empire. And people get fucking super mad. Once again, I was right, but too early. Okay? And I get it. It's not necessarily that, I was being harsh. I was being harsh when I said it. But sometimes you need to hear the fucking truth. Donald Trump is doing away with the polite conversations. It's ironic because if he were to continue entertaining the polite conversations, Europe would play ball anyway because they are still vassals. Did you just say Europe won't do anything if Trump invades Greenland? So you really think they'll just let him take Greenland? I don't think Trump will take Greenland, but if he does, once we are at that point, I think NATO goes to war with Trump. NATO goes to war with America? Brother, there is no NATO without America. NATO, I'm going to do this one more time. And I know this is a tricky one, especially because, understandably, a lot of Europeans are fearful of Russian domination, right? NATO is America. NATO is an extension of American might. NATO is a protection racket that the American government has designed, first to fight against the USSR during the Cold War, and then to fight against Russia. There is no NATO. There is no NATO without America. First of all, I ain't stupid. Drop the condescending shit. I know it sounds ridiculous, but you realize the U.S. taking Greenland is equally insane at that point. All bets are off to a large extent. We'll see. I'm from Sweden, and a lot of Europeans think NATO is a European alliance. Law. It's a European alliance that seemingly demands more money from Europe in exchange for American weapons that America has, you know, almost complete control over, that ends up having American military bases in your country, American espionage facilities inside of your country, that you have no control over. And you know, it's all actually Europe. They have complete control over this stuff for sure. The beat between you and Asman is scripted, and you have no way to prove me wrong. Yeah, totally. I scripted some of the dumbest people on the planet to come in here and call me a fucking terrorist dog murderer every day. I love that. I love that shit. It's my favorite. I love having a large voice on this platform spit out some of the most toxic bile you've ever fucking seen in your goddamn life, upping the intensity with every stream. I'm a fucking masochist.
International law. So this huge disrespect, I think, is something that is very obvious for the vast majority of the people of Greenland.
We're hoping that some reason and some sense will come to the Trump administration. I'm not sure whom his advisors are, but they have been advising him wrongly in the security question, clearly.
Attempting to taking over Greenland by coercion or by force will stifle the democratic world as we know it, and it will no longer be about just Greenland. And I very much share the concern and the clear-headedness of the Danish Prime Minister in saying that it would be the end of the NATO alliance.
This is not a way to treat an ally and a friend. We have to do the right thing here.
Their message is written in black and white throughout the snow-covered streets of their capital. Greenland is not for sale. Unswayed by the US president's cash proposals to buy their country.
İşin komiği böyle Rusya'ya ve Amerika'ya karşı paylaşım yapan tipler normalde Türkiye'yi hiçbir boka katmamalarına rağmen bana bunlara katıyorlar. Türklerin çoğu biz gelemeyiz, vize alamayız, biz barbar Müslümanlarız falan diyorlar. Neyle ilgili? European Union'la ilgili. Bro, Europeans aren't ready for the arrogance of the American podcast government. They think being white will save them. Nah, they ain't going to be ready for this. Eurolibs thinks U.S. values democracy. I mean, yeah, Eurolibs think Europe values democracy too. It's a fucking lie.
These residents want him to mind his own business.
What is he going to do with Greenland? He speaks of Russians and Chinese and everything in Greenlandic waters or in our country. We are only 57,000 people.
There are ships around the coast from other countries, but we have never ever have any problem with these ships before.
We don't want to be a part of US, and they should leave us alone.
The prospect of being part of the United States is a definitive no for 85% of Greenland's population, according to a 2025 poll. The majority of the semi-autonomous territory have long wanted independence from Denmark, which first colonised the island in the 1700s. Now they are having to grapple with how to respond to President Trump's threat of US annexation, with or without military intervention.
We as a Greenlandic people, we are up for diplomacy, we're up for democracy, we're up for justice, and we're not going to grab the sword.
I feel bad. I shouldn't be laughing, but like, it's just not like This is propaganda. These aren't real Greenlanders. I really think you should listen to more Greenlanders. All 5 of us were ready to join Greater Vinland. Anything else is colonial erasure of our lived experience. Greenland has suffered ever since Eric the Red was unfairly canceled in 982. It's just, this is literally the same exact like hypocritical dynamic that took place when Russia invaded Ukraine, and then everyone was on board with defending Ukraine, international human rights, all this stuff, and then October 7 happened, and then Israel started punishing all Palestinians, right? This is identical to that situation, because on the one hand, you got America being like, we're taking Venezuela because it has oil and we want it. And Europe is like, thank you, Mr. President. That's such a fantastic thing that you're doing. I love that you are doing the rule of law and democracy in Venezuela. Finally, you have destroyed a ruthless tyrant. And then right at the same moment, Trump is like, also, Greenland is mine too, bitch. Fuck you gonna do about it? And Europeans are like, wait a minute, sir. We are a nation of rules and laws. What do you mean you're taking Greenland? Excuse me, hello? That's a NATO country. We are white. We are white. What do you mean? Not realizing that from the American perspective, it doesn't fucking matter. This has triggered LFI France Unbound to introduce legislation for France to exit NATO. It's not very likely to pass right now, but it's a breath of fresh air in the political debate. We're doing what we can. I mean, France is one of the only major powers in Europe that has its own nuclear arsenal that has actually left NATO in the past. So, I mean, more power to Mélenchon, Melon Goat, my goat. So, I'm on board. I'm on board with that and fully.
Will happen. The United States will try to buy Greenland, or they will invade it.
People forget, but there was a time when Europe understood what NATO was. Okay? There was a time when European powers understood that NATO was actually violating their sovereignty and denying them sovereignty and basically turning into a missile sponge for the USSR in order to advance American interests. Straight up. That time is long gone, but who knows? Crazier things have happened.
To think clearly.
I'm just simply stating that, like, I don't believe the current European leadership will ever seriously reconsider being a part of NATO.
And think about how can we defend our country.
Trump claims the United States needs the territory for its national security, but European leaders have expressed fears he risks global stability. French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu said Wednesday that the words of the US president should not be underestimated, and that France stands in full solidarity with Denmark and the legitimate authorities of Greenland.
NATO supported Franco regime in Spain, the Cardinals dictatorship in Greece, the Salazar regime in Portugal, as well as the far-right Gladio network in Italy. So yes, I am 100% in favor of my country, France, getting the fuck out of it. Mélenchon is right. Dude, I would dick ride the French into oblivion if they did that. If there was a LFI-backed anti-NATO movement in France, oh my God. Because that is the only way that you actually do get out of NATO, okay? I do not believe any of these fucking bloodless fascists will ever actually pull out of NATO. No matter how hard, like Meloni, for example, claimed that she was anti-NATO when she was running and then obviously wasn't when she became the leader of Italy, right? In the European continent, no fascist has ever genuinely and seriously considered leaving NATO. NATO is what made the fascist movements come back into power after World War II anyway. I will stop my French slander. I already love Mélenchon. You guys know this. That's my goat. I wish we had a Mélenchon in America. An American Mélenchon. Oh my God. Oh God. I would hug and kiss him every day.
The Arctic town of Ilulissat hasn't seen the sun for 2 months. Since November, the polar night has kept this community in western Greenland in near complete darkness. Sekkenjafik is the annual celebration to welcome it back. Up the snowy crags they've climbed to gaze across the icebergs at the brightening sky and wait. A moment of reflection for the Greenlanders gathered.
Personally, for the new year, I hope things will remain peaceful. I think a lot of people know what's going on right now, and everyone's got their focus and their eyes on Greenland, and for the first time people are really acknowledging us as a population, but it's not in the way I had hoped.
When the sun Greenland mention. Oh, wait. She said Greenland mention. Never mind. I didn't like that. You're paying too much attention to us now. I do not like being perceived. Please stop perceiving us. Never mind.
Does creep over the horizon. It's shrouded in cloud, and the song
hand-wringing vassals politely groveling to their king to not pillage their towns. Classic EU moment. It's true. It's sad, but it's true.
Songs which usually greet this moment are absent.
The sun may have returned for a new year, but these are not the brightest times for many people in Greenland. With Donald Trump, there is trouble on the horizon.
The US president has not backed down from threats to take over Greenland one way or another, as he puts it, and he's not ruling out military force. The crisis has widened fissures between Europe and the United States, and thawed for now.
You mentioned that NATO brought fascism back to Europe. Could you say more about that? I've covered it extensively in the past, but I can't get into it right now. But just Google Operation Gladio or look at who the first German generals were when Germany was introduced into NATO.
The sometimes tricky relationship between Greenland and Denmark. The Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers are meeting US State Secretary Marco Rubio and Vice President Vance in Washington on Wednesday.
My hope is that Rubio is going to have some humanity in that talk. Yeah.
Carl Sandgreen is an Ilulissat native. He runs the Ice Fjord Centre here, and my questions about Trump's ambitions for his homeland bring out raw feelings.
You make me emotional and angry in the same time.
Hey, Hasan, do you think that the best play for the U.S. is just glass Greenland and Taiwan so it doesn't fall into oppressive Chinese communist hands? It may be a bit overboard, but it's probably the best way to keep those places from falling under Chinese control. Not just Chinese control, Chinese communist control, Chi-Com control. Yeah, I think I'm a reasonable international rule-based order NATO Atlanticist, and I agree with you. Obviously, it seems like it's the final solution or the final option, but some of these people are going to have to die, but I'm okay with that because obviously we would have to relinquish control to a much scarier group of people, which are the Chinese communists. Yeah, it's for our national security. Yeah, the MacArthur method, exactly. I'm American Admiral Curtis LeMay, also known as Bombs Away LeMay. I have a very reasonable middle-of-the-ground position here. We must glass everyone in order not to let them fall into Chinese communist hands.
He's not welcome to, do something like that to us. We are totally different. We are Inuit, and we've been living here for thousands of years. This is my daughter's and my son's future.
Bomber commanders aren't admirals. Whatever. I don't know the fucking
people
actual
who are thinking
title.
about resources.
Two hunters gut a seal on the glacial ice of Ilulissat's immense fjord. Though Inuit have been living like this for countless generations, in the span of just one, global warming is changing life here. Donald Trump could bring a shift more rapid still. In Washington, Greenland and Denmark's governments are hunting for an escape. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, Ilulissat, Greenland.
Don't miss out and get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Right now.
By the way, here's Ben Norton, living my dream, living in China, obviously, every single day, saying the leader of NATO made it clear that the U.S.-led imperialist alliance is not only fighting Russia, but also China and North Korea and Iran. Meanwhile, Trump spits in the face of his European allies, and they say, thank you, Daddy. Let's wage more wars on the global south, please. Here's the NATO position.
And yes, it is undeniable that Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran are aligning more and more. And they are challenging us. But they are only...
Bitch, what do you mean us? What do you mean us? No. No, they're not. You're not part of the team. You're just literally waiting there to be seized, okay? This is what I don't understand. It's like you are just a dog to America. You are a servant of American empire. Oh, we have to do everything in our power to make sure that we don't let these fucking scary Chinese take us over. It's like, brother, you have already been taken over by America. You are not a part of the team. That's it. I don't, oh my God.
Starting to understand what partnership really means. We are miles ahead. We can build on decades of friendship between our organizations and between our nations on both sides of the Atlantic. And we can build on the growing...
Bro, I swear, America's going to take over. America's going to literally take over other fucking Nordic countries next. They're going to be like, I don't know. They're going to pull a Venezuela on Norway. They're going to be like, a lot of your extraction industries have been nationalized, and I don't think that's appropriate. I think we need to do some free market capitalism here. You know, really fix it up. Kind of feels like you're, eating good off of your nationalized oil sector. That's not good.
Partnerships with countries around the world.
And did he say miles ahead instead of kilometers ahead?
Organizations and between our nations on both sides of the Atlantic. And we can build on means.
Did he say miles ahead? No.
What partnership really means. We are miles ahead.
Daddy. Daddy. I love Daddy Trump.
And between our nations on both sides of the Atlantic.
I'm kidding. It's just an expression.
And we can build on the growing partnerships with countries around the world. And that is an incredible advantage. Let's ensure we retain it.
Nobody says kilometers ahead. Yeah, you've been fucking Americucked from the start, baby. Woo! Woo! America! Waving the flag. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Liberation time.
It sounds like you are saying that you would potentially acquire Greenland by force. That would be a NATO country. The United. Are you saying that?
No,
would you do that?
No, you're saying that.
Would you acquire
I didn't
it by
say
force?
it. No,
right
you're
now?
telling me that that's what I'm going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do.
So what are the options?
Your network doesn't know either.
The Danish foreign minister said that there's still fundamental differences after the meeting with Rubio and with the vice president. Are you willing to leave the NATO alliance in order to get what you want with Greenland? What are the options right now?
Well, I wouldn't be telling you what I'm willing to do, certainly. I'm not going to give up options, but it's very important. Greenland is very important for the national security, including of Denmark. And the problem is, there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland. But there's everything we can do. You found that out last week with Venezuela. There's everything we can do about things such as that. Not going to happen. We're not, I can't rely on Denmark being able to fend themselves off. They were talking about they put an extra...
Yeah, they can't even defend themselves from us. Here I am talking about invading it, and they're talking, oh, please don't do it. They're weak, very weak. It's just a test. If they can't defend themselves against us, what makes you think they can defend themselves against Russia, or China? Broski, what are you overall saying? When the only other option was packed Warszawski, NATO was the best thing in Europe. Also, first German general in NATO was tried for being accused in the failed Adolf assassination attempt. Yeah, he was one of the. First of all, I don't even think that's the case. Okay. And secondly, the option is sovereignty. The fuck do you mean? Sovereignty. Actually having sovereignty. Leveraging relationships between the USSR and the United States of America.
Extra dog, and they were serious about this. They put an extra dog sled there last month. They added a second dog sled. That's not going to do the trick.
Denmark fought alongside the United States in both Afghanistan
Thank you
and
for telling me
Iraq.
that. I appreciate it.
But
I have a very good relationship
they're
with Denmark, and we'll see how it all works
I
out.
appreciate
I think
it.
something will work out.
The protests in Iran approaching the 3-week mark.
Yeah, he seems to really appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna get back to Iran right now because there is a no flight NOTAM issued by Iran, closing the airspace to all flights except international flights to and from Iran with permission. NOTAM is valid for a little more than 2 hours. Here's what the Iranian airspace looks like right now. It was a case where that dude still did participate in war crimes and Holocaust on the front line. I thought there was other generals that were involved in NATO that were just like straightforward Nazis, weren't even a part of any dissent against Adolf Hitler. USS Theodore Roosevelt Nimitz class aircraft carrier leaving San Diego January 14th. Now, are locals throughout Iraq hear jets overhead? Iraqi sources reporting hearing increased fighter jet activity over the region. Oh shit, is Israel striking? I mean, we'll see. There were like 20 high-ranking Nazis in NATO. I know my shit. Yeah, there were definitely pro-Hitler generals in NATO. Orders have been given to the Iranian Air Defense Command to immediately engage any aircraft that enters airspace without prior identification. Okay, maybe things are happening. Fighter jets on Iraq and Iran border. Iraqi news outlet Al Jabal reports that residents heard and observed fighter jets earlier tonight over Basra in southern Iraq, only miles away from the border with Iran. What is this music? Arma 3 footage law, bro, that's not even, you can't even see what that is. Like, you can't even see what that is to even make out whether or not it's Arma 3 footage or not. Reminder that this is what Trump was tweeting before allowing Israel to strike Iran. Remember, yeah, exactly. So that's the reason why I said earlier today when Donald Trump was talking about like, oh, they're not, they're not going to execute people anymore. They've stopped killing the protesters, blah, blah, blah. If you recall a couple hours ago, which you can rewind to see my commentary if you're subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. If you'd like to know the news of tomorrow, today, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service with a free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime if you choose to do so. There will be no ad breaks here at the Piker Broadcasting Service. And your voluntary contributions are the only thing that helps maintain my editorial independence. But as I was saying earlier, Donald Trump did this last time where he was like, we remain committed to diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Boom. They turned around and bombed Iran or let Israel bomb Iran only hours after this statement came out. So, what I think is, that's why I said, like, perfidy is something that the American government loves doing. So it could totally have been that as well. And even this, like, aircraft carrier moving is similar to the distractions that they had with the other fighter, with the bomber jets last time around as well. Big Daddy Hoops, thank you for the 25 Get This subs. Iran's foreign minister, an interview in Fox News to Trump, do not repeat the mistake you made in June. You know, if you try a failed attempt, you will get the same result. Yeah. The only thing that I thought would restrain Israel or America is the fact that there aren't enough American defenses in the region right now to successfully defend Israel. And I don't think that Israel's defenses are sufficient. I don't even think Israel's defenses on top of the American American carriers in the region and cruisers in the region were sufficient to defend against Iran when they were striking Tel Aviv. But maybe they believe that Tehran has depleted their munitions in the same way that Israel had its stockpile of munitions depleted, its defensive capabilities depleted. If Iran nukes Tel Aviv, will the entire world end? Wait, what? Iran doesn't have nukes, brother. If Iran had nukes, this conversation would not be taking place right now. What? There's even more reports of fighter jets overheard over eastern Iraq. Well, I mean, Iran doing a no-flight, Iran doing a NOTAM warning means that they got information ahead of time somehow that there are probably going to be strikes on Iranian soil, most likely by Israeli fighter jets, I assume. Kataib Hezbollah Islamic Resistance in Iraq spokesperson has issued a short statement likely to express readiness for the upcoming conflict. He said, "In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, O you who have believed, take your precautions and advance in detachments or advance altogether. God Almighty has spoken the truth." Probably clear to not accidentally shoot down commercial planes. Yeah, that has happened before. But have you thought about how Israel always knows best and we must trust them? I think about that every day. I love Israel. Am Israel Chai. And I think Israel will liberate the Iranians. Israel will liberate the Iranians with these bombs. F-15 fighter jets, F-35s, different bombing campaigns in Iran will certainly liberate the Iranian population, I think. Guys, you guys know me. I call balls and strikes, and you know me. I've been a very big Trump supporter, famously. I'm beginning to think maybe Trump isn't the peace president. You might say this is my turning point. It kind of feels like Trump is not the peace president. I don't know. Don't get mad at me. It kind of feels like he was lying when he said he was the peace president. And it gives me no pleasure to report that I think the FIFA Peace Prize was bullshit. I know many of you are firm and committed to the sanctity of the FIFA Peace Prize, but I do think, God, it just, like I said, it sucks to see this. It sucks to say this. These words, they hurt me. I don't think he cares about the FIFA Peace Prize. Yeah. Anyway, here's a report from Washington Post. 2 European officials speaking on the condition of anonymity to describe sensitive information said their countries were asked by the Trump administration Monday to share intelligence on possible targets within Iran. I think the funniest outcome here is like if the Danish security forces, if the Danish intelligence was giving the go-ahead to Iran and collaborating with Iran to just as a fuck you to America. It's not going to happen, but that'd be pretty funny. Denmark decides to join Iran in its anti-imperialist endeavors. Yeah, the Danish-Chinese alliance. Heavy aircraft activity also heard by residents within the last hour over northern Israel and southern Syria. Axis of Resistance, newest member unlocked Denmark. That'd be so fucking sick. React on Kai's tweet. Chat, did he react to Kai's tweet? On Kai's tweet. This is the lone soldier in the chat doing the bidding of what matters most. We're over here talking about how like Israel is potentially going to bomb Iran again, and who knows what will happen after that. And this chatter's like, but have you reacted to Kai Cenat's tweet? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck? What is Kai Cenat's statement on the Islamic Republic? Like, what could... Did he tweet about Iran or something? Like, what could he have possibly tweeted that you think is pertinent for me to cover right now? Yeah, it is important. HasanAbi, I need your opinion. Kai Cenat has come out with a strong, resilient stance, offering condolences to those who were slain by the Islamic Republic, while simultaneously maintaining an anti-imperialist posture by saying the only way for Iranians to maintain sovereignty against Israel is to stand behind the Islamic Republic, is what I've heard. Kai Cenat is donating all of his subathon funds to the IRGC. Kayatollah. Kai Cenat has reverted to Shia Islam. Yeah. Jerusalem Post editor-in-chief. Breaking. A United Airlines flight from Newark to Israel began takeoff and then turned back. Passengers were informed the flight is currently canceled, according to I-24 News. Huh. Interesting. Kai RGC. Yeah. If the U.S. did a Little Green Men Crimean Peninsula style annexation, what would the NATO nation even be able to do? I mean, dude, they already have military bases there. The fuck? All you need to do, there's already American bases there. Just send more troops there and then say, this is ours now. That's it. Like, what are they going to do? Is Germany going to fucking spend like all 13 of their soldiers that they sent to Greenland to defend Danish territory? Like, what? Why are American leftists like this? Let me find out. How do you think Trump will want to rename Greenland? Do you think he has a whiteboard with ideas up yet? He's going to call it Iceland now, and then he's going to take over Iceland and rename Iceland to Greenland. Believe me. He's going to take over. He is going to take over Iceland. I'm going to take over Iceland. I'm going to call it Greenland because Iceland is green and Greenland is icy. Why do they have this naming convention wrong? That's why I took it over. Believe me, both of those commies, they're going to learn the freedom that comes with enterprise. Free market principles must be maintained in both of these socialist European states that have finally been liberated from the throes of social democracy. I'm going to put 30 on Kalshi for Whiteland. Kaisenat has been uploading videos of reading the Quran for 20 minutes every day and believing Ali is the successor of the Prophet, as it was said. You are to me as Harun was to Moses, except there is no prophet after me. Kaisenat, the new sword of Islam. It's true. Turns out he was doing taqiyya the entire time. He was actually hiding that he is a Shia Muslim. This whole time, that was taqiyya, as he infiltrated America by claiming to be a Christian. He was, as a matter of fact, doing taqiyya. Check breaking news. What do you mean, Trek breaking news? You could not be, like, less vague. Google.com. Like, it's like the equivalent of linking Google.com in the chat and being like, dude, have you seen this? I am breaking the news. What the fuck do you mean, check breaking news? Peter Thiel, who wants to set up crypto-empowered network states on underdeveloped territory, has invested in Praxis, a startup that aims to do just that. Praxis? Oh, God. And which has scouted Greenland. Ugh. Anyway, let's get back to Trump saying help is on the way to Iran's protesters.
With fears the regime could start executing protesters today. This is 26-year-old Irfan Sultani. He was arrested last week. Activists say he's facing imminent execution. His family telling ABC News they can't sleep, waiting for news.
I think one of the grossest things, low-key, one of the fucking dumbest, grossest things that the Iranian government did after all this shit was posting a video on one of their like official Twitter channels talking about how much liberalization that has already taken place in Tehran, like showing videos of women like with their exposed midriff and things like that. It's like, bro, if you're going to do that, then you might as well fucking go all the way. Okay? The fuck do you mean? Like, that shit is so, that was very lame, because that means that they are also aware of the internal pressure, because that's not just external pressure, right? Like, that's not, a lot of people will, a lot of people will turn around and say, oh, that's just, you just want to liberalize Iran because you're a fucking Western chauvinist, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. Like, oh, feminism is like, this is peak white feminism using like wokeness as a tool of oppression or whatever. Like, no, there is a very real need from the population that wants these kinds of like social repressions to go away and the enforcement mechanism to go away. And if you post shit like that, that means that like you understand that this is what the people are demanding. You just don't want to fucking give it to them. You only give it to them every now and then when fucking people die in the process. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
President Trump now warning the regime that if they start hanging people, we will take very strong action, promising Iranians that help is on the way.
All Iranian patriots keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you.
A handful of videos emerging online despite a near-total communications blackout, showing dramatic street clashes between an unarmed crowd and state officers in the western city of Urmia this week. Protesters chanting, "Down with Khamenei." In Isfahan, crowds seen tossing Molotov cocktails. State broadcasters also showing footage of what it says are the incinerated remains of the Grand Bazaar in Rasht. These videos from Iranian state television reportedly showing the aftermath of the protests, with burned out vehicles, stores smashed in, while crews try to repair roads and buildings. And in the capital Tehran this morning, funerals for state security force personnel, as the regime warns it'll quickly try and execute those it claims are responsible.
Well, we're now getting very limited information about what's happening inside Iran. It appears some protests are ongoing, but the regime's brutal tactics do appear to be working. I think the question for many this morning, when President Trump says help is on the way, what does that mean and when? George?
He has not answered that question yet. Okay, Ian, thanks very much.
Our defence and security analyst, Michael, good afternoon to you.
Asking you, just curious, how do you handle protesters who want the government gone in a liberal way, not the current actions are justifiable in any way? Is super simple. If you have any sort of authoritarian control, okay, and every government is authoritarian, but like if you have any sort of like state repression that you have in your design, okay, people are always going to revolt. That's just the part of the problem. Like that's just how it is. I think the liberal democracies are much more effective at squashing any sort of dissent by at least giving people the feeling, giving people the feeling that they have liberty, that they have this pressure valve of democracy, and sometimes being responsive to their needs, even though it's ultimately fake. But you have to be doubly cognizant of the demands being made by your population when you don't even have any sort of like liberal democracy, or that mechanism of control. So in that circumstance, what you have to do is immediately cave to what the protesters are demanding. If they want less repression, you have to offer that to them. I think when you don't do that, people get more frustrated, especially when you kill people over and over again. Then even more people are going to come out and take up arms, or even find themselves increasingly more invested in like aligning with foreign actors, you know, whether it be Israel or America. It's that simple. How do you have 39,000 people watching you? This is crazy. But I love the topic you discuss. Well, now you know why. 39,000 people are watching. The Iranian foreign minister is going to be on Fox News soon. Yeah. Are you talking about USA or Iran right now? I'm talking about a good one. I mean, I'm talking about Iran, which will resemble the future of the United States of America if things continue going the way they're going. I mean, look.
Submit their response by January 19th. The decision comes as immigration operations
last civilian
spread
plane into
across
Tehran arrives in
Minneapolis,
15 minutes.
While protests have led to repeated confrontations with federal agents. We'll have a live report on that coming up later in the show. FBI agents searched the home of a Washington Post reporter as part of a probe
of Iran. I have followed you, your passion, the way you articulate the hope of your people. It will be up to the people of Iran to pick their next.
Sorry, but you're really comparing apples to oranges here? No, I'm not. That's why I also said that, look, free speech is only afforded to dominant world powers, okay? Free speech is a liberty that will be taken away from Americans if America's global power starts waning, okay? And we already saw a version of that with the Israel protests in the United States of America. We've seen this historically in the United States of America with the civil rights movement and how that was dealt with by the American state. We've seen this in the past with, the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II under the suspicion that they might actually align with Japan. So when there's war, or the Espionage Act is another version of this. In the Cold War, it was the Red Scare and the McCarthyist trials. So America has always gone back and forth on how much liberty in terms of free speech Americans actually have. Okay? So it's apples to oranges now from your perspective because, yes, the American government hasn't killed 2,000 protesters. Okay? They didn't do that. Right? But if push came to shove and you believe they wouldn't do that, you're delusional. They would kill 10,000 protesters.
When terrorist elements led from outside, entered these, protests and started to shoot, police forces, police officers, and security forces. And there were terrorist cells. They came in. They used Daesh-style terrorist, operations. They got police officers.
That's cap.
They beheaded them, and they started shooting at police officers and also to the people.
I don't know if they actually beheaded a police officer, but saying that they were doing Daesh-style attacks is bullshit.
Fighting against terrorists and not, with the protesters. It was completely a different story. The reason I have to explain, and this is important, why they started to shoot at people, for one reason, they wanted to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump has said that if there are killings, he would intervene. And they wanted to drag him into this conflict. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. They wanted to drag the President of the United States in this conflict. So they started to increase the number of deaths by killing ordinary people, by killing police officers, by starting a kind of, fighting inside the different cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, you're saying that these killings, these deaths are at the hands of foreign elements inside your country, not by the Iranian regime. That's not what we're being told when we get people to talk to us on the ground. The internet has been shut off, but occasionally turns back on, and we do hear from people on the ground who tell us various stories. Witnesses spoke of seeing snipers positioned on rooftops in downtown Tehran, firing into crowds of peaceful protests, turning abruptly into scenes of carnage, panic as bullets pierced through people's heads and torsos, sending bodies toppling to the ground, and an emergency room treating 19 gunshot patients in a single hour. The regime is on a killing spree, said one protester, and we've seen the video of body bags stacking up. You are saying that all of this is because you're not in control of your country and foreign elements are killing people inside your country?
No, I'm telling you that it was a fighting between our security forces and terrorist elements who had a plan to create a big number of killings in order to provoke President Trump to enter into this conflict and start a new war against Iran. And that was exactly an Israeli plot. The footages that you mentioned have not been seen in Iran. I have to tell you that a misinformation campaign is going on at the same time.
And you're suggesting that it's Israel and Mossad acting like Iranian forces, shooting the Iranian people to make casualties to spur on the action of President Trump. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe that, Mr. Foreign Minister.
No, Mossad has already confessed that.
They may be on the ground, sir, but as far as them killing hundreds and hundreds of people to make it look like you did, it does not appear in the video that we get out that this is a full level of calm. It appears that protests continue in a number of different cities. The exiled Iranian crown prince, talking to people on the ground, said this.
About 12,000 plus.
12,000 plus.
That's what we get so far. It might be more, but that's the minimum number that we know so far have been killed.
Killed by the regime, this is not arrested, this is killed.
We are talking about using military weapons, AK-47s.
That number came from Barry Weiss, by the way. That number came directly from CBS.
Protesters. Their bodies are being picked up by bulldozers, and they charge each family for the bullet to be able to just retrieve the remains. It's abhorrent what's happening.
As a longtime viewer who watched you from inside Iran, your segment on Reza Pahlavi was deeply disappointing and hurtful. The protesters chanting his name are being shot for that symbol of opposition, dismissing his relevance, erases their voices and complex reality on the ground.
Are baseless. There is no proof of that. The number of deaths, although they tried hard to increase the number of deaths, are only hundreds. The exact figure would be announced very soon, perhaps tonight, by our authorities.
So you're saying it's less than 1,000 people?
No, hundreds of people. I certainly, deny the numbers and figures they have said. It is an exaggeration. It is a misinformation campaign only to find excuses to do another aggression against Iran. I can tell you that now it is 4 days that everything is calm. There is no demonstration, there is no unrest, nothing in Iran for the past 4 days. Yes, there has been millions of people today for funerals, and 2 days ago, a big rally in support of the government and of the system. So people are on the streets, but in support of the Islamic Republic.
Wow,
so
that's not what we hear when we hear people on the ground.
I can refer you to the tweets and sayings and interviews by Israeli officials, American officials who have claimed themselves that Mossad agents are inside Iran, in the Iranian streets, in Tehran streets. Just look at the X, account of Mossad in Persia.
Will CBS lose all credibility if that number ends up being wrong? Did New York Times lose all credibility after Screams Without Words was entirely dismissed by every fucking person, including like the internal team in New York Times? No, of course not.
Who took to X and posted this, saying for days now, calling President Trump a tyrant who will be overthrown. Why? If you're saying the Israeli outside forces inside your country are doing this, why would the supreme leader himself take to X and taunt the President of the United States?
Well, we were in the middle of a war started against us, and the rhetorics are quite normal in any war. We have many kind of threats by President Trump, by other American officials, by Europeans who are talking about Iranian, things in Iran. So we consider these 3 days, 8 January to 10, which we faced with a vast terrorism operation as the continuation of 12-day war that were imposed on us by Israelis and Americans. So the 13th day of war was 8 January. That was the continuation of the war. So we were in the middle of the war. And now, after 3 days of terrorist operation, now there is a calm. We are in full control, and let's hope that wisdom would prevail and we don't go for a high level of tension, which could be disastrous for everybody.
Are you moving forward with hangings of some of the protesters, or at least one of the protesters?
No, I haven't heard about that, and there is no any hanging today or tomorrow or whatever. That's
Friday.
I can tell you, I'm confident about that. There is no plan for hanging at all.
Okay. Well, you've heard the president's talk, President Trump, and you've heard his concern.
Why even talk to Fox News, brother? What are you talking about? First of all, Fox News, you're probably going to get a fairer shake than CNN
on the ground. In fact,
ironically enough,
this possible hanging.
And secondly, they'll go on any outlet that will listen to them directly. What are you talking about?
I don't know what where you come from,
and you get to talk to Trump directly when you go to Fox News.
What do you mean by that? We will take very
Not
strong
that it matters.
action.
Trump has made up his mind already.
Protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
How do you read the president's comments over the past few days?
Well, first of all, hanging is out of the question, as I said. This is another piece of misinformation campaign that they have started to provoke President Trump and to drag him into this question, and which could have disastrous consequences.
The regime has already crossed Trump's red line. Yeah, it's called being there against Israel's best interest. That's the red line. That's the real red line.
You remember that we were negotiating in June when they decided to attack us. We were in the middle of negotiations. We had 5 rounds of negotiations between me and Steve Witkoff, and we had already fixed the 6th round.
When he says they, in this situation, he means Israel and America.
2 days before that, they attacked us.
Because you came on this show and you said you were never going to reduce legitimate enrichment. You were never going to drop it down. You also talked about continuing a ballistic missile program. Is that continuing today? That's why the president said he was moving forward on the nuclear program that was expanding.
No, both enrichment and our defense capabilities are our legitimate rights. No, as a full and committed member of NPT, we have every right to do enrichment for peaceful purposes. And you cannot tell another country that you shouldn't exercise your right, otherwise you will be attacked.
What is that noise in the background?
We talked about this. We talked about this months ago. Are you open to direct talks with the Trump administration to try to find a solution that could de-escalate heightened
Bro, are they going to fucking blow this guy up while he's talking to Fox News?
Iran is still insisting on its peaceful nuclear program, including enrichment. But our position has not changed. We are still, committed not to go for nuclear weapons.
It was recorded 2 hours ago?
But we are not ready to give up our legitimate right for peaceful use of nuclear technology, including enrichment.
Legitimate peaceful purposes. Legitimate peaceful purposes for a nuclear program usually are not buried a mile down deep. And that is where the concern was.
Maybe they shouldn't have posted nuclear threats then? Oh my God, shut the fuck up. See, this is what I mean.
And when now he decided
this is what makes me, this kind of dumb fuck bullshit that people say turn me into a fucking, make me sound like I'm a Ayatollah dick rider, okay? I can't tell if you're like trying to bait me into saying some shit.
What's going on really on the ground?
Shut the fuck up.
He has to pay attention to the realities and not to the misinformation provided to him by those who want to drag him into another war.
Again, I go back to the Supreme Leader, who does not sound like he's anxious to sit down and talks with President Trump as a country, as he's taunting him, calling him a tyrant who will be overthrown. How do you do that and think that President Trump is going to take that as, oh yes, I should get to the table?
No, come on. We have engaged into negotiation with the U.S. several times with the permission of the Supreme Leader. Why you say that?
Why you still live in the USA? It's my home. I want to fix my home.
Unless you're telling me that the Ayatollah is not posting this.
Tell me, please wait. We negotiated with the United States several times, and
you think bombing Iran would bring peace to the Middle East? No, I don't.
In 2015,
lol, good night, Iran. Do you think bombing Iran will bring peace to the Middle East? No, I don't. I don't think that. It'll be far worse.
With no reason and with no justification. So why we should engage into negotiation with the United States, which means, in fact, when United States talk about negotiation, it means they want dictation and not negotiation. So we have no good experience. This is a fact. Please understand.
Mr. Foreign Minister, on all of those points, the U.S. would say they came away from those talks saying that you were not pledging to do what you said you would do, and that every time they walked away from the table, they believed you were throwing it out the window as far as enrichment and solutions for that, as far as ballistic missiles, solutions for that, and as far as your role in funding terrorists around the region. Now, I don't want to belabor this point, but the Supreme Leader posted, Mr. Foreign Minister, on X numerous times about a taunting for President Trump. He's 86 years old. We have not heard from him. Is the Supreme Leader doing well in Iran? Will we hear from the Supreme Leader in this case?
No, he's doing well, and he is, in full control of the country, and people are supporting him, as everybody saw today in the funeral of those who were killed by terrorists, and 2 days ago in rally of Tehran and other cities.
Mr. Foreign Minister, by all accounts, on the outside and on the inside, when we can get it, the Iranian economy is in a free fall. That is what started a lot of these protests, despite you saying that this was started from the outside and from Israel and Mossad. Our reporting is that it was started by frustrated people with the economic situation and frustrated for years of oppression from the regime.
For 10 days, it was peaceful, and it was tolerated by the government. But after that, we had 3 days of terrorism operation.
You said that, but now you're saying it's entirely peaceful.
Now, no, it is calm. There is no demonstration. There is no protest. It is for 4 days that everything is, calm.
Okay, so what do you tell, if you have a message, for President Trump, who obviously is and has talked about and is considering some kind of action to help the protesters on the ground. If you have a message for him, what is the message?
My message is do not repeat the same mistake that you did in June. If you try a failed experiment,
bro, these are fake demons. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but they're fake demons.
Yes, you destroy
fake
the
demons.
facilities, the
and
machines,
part of the reason why they keep getting rolled over is because they're fake demons. Fake demons who are big demons when it comes to their own citizens, but fake demons when it comes to outsiders. Okay, straight up.
For negotiation, for diplomacy, we have proved that in the past 20 years, in 2015, in 2025, every time. But it was the U.S. who always escaped from diplomacy, who cut the diplomacy and opted for war. My message is, between war and diplomacy, diplomacy is a better way, although we don't have any positive experience from the United States, but still, diplomacy is much better than war. But
explain, please. This might come as a shock to many people who are chock full of American propaganda. But one of the biggest problems with Iranian affairs in the region is that they are unimaginably restrained. They never do anything unless they are directly threatened and unless they are like directly ritualistically humiliated by Israel or America. And even when they do, their response is always insanely restrained. And they're restrained in comparison to the way that they talk about how they will retaliate is the reason why I say they're fake demons. It has been proven time and time again that Israel only responds to military force. Israel only backs down when they are punished. Okay? That's it. That's the reason. That's the reason why, like, they're restrained over and over again.
Proxies.
I think you're conflating being restrained with not just being capable, man. I think you're wrong.
It's a mistake to call them proxies. We don't have proxies in the region. They are.
You've been funded.
No, they are movements who are fighting with occupation, who are fighting for their rights, and we only support them. We only support them. They are not doing any job for us. They are fighting. They are fighting for their own, causes, and we support their cause.
Well, Mr. Foreign Minister, we appreciate the time. There are a lot of people concerned and want you to say that the Iranian regime's killing of protesters will stop.
I think you have to find the elements who made these killings outside of Iran. And there are many, evidences to that. We can show you. So it is all a kind of Israeli plot, which is
they have no support. The regime lost all major groups in the region. The regime is scared to lose power, explaining their pullback.
Trump would not build on that failed attempt by Israelis.
And
there's a diversity of opinion on this stuff, okay? Here's Sina Tusi's analysis on this, and I happen to agree. But since Soleimani's assassination in January 2020, Iran's response to the United States have often been seen as restrained and as having weakened its deterrence. Some Iranian analysts argue that a harsher response at the time, and by the way, it's not just Iranian analysts, but there is also a hardliner. There is also the hardliners in the IRGC that are of different minds, as opposed to the Iranian government's restraint here. But some Iranian analysts argue that a harsher response at that time, one that imposed serious U.S. casualties, might have left Iran in a stronger position today. That counterfactual is impossible to test. The more relevant question is whether Iran's overall strategy of strategic patience and calibrated counter-escalation can still hold. At this stage, Tehran has limited alternatives. If the United States attacks again, Iran's response will be telling, whether it moves forward with major escalation or seeks a broader compromise with the United States. What seems increasingly clear is that the status quo, especially since the war, is untenable for Iran and the Islamic Republic's elites. A decisive strategic decision will likely have to be made one way or another, potentially with or without Khamenei, as other centers of power reassess the cost of staying the course. Al-Shamkhani, a senior advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, said last year's strike on a U.S. airbase in Qatar showed Iran's will and capability, Al Jazeera reports. A pre-negotiated strike on a third party is not the fucking same. So you think the Supreme Leader is the holdup? I don't know. Either they just don't have the smoke or the capability. They tweet like they have the smoke, but they show that they don't have the capability over and over again. This is the reason why. Are you advocating they light the oil fields ablaze? No. I'm not saying that until they're, I guess they have literally done this before. Like when Israel said that they wouldn't touch the refineries and then they bombed it anyway. Well, I guess they didn't really create any major setbacks on Iranian oil production. They hit like one oil depot in the middle of the city. But yeah, no, lighting the oil fields is the nuclear option. That's the nuclear option. Did I miss the MAGA podcasters' parents? What would lighting the oil fields accomplish? Disrupting oil production for the entire planet. That is the major deterrence factor here. They are in striking distance of Iran. If they were to do such a thing, it would literally cripple the entire global economy. Straight up. Iranian airspace is closed, GG's? No, I know.
Big call, as David Blevins was suggesting. What's your sense of where we are this afternoon, and what call Donald Trump is likely to make?
Well, who knows? I mean, he likes to keep people guessing.
I gotta pee.
And I think, the United States has talked up the idea they have all options on the table, from non-kinetic options, diplomatic options at one end, right through to a big military campaign at the other. When they look at those options, I'm pretty sure they will decide that the most effective ones are the non-military ones, and some of them are already underway. Sanctions, tariffs on countries that trade with Iran, which is already having an effect on the Iranian economy. Cyber attacks, which I'm sure are already taking place on the IRGC and the government. If they come to the military options, which we know Trump likes the idea of, it's strategic raiding, not war, but strategic raiding. Go in, do the job, get out, take the plaudits. The problem with that is it could be very counterproductive. And one of the reasons that there's so much alarm around the region and that non-essential people are being moved out of bases and American bases are on alert, Israeli bases are on alert, is that any sort of military action may provoke retaliation. It's believed that the Iranians still have a good 2,000 missiles hidden away, which they could use. And even though the retaliation wouldn't make any great strategic difference, there are enough hardliners in Tehran to give it a go, to actually make it clear that they're not lying down, that they're not completely supine in front of American power. So those 2,000 missiles, which are believed to be around, plus other military assets that they've got, and the fact that they've got still friends in the region, in Lebanon and in Iraq and in the Houthis in Yemen, and indeed in the West Bank and in Gaza, that actually there could be an upsurge of violence around the region, rather like happened 2 years ago. So that's the fear of a military attack that went wrong. It would provoke a sort of mindless but very destructive set of retaliatory behaviours.
But it's also clear that Donald Trump, in some ways, kind of has boxed himself in to take some form of action. But you're also right in saying it's not entirely clear what military intervention would actually do to help the protesters, something Donald Trump has claimed he wants to do.
Exactly. He kept saying these are red lines. He kept saying if they massacre people, if they start hanging people, well, they're doing all of those things. The Iranians
None of that was like, none of that is relevant here.
Is a walking right through his red lines. And so he's left with the fact that he's said all of this. Now, of course, he can turn on a dime and pretend he hasn't said it or just blather away and do something different.
Trump does not give a shit about any of this stuff. And if anyone believes that Trump actually gives a shit about any of this stuff, they're fucking delusional. Okay? I'm sorry. You are a dumbass.
May do that, but the world is saying to him, you promised to do something. The Iranians, only 24 hours ago were being told, hang on, help is coming. And that rather implies something fairly forceful. So there is a danger, as you say, that he's boxed himself into having to do something which is at the moment, the way things look, unless they've got something planned that none of us can foresee, it will be more likely to be counterproductive than helpful.
And just talk to us about effectively the kind of wider ramifications of if the regime were...
I'm sorry, what? Bro, don't ever tell me that there is an equivalence between left media and right-wing media. Okay? You can be the sweatiest, most unwashed guy with genuinely zero knowledge and just go based over Donald Trump videos, and you will get fucking elevated by the goddamn vice president. There's no equivalence on the left. Wow, it's almost like the thing that obviously happened because it was recorded from multiple angles and analyzed by the whole world on a frame-by-frame basis actually happened. Amazing. Looking forward to seeing the next goalpost shift. I fucking hate CBS News so much, dude. I hate CBS so much. I cannot explain. This is why they bought it, okay? This is why. This and the 12,000 protesters were killed number. Those are the two reasons. Those are the two fucking main reasons why CBS was purchased. There is no equivalence. Like, can you imagine the fucking Barack Obama retweeting something that I said? None whatsoever. It's just not happening. That's why I always laugh whenever people try to make it seem like this is an even playing field. You can be a straight up grifter, openly admit that you're grifting to the right because they're the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet to grift to. And you'll get hosted at the White House eventually. I wish left media had more quality control than we think we have. This is so tragic. Anyway, I do think that like a lot of people, CBS already lost like a big chunk of their support when they did the whole like CCOT facility thing. When that became the story in and of itself. But you know. That's why I said Barry Weiss and the Ellisons destroyed CBS for Trump and Israel. And yes, their reputation is tanking. Their numbers are looking bad, but it doesn't matter. They're still a major aggregator, okay? When they say something, other news broadcasters will cover it as though it's real news. They'll pull the 12,000 number out of their ass by claiming that they got this fucking information from like an outsider or something, or from like espionage, like they stole the information from like internal Iranian correspondents or something. It's bullshit, but it doesn't matter because then ABC will cover it as though it's real news. WAPO all over again. People who consume actual news instead of conservative slurry resent journalism being taken over by bigoted and incompetent chuds. I mean, yeah. By the way, this broadcast is the reason I was pretty early with the Bari CBS knowledge. In October, I was talking to some JVP boomers at the No Kings protest, and they didn't know anything about it. JVP members, yeah. I've been on the fucking Barry Weiss tip for a minute now, and this is the reason why I was covering it. Yeah, this is The Mossad makes something up, gives it to Agent Barry Weiss at CBS News. CBS News reports it. Other outlets repeat it based on the once existing credibility of CBS. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what happened. I know one broadcast and one is cable, but Fox News already blasted shit to a gigantic audience. Yes, but Fox News is ideologically, Fox News is for the ideologically captured. CBS is seen as a liberal news outlet. So Democrats watch it, Republicans watch it. There's a difference. Everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows. Stop covering up the genocide of the Iranian people. Long live the Shah. How do you know it's bullshit? Stop covering up the genocide of the Iranian people by calling the death count of Iranians propaganda. Brother, the death count is still high enough that the fucking regime has reached an unacceptable standard a long fucking time ago, and especially in this last iteration. My point is, it's the same principle behind October 7, but I don't want to have a conversation with you because you're already fucking saying dumb shit like long live the Shah. Ay, ay, ay. Inside the White House, there's effectively nobody arguing against strikes on Iran, with Rubio arguing Trump has to do it or he loses credibility, I'm told. That means the only opposition is coming from outsiders like Bannon and Tucker and allies who are opposed like Saudi, Qatar, and other regional partners. That's a heavy imbalance, suggesting strikes remain likely. Did you talk about the new Epstein testimony? No. So CBS does have, CBS, according to other news outlets like CNN, NBC, ABC, had remaining credibility. The 12K figure is from Iran International, initially not CBS. Please don't dismiss it. Yes, dude, Iran International is not credible either. Shut the fuck up, please. Oh my God. Yes, it's from the National Endowment of Democracy funded Iran International. I know, it's like Voice of America. I can tell you how fucking bullshit that figure is because even Israel's own figures initially in Israeli news wasn't 12,000. Okay? The higher likelihood is that the 2,000 number is a conservative estimate, even though 2,000 is already fucking insane. 2,000 is already insane. It's unacceptable. The reason why, one must ask the question, why they're, 6xing the number. 2,000 is probably also a conservative estimate regardless. It might be higher than that. But it's not 12,000. So one must ask the question, why they're saying 12,000. The answer is the same. October 7 initially, October 7 was an atrocity on its own. So why did they fucking immediately do the Israel technique of saying like, oh, they were decapitating like they're saying if the official numbers that are spreading right now is 2,000 and they're saying it's 6 times that number, one must ask the question, why? It's because they want to, if they want to heighten the stakes and overemphasize why bombing Iran is an absolute necessity. Where do the 12,000 protesters killed in Iran come from? Very credible Iranian human rights organization has put the number between 2,000 and 3,000 killed so far. The only source I've seen for 12,000 is Iran International. Has anyone seen any credible NGO citing 12,000? This doesn't mean that like for 2,000 it's like it's appropriate, but 12,000 is a bridge too far. That's not what I'm saying at all. 2,000 people killed is still completely unacceptable. But the reason why they're beefing up the numbers is so that they can justify bombing Iran or do propaganda, atrocity propaganda. That's the Israel side of things for CBS. And the other side of the story is, these are two sides of the same coin. Breaking, ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good on January 7th in Minneapolis, Jonathan Ross, suffered internal bleeding to the torso following the incident, according to 2 U.S. officials briefed on his medical condition. They're fucking manufacturing consent. They're doing pro-Trump propaganda, pro-admin propaganda, pro-regime propaganda, and pro-Israel propaganda. And now J.D. Vance is retweeting Asmongold's response to it. And for the record, to address the whole like sanctions are killing Iranians thing that I've been saying, because it's the fucking truth, okay? There's numbers on it from Lancet. U.S. sanctions have crippled Iran and directly fueled the current protests. Sanctions actually kill people. A new study published in The Lancet finds that U.S. and EU sanctions imposed on developing countries are associated with 400,000 to 1 million deaths every single year. Iran has been one of the most heavily sanctioned countries for decades. The way that these sanctions work is by shutting off access to medicine, for example, that could help curable diseases, like treat curable diseases. So when you die from not having access to medication, you die as a direct response to direct result of said sanctions. From the side that is enforcing the sanctions, this is good. Because when you die, when your loved ones die, if you're an Iranian and your loved ones died, you don't think about it as like, well, my loved ones died because America stopped me from having access to this medication. You think this fucking dumbass government is the reason why my parents died, because they didn't have access to medication. Then the resentment shifts towards the government. It's crucial to understand that the protests in Iran first arose because of merchants and shopkeepers could not function due to the impact of brutal U.S. sanctions. Exactly. This was the bazaar. The protests initially started with shopkeepers, okay? Shopkeepers that are the base of support for the Islamic Republic, by the way. The sanctions are designed to strangle the economy, create mass misery, and destroy people's lives in order to advance U.S. regime change objectives. The sanctions are illegal under international law, and anyone who claims to care about the Iranian people should be calling urgently for them to be abolished. I cannot believe that the word sanction has not even been mentioned once when talking about Venezuela or once when talking about Iran, unless it is literally an American politician flexing how successful the sanctions have been in order to foment discontent in the country that we are intending to destabilize further. You haven't killed your leadership yet. Continues starving. That's what it is. In any case, let's get back to this.
To fall, and there is a big if here, as you say. The protests we think continue, but possibly not on the same scale. They could, as you rightly pointed out before, go on for months. Nothing might change. The regime might cling on. If it does, though, this is enormously consequential.
I genuinely thought you were saying that sanctions don't work against enemies and only allies. Yes. Sanctions only work to kill people, okay? Sanctions work to kill people and make people mad. But the Iranian government has not been overthrown. The Venezuelan government has not been overthrown. If you noticed, sanctions didn't work in that regard. It hasn't worked against Russia, and it only works to increase the cruelty. Sanctions only work against allies because allies are reliant on American funds. Cuba has not been overthrown either.
For the region.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if the revolutionary the Islamic revolutionary regime, if that collapsed and was replaced by an Iranian, a Persian cultured modern regime, a more pragmatic secular regime, if that were to happen, then the whole balance of across the Levant would change. I mean, the Israelis always say, look, we have a lot in common with the Persians. We and the Persians get on very well. It's Islamic terrorists that we don't get on with. But that would change the relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Cap, by the way, they get along with ISIS a lot better than they get along with Hezbollah.
With Israel, Reza Pahlavi, the man who would be the new king or the new president or the new fixer in Iran if the regime fell, I mean, he's quite close to the Israelis. He talks about the Abraham Accords. You could imagine a Middle East in which everything would be redrawn if Iran became a different sort of power. Now, that's not going to happen overnight. But the Gulf Arab states will be very happy about that because Iran has been their bête noire for a long time. And the Qataris have actually played this role of trying to balance one side with the other and have found that very uncomfortable. But Saudi Arabia, a secular Iran, Israel, actually as three big powers, whether you like it or not.
Saudi Arabia, a secular Iran. Why no secular Saudi Arabia?
Would actually create a different dynamic across the whole region.
And just very finally and quickly, Michael, if we can, just on this.
Yeah, how about a secular Israel, dude? The Financial Times did a good analysis of the economic crisis that led to the protests and specifically how sanctions contributed. Here's a gift link. I mean, I covered it already. You know what was interesting is like the New York Times analysis wasn't that bad on this process. Obviously, it was like heavily biased, but it wasn't all that bad. New research published by Lancet finds that economic sanctions imposed by the U.S. and EU are associated with more than 500,000 deaths per year since 1970. 5 times more deaths than deaths by war.
The strap at the bottom of your screen there, troops begin evacuating from the Qatar base. What is your takeaway from that? Because apparently it's a couple of hundred, there are thousands based there. What's your...
Iran uses too much money on its proxies. That doesn't help the economy either. This is just fucking pure cope for the record. ISIS and Hezbollah are both Islamists, two sides of the same coin. That's really interesting. It's like saying Nazi Germany and Stalin's USSR are two sides of the same coin. You say that if you're a fucking dummy, okay? ISIS has a colonial interest in mind. It is oftentimes comprised and entirely sourced by outsiders. Hezbollah is the local Shia population rising up in defense against Israeli incursions in Lebanon, for example. Okay? Sure, it gets funding from and training from Iran, but it's ridiculous to compare it to fucking ISIS. They're not two sides of the fucking same coin at all. Dude, he is wrong, but so are you. Sanctions are not even a fraction of the economic issues. I'm sorry, but you are wrong. Corruption in the government is and has been hurting the economy 5 times more than the sanctions. Iran has had decent ways to go around the sanctions. The economy decline is mainly because they're taking all the national assets outside and sell it. For the record, there is truth to at least the corruption side of things. That's not wrong, but you're fucking delusional if you think that the sanctions are not a major problem here. Come on, dude. Okay, if that's the case, then fucking remove the sanctions. If that's the case, remove the sanctions, right? If the goal of the sanctions is to cripple the Iranian economy, and the Iranian economy is already crippled due to the incompetence of the administration and the corruption, then remove the sanctions. So why are you still maintaining the sanctions? Perhaps it's because you want to fucking destroy the Iranian economy. It's so fucking stupid. It's such a stupid argument. It's the same argument that Western chauvinists have with socialism. Socialism fails all the time. Socialism fails all the time. If that's the case, then let Cuba fucking exist as a socialist country or a communist country without actually implementing a fucking trade embargo. Every single time. Every single fucking time. Yeah, socialism fails. That's why we have to do a coup ahead of time and fucking put a puppet leader that is a psychopathic fascist dictator. That'll really teach them a good lesson. Yeah, socialism fails all the time. That's why we have to teach them a lesson by killing them.
Reading of it.
Yeah, don't get too excited about it. There's 10,000 Americans at the Al Udeid base just outside
This
Doha.
is the same argument I was making with like this was the outsider narrative. The Iranian government uses too much of their funds on the IRGC to fight proxy wars. This was an outsider narrative. It became an insider narrative as well. Internally in Iran, people started fucking repeating these talking points over and over again, partially because of billions of dollars of propaganda that was spent on Farsi TV, backed by the National Endowment Fund, including places like the Iranian Intel Agency or whatever the fuck you were just presenting as factually accurate. And also on top of that, also on top of that, all the other fucking like regime change television channels and whatnot that Iranians are obviously tuning into. Okay, it took a long ass time, but the direct quote from the Financial Times article: with the threat of secondary sanctions, international business pulled out. Iran was once more cut off from SWIFT, and its oil exports dropped as low as 300,000 BD in 2019. Growth sharply contracted. The rial nosedived, and inflation once more soared towards 40%. Trump also froze tens of billions of dollars of Iran's oil money held in central banks overseas, cutting off a vital source of foreign currency. It's fucking so dumb. Why do you think the Iranian economy reached a new level of nosediving post 2017? How do you think that happened? Why do you think that happened? It's because Trump became president, ripped apart the JCPOA, which was offering sanctions relief in exchange for denuclearization, a process that Iran abided by the way, only to have Donald Trump, Israel's #1 dick rider, win the election and then rip apart the fucking JCPOA. And then, even though Iran kept following the agreement, after Donald Trump ripped it apart, Donald Trump added additional sanctions. And then we sit around and we act like that doesn't have any impact. So why the fuck is America doing it then? Suck my dick. Come on now. Jesus Christ. At least the fucking critical thinking adults, regardless of how much they despise the Islamic Republic or how much they want Iran to be destroyed, will make the reasonable assessment here. Will make the adults are making the correct assessment here. They are openly saying it. Even fucking New York Times has openly said the sanctions have been very successful in destabilizing Iran, or at least successful in destroying the Iranian economy. Obviously, if the sanctions were ineffective, then they wouldn't exist. They would not apply these sanctions, and they would just allow the Iranian government to collapse in and of itself.
It's a big hub, the American hub.
I am an Iranian. I am a socialist. I am anti-monarchy. I am not an outsider. You are not knowledgeable enough on this issue. The embezzlement done by officials is so much more hurtful to the economy than the sanctions. Never said it didn't have an effect. It's like 20% at best. Oh. If they were only 20% effective, then they would not be applied, okay? Because guess what? Then the Iranian government would collapse in and of itself because of its corruption. I never said that the Iranian government wasn't corrupt, by the way. I know. I have heard all of these problems a million times over. Well, it's not collapsing despite the sanctions. It's not collapsing, but it's frustrating people enough and killing enough people that they're literally taking up arms against the government.
We've got about 1,000 troops there normally, so fewer than that just at the moment, I think. So it's a few hundred out of 10,000. So they're sending the non-essential people away, which is entirely reasonable. And you find...
Saying that the sanctions do not play a major role in collapsing the economy and hurting people is so ridiculous, because the express purpose of sanctions is to literally harm the economy enough. Like what I tweeted out to in response to Jackson Hickel's statement is the position of the American State Department, the position of the American Treasury. It's the position of the the Americans that want to implement regime change. Okay? The idea that sanctions are basically the American government saying you haven't killed your leadership yet, so you must continue starving until you get mad enough to do it. That's what it is. Oh, did I say Jackson Hickle again? Jason Hickle, sorry. That's a wild misrepresentation of what's going on. Do you think supporting Hezbollah over your own poor people is justified? Brother, what the fuck are we talking about, dude? Oh my God. Oh my God. It's not because they're giving money to Hezbollah or giving funds or giving weapons to Hezbollah that is the reason why the Iranian government is fucking collapsing. Or not the Iranian government is collapsing, but the Iranian economy has collapsed. The reason for the sanctions is because of that. Yes. Once again, the irony here is you don't have to look super far. Okay? You don't have to look super far at a non-democratically organized government that is a single resource country, a single resource economy, okay, that farms paramilitary units that are insanely damaging in the region. It's right across the waterline. It's called Saudi Arabia. Okay? What do you mean? An Islamist, non-democratic, militia organizing and funding country that is right there, that is not, ding, ding, ding, impacted by sanctions, that doesn't have this kind of fucking discontent. That's it. The only problem with Iran is that it's doing it against America and Israel, and Saudi Arabia is doing it at the behest of America and Israel. Saudi are not Islamists? What the fuck? My mistake. I didn't realize the Wahhabist version of Islam that has been the formative organizing principle, the organizing ideological principle for Al-Qaeda, Daesh, ISIS, all of that was just fucking bullshit. What the fuck? The Greater Israel maps cover half of Saudi Arabia? I know. Oh, bro, Saudi lobby / fight against political Islam everywhere in the Muslim world, but they do fund those pretender groups, yes. Is that a joke? Osama wasn't an Islamist is the new talking point, Lamau? I don't know. How about Saudi Arabia? And it's like in Cars 2 where everybody's cars. Okay, I like that.
That'll be going on all over the Middle East. Get people who...
With the internet blackout still in place, the true death toll across Iran remains unclear, but it's likely running into the thousands. Sky News has spoken to one woman.
Yeah, if it's only 20% loss and 80% steal, why not still 60% loss and 20% for the sanctions to keep everything working? Loss, same for funding external proxies. It doesn't make sense. It's not internal corruption that has crippled the Iranian economy this much, okay? It's not. Does it play a role? Absolutely. This is making me more Turkish by the second because it's the same kind of fucking cope that I hear from Turks. Okay? Like, it's just, yes, corruption plays a major role, but if you think that it's just the corruption, if you think that's the main factor, you're wrong. Doors open. I think the point is that Iran is self-sufficient enough that if they weren't corrupt, they could probably survive the sanctions. No, I don't think so. If anything, you can argue that Iran's mismanagement stems from not leveraging trade relationships with China better or something. You know what I mean? But that's it. It's not. Oh, got it. No, I'm good. Thank you.
In Tehran, who attended the protests, and her testimony is chilling. She asked not to be identified for her and her family's safety.
Everyone was being shot in the head. I don't think they have space in the jails anymore, so they're just killing us. There were lots and lots of people being sprayed with tear gas. It burnt our lips and our eyes. Without help from the outside, they just kill everyone. This time, everybody is out on the streets. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, religious or not, old or young. Everybody wants these people gone.
It is still very hard to understand what is happening inside Iran, but the regime is trying to seize control of the narrative, pushing back with images and messages designed to project strength and unity. State television in Tehran has aired footage of large pro-government rallies and funerals for security forces killed in the unrest. Here the crowds are defiant, some carrying pictures of Donald Trump. This one says, "Next time, the bullets won't miss."
If Trump comes to this land, the women of Iran will break his legs. We will avenge the blood of every martyr.
Unusually, official news channels are acknowledging the large number of dead, including both protesters and members of the security forces. But the regime claims the violence was carried out by rioters and terrorists incited by Iran's enemies abroad. The authorities have also detained many demonstrators, among them Irfan Soltani, a 26-year-old who's been sentenced to death. He was to be executed. His fate at this moment is unknown. The regime's brutal response has brought global condemnation. US personnel are pulling out of the Al Udeid military base in Qatar as Iran has vowed revenge for any attacks. Donald Trump had warned the regime that killing protesters was a red line.
We've been told that the killing in Iran is stopping, and it's stopped, and it's stopping. And there's no plan for executions or an execution or executions. So I've been told that a good authority. We'll find out about it. I'm sure if it happens, we'll all be very upset, including you will be very upset, but that's just gotten to me, some information that the killing has stopped, that the executions have stopped. They're not going to have an execution, which a lot of people were talking about for the last couple of days. Today was going to be the day of execution.
Trump is sort of shifting his red lines, probably because this is not a conflict that he was anticipating or wanting to wade into, right? First, it was don't kill protesters. Now it's don't execute protesters. There has been no circumstance thus far that the United States has entered or struck Iran or other country in the region over human rights violations. And these are significant human rights violations. The death toll in Iran is something extraordinary. But this would be...
I think if they don't bomb Iran today, the Israeli forces are doing a surveillance operation to see what level of defenses they have in an effort to make it seem like they're flying over there to bomb Iran. If they don't bomb Iran today, it's coming.
some red line that we have not yet witnessed and perhaps might be counter to a MAGA foreign policy.
Iran's leaders see this unrest as an existential threat, and from what's been witnessed so far, they appear willing to do whatever it takes to stay in power. Alex Rossi, Sky News.
President Trump lashing out at Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who is now under a criminal investigation by Trump's Justice Department.
If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier, but that jerk will be gone soon.
While on stage at the Detroit Economic Club, the president repeatedly blaming Powell for not lowering interest rates. The Justice Department has launched an investigation into Powell over the cost of renovations at the Fed buildings. Powell insists it's all politically motivated. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon raising concerns that the investigation threatens the Fed's long-standing independence, saying anything that chips away at that is probably not a great idea. And in my view, will have the reverse consequences. It will raise inflation expectations and probably increase rates over time. Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune delivering this warning.
If the Justice Department is pursuing something, I hope they have a smoking gun or something, because I don't think you trifle with the Federal Reserve, with the central bank.
Some Republicans worry the investigation into Powell will overshadow the president's message on the economy. In Michigan, the president zeroing in on affordability, which he previously called a Democratic hoax, now calling it a top priority.
And the Trump economic boom is officially begun.
But new inflation numbers out this week show inflation up 2.7% from this time last year. One analysis.
Who do you think is more cucked? European vassal state leadership or the Republican Party? Because I think it's cuck Olympics out here. I think it's cuck Olympics. Because, like, Republicans are like, wow, don't threaten the independence of the Federal Reserve, please. Bitch, the fuck you gonna do about it? This man said, I really hope there's a smoking gun.
This shows the typical American household is spending $184 more a month to purchase the same goods and services as a year ago, and nearly $600 more a month than 3 years ago. As the president toured a Ford manufacturing factory, this moment caught on camera in video obtained by TMZ. One man shouting at the president, pedophile protector. President Trump mouthing an expletive in response and appearing to give the man the middle finger. The White House saying in a statement that man was, quote, in a complete fit of rage, and the president gave an appropriate and unambiguous response. And that man who shouted and heckled the president, speaking to the Washington Post overnight, saying that he seized the opportunity. He says that he has now been suspended pending an investigation, but that he has no regrets whatsoever, Michael.
All right. Rachel, thank you.
Overnight, flashbangs lighting up the Minneapolis skies as the fight to push ICE out of Minnesota intensifies. Agents seen descending on protesters, forcing them back from a federal building. Earlier Tuesday, federal agents seen dragging people out of their cars and spraying others directly in the face with chemicals.
I don't post.
Protesters throwing snowballs and slamming into an ICE vehicle. And newly released video obtained by Bring Me the News showing agents arresting 2 workers outside a Minnesota Target last week. A state lawmaker says they're both U.S. citizens.
I'm literally a U.S. citizen.
This, as according to multiple officials, at least 6 federal prosecutors resigned from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota over concerns that the department is focusing on investigating 37-year-old mother Renee Good for ties to groups or individuals that have been protesting or impeding immigration enforcement efforts in Minneapolis, including her widow, instead of investigating Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who shot and killed her last week. The Justice Department calling the killing justified and is not cooperating with state or local agencies on their investigation. President Trump now vowing a, quote, day of reckoning and retribution is coming. The administration announcing Tuesday.
It's like telling the Iranian government, telling the Iranian people to rise up against their masters, while on the other hand being like, I'm going to kill everyone in Minnesota. What are we doing here, man? The very same people that keep talking about free Iran here in the United States of America are talking about actively punishing everyone that is a naysayer of the Trump Ayatollah. Another 20% of the country that fucking loves the regime.
Tuesday, the DHS is revoking temporary protected status for thousands of Somali refugees, saying they must leave this country by March 17th. We spoke to several Somali immigrants and refugees shaken over the reversal.
There's no place to go back there. I don't think so. It's not safe to go back right now.
And the Minnesota House of Representatives firing back at the Trump administration, saying ending TPS only creates fear.
By the way, the number of people that are being punished for having temporary protected status as Somalis is 2,500. As a simple talking point, to make the racists fucking feel better about themselves, they're removing the TPS of 2,500 Somalis. That's it. This is what I kept repeating over and over again. This is part of the reason why I said, like, talking about the Somali American population as though they're like unlawfully here or as though they're like undocumented immigrants is so stupid when 90% of Somalis on U.S. soil have American citizenship.
Disrupts families and destabilizes communities. Meantime, activists are trying to leverage the economic powers of the community here to drive ICE out, urging on January 23rd, no school, no work, no shopping. Robin.
On January 23rd. All right there. Faye, thank you.
Our top story tonight, ICE enforcement continues. In this video, federal agents are outside the home of a Hmong family that maintains they are U.S. citizens. Thank you for joining us here on Fox 9 and Fox Local. I'm Kelsey Carlson.
And I'm Randy Meyer. Our Maury Glover spoke to the man who took the video and joins us now live. Maury, do we know why ICE agents were there in the first place?
Well, this immigration crackdown was supposed to target the Somali community, but other immigrant communities are also feeling the effects.
Not even the number of Somali folk that have TPS is 700. 2,500 is DHS's latest number, which I wouldn't trust. They reported 700 in August 2025. Okay, well, I'm just giving you what the latest numbers are with the Department of Homeland Security. ICE is planning to pay $100 million for wartime recruitment push targeting gun shows, military fans for hires. Oh, yeah, no, I know this, yeah. Israel and ICE ads for everybody.
Hong Vang says he didn't go looking for ICE.
Can we help you? I don't care who you are.
But they came knocking on his front door anyway.
No, you're trespassing. You're trespassing. This is our property. I don't need to do anything.
I'm still upset, frustrated, scared. All types of emotions.
Vang says he was working from home in St. Paul's Frogtown neighborhood early Monday afternoon when his mother told him there was a stranger at the door. Suspecting it might be ICE, Vang grabbed his phone and started recording his interaction with the agents outside.
You don't need to wait. We're not opening the door.
I was really curious and wondering why they were here. I see that they've been targeting a lot of people of color, so that's the only reason I could think of why they were here.
Vang says he lives with his parents who came to the U.S. from Laos in the 70s, as well as his sister and son, and all of them are U.S. citizens. But he was worried what would happen if he opened the door, so he never did.
I was afraid they were going to take me away, take my mom away, and just, you know, rush our house and do whatever they, you know, been trying to do with.
Bro, it's like a zombie apocalypse, dude. Straight up. Like, you got this fucking lifeless zombie outside of your door being like, open the door.
Legal citizens with people that, you know, haven't done anything wrong.
Vang says the agents didn't tell him why they were there, and after about a minute and a half of back and forth, they left. But he wants others in his community to know what's happening, and more importantly, to know their rights.
They keep on telling you that they think they're doing the right thing, but they're not.
Now, a video of the visit that Vang posted on social media so far has more than 400,000 views. Reporting live in St. Paul, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
I'm asking No. You don't ask me nothing, man. $2.25 million. Get out.
Are we the only community that does fraud?
How come they said this building was closed? Do you guys know where advanced mobility is? Advanced mobility? Yeah, we're looking for it.
He made another video? Ain't no way I'm watching that shit. Ain't no fucking way. Let's watch the chairman Mark Carney step foot inside of the liberated territory of the People's Republic of China in Beijing.
During Beijing's icy winter, customers who can afford the premium price tag shop at this store. Sales in China
I've been there.
helped the Canadian retailer become a billion-dollar business, despite years of diplomatic tension.
I hope the two countries can live in peace and harmony. This is the common wish of most people.
Rebuilding ties is the goal of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney as he heads to Beijing. State media have called the visit, the first by a Canadian leader since 2017, a new starting point for both sides.
China hopes Carney's visit will serve as an opportunity to strengthen dialogue, enhance political mutual trust, expand pragmatic cooperation, and properly handle differences.
The relationship tanked 8 years ago when Canada arrested Meng Wanzhou, an executive at telecoms giant Huawei, following a U.S. extradition request. Soon after, China jailed 2 Canadians on spying charges.
It was from this busy commercial district in Beijing that Canadian Michael Kovrig was suddenly taken and detained by Chinese state security officials in December 2018.
He and Michael Spavor were imprisoned for more than 2.5 years before the diplomatic standoff ended with their release and that of Meng in September 2021. Liam Mather works closely with the Canadian business community in China and says the incident caused a collapse of trust.
Certainly the diplomatic tensions create risk for all companies that have been operating here. So hopefully a new era in the relationship will remove some of that risk.
Beijing.
It's so funny because it's like, what are you going to do? Not work in China? Good luck, you know? Yeah, stop doing shit for the United States of America, a country that keeps entertaining annexing you. You know what I mean? Mark Carney's about to bring the glorious BYD EVs to the fucking Canadian nation state. Y'all are so lucky.
And Ottawa have also locked horns over trade. In October 2024, Canada imposed a 100% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles after a similar move by the US. It also placed a 25% duty on steel and aluminium. Beijing retaliated with a 76% levy on canola seed imports and a 100% tariff on canola oil, meal and peas, a heavy blow to Canadian farmers. Experts say Carney has little choice but to move closer to China. He's pledged to reduce his country's reliance on the US in the wake of President Donald Trump's tariffs and remarks that Canada could become America's 51st state. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news and expert insights. Like, share, stay ahead.
Donald Trump seems obsessed.
It's crazy that it's like, it's crazy how different things could be, you know? Like, we do not have to fight China. It's just it's all made up.
Millions of people come here as immigrants in an age of open borders where anyone who wanted to come could come. And if you were white, you could become a citizen, something we should be very mindful of in the current immigration debate where you hear people say, well, my ancestors came here legally. Well, no shit. It was impossible to come here illegally prior to 1924. You didn't accomplish anything. What do you want, a cookie or something, right? And millions of people come here as immigrants in an age of open borders where anyone who wanted to come could come. And if you were white, you could become a citizen.
This was supposed to be private. I don't like when my students are secretly recording my sessions. I don't appreciate it. Can you focus on the cutter evac, please? No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Obsessed with cementing US influence in the Arctic.
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will.
But at the same time,
the US is withdrawing its presence from Antarctica.
What does this US withdrawal mean for polar geopolitics? Compared with the Arctic, there's far less fuss about the other end of the world. For one reason, the Antarctic is a lot harder to get to.
And all commit to landing at Rotherham.
So what we just heard there is the pilots agreeing the point of safe return. And now we've just passed it. The point on the 1,000-mile flight from Chile to the UK's Rotherham research station, where we no longer have enough fuel to get back. And are committed to landing, which, given the sea is below freezing, involves more than just tray tables and laptops. I suppose it's not much compared to what the pioneers of polar exploration had to suffer through. But a reminder that it's just as hostile and inhospitable as it always was. This station is dedicated to Antarctic research, but it's no secret that it serves another purpose, and that's maintaining a territorial presence on the world's fifth largest continent.
Bro, people say there's no white culture. This is it. What you are watching is peak white culture, okay? Like an area that is objectively impossible to get to, okay? And you still have to maintain your flag up there. It's like, nope, it's mine. This is white culture.
Continent. The 1959 Antarctic Treaty prohibits military or commercial activities in this frozen wilderness. Several nations, including the UK, have formal territorial claims to Antarctica, but any nation can do scientific research. Science is the geopolitical currency in the region, and in the Chilean port of Punta Arenas, you can see the hardware behind it. Britain's muscle down here is Sir David Attenborough. Well, the new icebreaker named after him, that's preparing to return to Antarctica, and it speaks to the shifting geopolitics of the region. It's currently the most modern and well-equipped ship working in Antarctic waters to do research. Yet the Americans, and I wonder what Donald Trump would think about this, because he's cancelled the lease of the icebreaker they used to use down here, they've had to resort to using this ship, which is owned and operated by the Ukrainian government.
Don't tell him now. Don't tell him now. Dog, you are playing with fire. I don't think you understand what you are inviting.
It's perhaps more accidental than strategic, Donald Trump slashed funding for climate research, but not very America first.
At the moment, the US is withdrawing its presence from Antarctica and cutting its funding, particularly for science and the support that it gives its science. So there is a change in the leadership and the balance of power, if you like.
Russia has the most Antarctic research bases, the UK and the US, 3 each. But China is expanding its presence, opening a new station in 2024 and another now in the works. This year, it has 2 ice-breaking research ships around the continent. Along with Russia, which recently announced a vast oil discovery in Antarctica, China may have ambitions outside the current Antarctic Treaty, being a major player around the pole a prerequisite.
China does it because they want to maintain options for future growth in fishing and just future flexing, but not in a military way, flexing.
Yeah, when the white nations do it, it's for good reason. Science. When the bad, scary Asian countries doing it, is not for science, it's for extraction. No, it's good. I'm glad that I got that takeaway here. This is good. China famously anti-science and only wants to use it in a militarily kind of way, you know, like a secret. They have a secret desire here that's actually nefarious. Bro, I love you, but you sound like you're funded by the CCP. Brother, everyone there has the same purpose. It's not just China. That's my point. This is how great powers operate. They are the ones who are making it seem like, well, the white nations are only there for scientific research, but China probably doesn't just want scientific research. There's probably some different reasons. Like, that's my point. Also, I'm not funded by any government. I'm funded by you, the people.
Their capabilities in every dimension in Antarctica. So, yeah, the treaty is under threat.
Although there are fisheries, minerals, and oil in Antarctica.
Bro, they're doing, China is increasingly funding Arctic exploration, but at what cost? After complaining that America stopped doing Arctic exploration because they're cutting their science funding, they literally turned around and went, and China is trying to do the same now, taking over what America once did, but at what cost? It's crazy.
Antarctica, there's no race for resources just yet, but it was a pursuit of profit in the shape of whales that helped drive early exploration here. Now, as the Antarctic warms, its ice melts and territorial conventions seem less stable. Who's to say how long this continent remains a wilderness? Tom Clark, Sky News, Antarctica.
Elon Musk's AI chatbot Grok is facing intense criticism, accused.
Oh, Ashley St. Clair, by the way. Ashley St. Clair got woke after doing Fortnite Friday. Words that you probably never thought you would be hearing or never thought you would say maybe a couple years ago. And now, those words are reality. Elon Musk's baby mama, Ashley St. Clair, has been wokeified.
Of allowing X users to generate fake sexually explicit images.
Didn't she want to come on your stream too? Yes. She's been watching the broadcast for quite a while, as a matter of fact. I'm the one who set her up with TrueAnon back in the day. She's woke now.
Of real women and children. Several countries have already banned the bot and others are considering it. Jolene Kent spoke to a woman with a personal connection to Musk who described how Grok created fake images of her Jolene Kent, good morning.
A woman with a personal connection to Musk is such a nondescript way of describing one of Elon Musk's many baby mamas.
Nate, good morning. Ashley St. Clair, the mother of one of Elon Musk's children, discovered people using Grok to create sexual images of her, including manipulating photos of her as a minor. This comes as Musk says he plans to file for full custody of their child. We spoke to St. Clair, and she says the abuse has now followed her into the real world.
Consider what it means when someone has this much data and this much power, and even when they're quite explicitly breaking laws and legislation.
27-year-old Ashley St. Clair is sounding the alarm after Elon Musk's AI chatbot Grok generated and published sexualized deep-fake images without her permission and shared them on X.
How does it make you feel when you see your likeness being manipulated like that?
The worst for me was seeing myself undressed, bent over, and then my toddler's backpack in the background, because I had to then see that and see myself violated in that way and such horrific images, and then put that same backpack on my son the next day because it's the one he wears every day to school.
St. Clair, an author and mother of two, has a son with Musk. She's one of many victims of non-consensual sexual deepfakes created and shared by Grok.
Did you ask Grok to take those photos down?
I did, multiple times. Grok said, I confirm that you don't consent. I will no longer produce these images. And then it continued to produce more and more images and more explicit images.
St. Clair says she filed a report directly with xAI, which operates Grok. Some of the images were then removed.
When you think about the person who is leading this tech and making it available to the public, what do you want to say to that?
Make it stop. This can be stopped with a singular message to an engineer.
Last week, Malaysia and Indonesia banned Grok, while regulators in the United Kingdom have launched an investigation. A recent study by AI Forensics, a nonprofit that investigates the algorithms of major platforms, found that more than half of the Grok images they reviewed contained individuals in minimal attire, the vast majority of them women.
What do you say to the people out there watching who say, oh, she's got a bone to pick with Elon Musk?
If they want to say my bone to pick is the chatbot undressing minors and myself and stripping me nude, yes, you're right. I have a bone to pick with that. And I don't care who's doing it. So Elon's not special about me speaking out on this.
CBS News reached out to Musk and has not received a response yet. On January 3rd, xAI said it takes action against illegal content on X.
We should just start producing images of Musk, Trump, and all the DHS in bikinis until somebody actually... That's not going to work. You can only shame someone who has the capacity to feel shame. These guys are freaks. I have much shame. Yeah, Elon is now... What the fuck is this? Elon needs full custody. Coming out in support of trans grooming like this is insane. Did I block every person? Pretending to be a right-winger for years and immediately abandoning it all when you see a new paycheck elsewhere? Offering up your own child to the woke mob, talking about his sister, a young boy that was groomed and castrated. One of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Dark woke cause. The other option is bootlicking feds, pedophiles, and nerds. You previously engaged in blatant transphobia. How do you feel about trans people in the wake of noticing how the far right truly is? I feel immense guilt for my role, and even more guilt that things I have said in the past may have caused my son's sister more pain. I don't really know how to make amends for many of these things, but I have been trying incredibly hard privately to learn and advocate for those within the trans community that I've hurt. I also haven't said much on this because I have gone back and forth over whether my voice would be helpful on the issue, since it will be framed as disingenuous or just turning because I'm scorned. Even this reply will become right-wing hysteria, but yeah, I am sorry. Let me know how I can help. 13,000 likes from right-wing hysteria. And Elon Musk literally turned around and saw this when she said she's no longer transphobic. He said, I'm filing custody today, given her statements implying she might transition a 1-year-old boy. Elon wants teachers rounded up and imprisoned for speech, but says his AI bot making sexual images of children is free speech. Yeah. Elon Musk is one of the perfect representatives of like how stupid that free speech argument actually is. Like how many of these people who claim to be free speech advocates are not actually free speech advocates at all. He's the guy, he's Mr. Free Speech, right? Mr. Free Speech. And all he does is ban people, ban dissent, demand others get deplatformed. Teaching people to hate America fundamentally destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. Such teaching should be viewed as treason and those who do it imprisoned. Not very free speechy, my guy. This guy also, the other thing that I despise about Elon Musk, aside from him being a white supremacist, is this like really Reddit way of typing things out, like a faillennial. Same with like JD Vance, right? Elon, I love you, and I think overall you trying to do the right thing. I also think it's disgusting how you were treated when you try to uncover government fraud, both by some of the American people and the government itself. That being said, men like you and Trump need to stop being so utterly gynocentric so you can start controlling your biology and stop willingly enslaving yourself to females through bad decisions, who you procreate with and put into positions of power. Yeah, I sure dig my own grave and inadvertently cause pain for many people I care about too. Sad face. I'm very worried about population collapse destroying civilization, but this doesn't really solve that problem. Perma tendies speak. I swear to God, man. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you were trying to fucking save Western civilization from population collapse by having sex with your reply guys. Jesus Christ. And then the goblin guy getting a fucking response from Elon loses his mind even further. There are simple solutions to population collapse, but no one really seems to want to have that conversation. The following tools have been used with great success, I might add, to drive down birth rates, women's education/indoctrination, women pushed into the workforce at the expense of men, unlimited access to birth control, women voting, holding public office, and otherwise taking... Dude, I'm sorry. You need a lobotomy. I can't read this. I can't read the rest of this. This kind of shit, like... Yes, we must send women back into the kitchen and not let them get educated. How are we supposed to live in a society with people like this, man? Like perma-victim. Women working in the workforce has made my life so much harder. Women voting, holding public office, and otherwise taking part in governmental decisions. I think like, I don't know. I'm not a Radley by any means, but like maybe we castrate guys like this. I mean, I guess they've also permanently castrated themselves by being like that. So there's no way they're fucking anyway. But it's just crazy. Women existing in the workplace is undermining men. Yeah, dude, that's what's going on.
Including child sexual abuse material, or CSAM, by removing it, permanently suspending accounts, and working with local governments and law enforcement as necessary.
What would you like to see the U.S. government do to solve this problem?
Make it stop.
How?
They need to regulate it.
How?
AI should not be allowed to generate and undress children and women. That's what needs to happen.
There are...
I do want to go back to a point in time where, like, there was an established consensus on pedophilia being morally repugnant and wrong and criminal. Okay? Can we go back to that time? I don't know exactly when this changed, but there was a good, like, between the 60s and 70s when rock stars were constantly talking about how awesome it is to do statutory rape. And then, like, right now, there was, like, a cool time period where everyone was like, you know what? Pedophilia is bad. We all agree, right? Speaking of the right normalizing pedophilia, here it is. Nicholas Fuentes, who has already talked about lowering age of consent in the past. So it shouldn't come as a surprise, but here it is. This time he's doing it to defend Jeffrey Epstein, weirdly enough.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, isn't it really pedo?
You say this while Islam exists, basis of the religion. I don't know where you're getting this from, but they'll beat you with fucking hammers if you try to do pedophilia in a country that's Muslim like Turkey. I think you're confusing, like, I don't know, fundamentalist people that exist in every country, including this one, with an entire religion. Nick Fuentes had Ali Alexander groom young boys in his America First when he was aware of it. Oh, yeah, true. That's true.
I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia, okay? They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big difference, in my opinion. I know that's a controversial take, but that's not really the issue there, okay? The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy probably working with Israel. That's the dilemma there. He's working with Israeli intelligence.
That's crazy. No, I think they're, you know, like Mossad and pedophilia are both pretty bad. There's no reason to excuse one at all, actually. That's crazy. But at least, hey, look at that. Yeah, one of my predictions is at least one of them, you know, I locked in. The right will try to normalize pedophilia. Actually is a phebophilia. This will gross out normies. There you go. It's so crazy because he said the problem is not that he's a pedophile, but instead he's Jewish and works for Israel. No, I think the problem is that he's a pedophile who does also work for Israel. Yeah, also, even when he got mad about Jeffrey Epstein, he just brought up the fact that he's Jewish first and then even said maybe working for Israel. Truly the worst, most insane framing possible. He's like, he's definitely Jewish, and that's the problem. Maybe he works with Israel. We don't know. But also, I just want to say pedophilia is A-okay. Awesome.
Existing laws against those types of images.
And they need to enforce them.
Who should enforce them?
Who's ever responsible for enforcing them. Not me.
St. Clair tells us her ability to earn money on X has since been revoked since she spoke out. And when we asked her if she plans to take legal action, she said she's considering all options available. And guys, it's worth remembering, Grok is driven by the information that users give it. It learns from your interactions and what you put in unless you opt out of that. The platform trains on an enormous amount of data. And as for that custody situation, Musk says he plans to file for full custody over allegations that St. Clair might transition their 1-year-old son. A source close to St. Clair, though, says this is, quote, absurd and unequivocally false. Vlad?
Yeah, Jolene, she raises an interesting point. Why not have an engineer on the back end remove the...
Why is she running defense for Elon Musk? I don't know. It's CBS, dude. Why do you think? Barry Weiss. Bovine Barry, back at it again.
...capability for artificial intelligence to...
What preceded...
All right, I'm not going to watch 48 minutes of this. I'm sorry. No disrespect, but, like, that's craziness. Okay. Oh, yeah, Sydney Sweeney, Israel arc. I mean, that's the Scooter Braun method. Sydney Sweeney beams as she meets October 7th survivors Noah Argamani and Avi Natan Orr. Not just the genes that fit well, it's the values, too. Barry Weiss getting dunked
And
on.
the award for most editing goes to CBS News. Yes. CBS News, America's newest place to see BS News. And the award...
Nice. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Watch the entire thing? Nah, I don't care about that. Back on Evil Arc. Looks like HasanAbi back on Evil Arc. Looks like gave up on Neutral. Who? Did we watch the John Oliver segment? No. Oh, Border Patrol whistleblower outraged by ICE's conduct exposed over a dozen secret ICE programs and documents leaked to me. Operation Benchwarmer, Tidal Wave, Abracadabra, Dust Off, Fleur de Lis are just a few of the secret programs recently undertaken by ICE. Border Patrol official outraged by ICE's conduct is leaked to me and other documents providing an unprecedented glimpse into ICE's undeclared activities across the country. 15-page long document marked law enforcement sensitive details 21 major ICE operations resulting, so it says, in 6,852 apprehensions since June. From Operation A covert effort to develop informants among immigrants in detention, to Operation Benchwarmer, which alone spans the deployment of 2,000 intelligence assets across the country. The document gives a sense of how aggressively ICE is scouring neighborhoods and developing sources to spy on immigrants and Americans alike. Operation Abracadabra was initiated with the requirement of interviewing 100% of individuals apprehended to gather intelligence to identify follow-on targets such as stash houses and individuals conducting illegal activity. Tying every individual across the border illegally to a foreign terrorist organization, a transnational criminal organization, and or utilizing the intelligence to develop targets. Wait, what? They're openly saying you have to find whatever evidence you can to tie them back to fucking foreign terrorist organizations? Hey guys, we have a super secret operation. It's called fucking lying, okay? Operation Lying About Immigrants. That's what we're calling it. Like, Abracadabra is such a funny way to present this, where you just know that you're like trying to find whatever you can, whatever bullshit reason you can. Operation He's Got a Gun. Every ICE officer is supposed to have an extra side piece that they have that they can drop on top of any ICE victim that they kill. You know, Operation We're Framing You as a Criminal. This one's really good. Operation Stop Resisting is a training manual to make it seem like the person that you're trying to apprehend is actually resisting arrest, and therefore you can kill them. Wow. Operation Benchwarmer. Plainclothes agents have been embedded in transport vans, sally ports, processing areas, and detention cells to gather important tactical intelligence and information. This national security colossus, over 20 years in the making, plays an intimate role in many of the ICE operations you read about and many you don't. Yesterday, I reported on the deployment of hundreds of Border Patrol agents to Minneapolis to support ICE operations there in the wake of ICE agents' killing of Renee Good. My source's motive, in large part, pertains to the lack of big-picture public understanding of ICE's large reward. That's by design, thanks to the lack of transparency on part of the DHS and Congress unwilling to compel transparency. Things as basic as ICE's use of force policy its use of deadly force policy, are almost completely blacked out so the public can't see them. Opposition to ICE's conduct following Renee Good's death has spread throughout the Department of Homeland Security, as I previously reported. The discontent is also affecting the Justice Department, with several top federal prosecutors in Minnesota resigning over pressure to investigate Renee Good's widow. I need you to understand this one more time. 6 top prosecutors in the state of Minnesota resigned after the Department of Justice directed them to try to find crimes relating to Renee Good's widow. Okay? 6 prosecutors in the state of Minnesota resigned after the government killed Renee Good, and then went back to the prosecutors and was like, you have to find something that ties back Renee's wife to activist networks so we can get a fucking big dub here. It's pretty crazy. Screenshots of documents referenced in the story are enclosed below. Oh, and if you work for the DHS, you know, you have tips. Also, part of why I get so many leaks, bigger media. Okay. Operation Los Angeles. USBP, Border Patrol, deployed to LA on June 6th to support ICE ERO with immigration enforcement and related riots and protests. At one point, USBP had 367 personnel deployed to Los Angeles to provide support for ICE in multiple areas. Total apprehensions, 474. Operation at large throughout U.S. is nationwide operation significantly increased the number of illegal alien arrests with final orders of removal. Operation Tidal Wave, Operation Fleur de Lis, New Orleans sector. Abracadabra, we already covered that one. Operation Red Card, ICRO Boston for targeted at-large criminals who have been released back into the community after being charged with criminal actions. Fleur de Lis. Okay, whatever. Fleur de Lis. Operation Zulu Shield nationwide is a nationwide immigration enforcement operation with multiple iterations. USBP Special Operations Group collaborates with ICE, HSI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Targeting Center, National Gang Unit to target illegal aliens with various levels of criminal history. Yeah, once you get to like actual criminal history having migrants, by the way, the numbers diminish dramatically, if you noticed. Green Snowbird, SOG tactical package consists of 10 personnel which deployed to St. Thomas, USVI, support HSI, ICE, ERO. All right, so then the rest of the leaks are just like not ongoing programs or whatever, and just where they've deployed with how many numbers and who have actually how many people have been apprehended. Did you see this ratio? Oh, this was very funny. Homeland Security lies so frequently, it's pretty awesome. So Laura Jadid, a journalist with bylines in Politico, Rolling Stones, The Nation, New Republic, wrote a piece of great investigative reporting for Slate.com. In the piece, a few months ago, she says, ICE hired me. I didn't sign and submit any paperwork. I'm real outspoken about my opinion of the Trump administration, and I'm extremely Googleable. And yet, there it was, in plain English. Welcome to ICE, my latest for Slate. And this, of course, shows how incredibly incompetent the hiring process looks like. Okay? And not only are they hiring whoever the fuck wants to do it.
Here on Democracy Now!
There's no background check in the process as well. These are the people that we're arming, chat. We're making them train for 47 days, and then we're giving them weapons, and then we're sicking them on the homeland. How fucking nutty is that shit, dude? We are so goddamn cooked. Why is the U.S. government allowing ICE to kill U.S. citizens but telling Iran if they execute protests, we will bomb them to shit? Because we like bombing Iran. Next question. Oh, here's what the Democrats are doing at a time when there's tremendous discontent towards ICE It's illegal misconduct. It's, unsanctioned state murder, or rather sanctioned state murder, and all this stuff. You might be wondering, like, what are the Democrats doing to save the day? Well, don't worry. Richie Torres is here. He's introducing a bill that would require ICE officers to wear QR codes that you can scan to get their full name, badge number, and other identifying info. Remember when I joked about this? When Joe Rogan brought it up? Yesterday, when we were watching Joe Rogan bring this up in his conversation with Rand Paul, I said that sounds like a Democrat policy to be like, it's not the mass detention and mass apprehension that's the problem. Glad your dog is not by you. Me too. She's actually on a fucking long ass walk right now. But thank you. This is such a funny... Dude, I will never get over this. It's just the funniest fucking hallucination that these motherfuckers have. Where, like, they have to act as though they're saving my dog from me. One of the best dog owners in the United States of America. Okay? It's like, oh, glad your dog is not by you. The only thing that's better than this one... The only thing is better than this kind of comment is like when people go, why don't you shock your dog again? Why don't you shock your dog again? It's like, oh, okay, got it. So you that's what you want. It's weird. Kaya lives in the top 1% of dogs. Kaya lives in the top 1% of humans. Kaya Piker lives a better existence than every single person that comes in here fantasizing about how abusive I am to her. Yeah, her ass don't pay rent. Living in a fucking $1 million home, treats every day. Playtime in the morning. Long ass walk in the night. Sleeping most of the day. Cuddling in the times where she's not sleeping. Sounds like a Somali daycare worker. I mean, there's a similarity here. For sure. There's a similarity with it's the same kind of stupids that believe the Somali daycare fraud story, are the same kind of stupids who still consistently claim that I'm abusing my dog. You know, it's actually the same people, really. So that's another filter. Anyway, yeah. Representative Richie Torres, ladies and gentlemen, he's killing it. All right, we got the terrifying world of looks maxing. We got the self-hating neo-Nazis, one of the Mexican Nazis. But before we do that, I got to show you this. So Anna Kasparian did this like debate thing called open debate or something. I'm not entirely certain what it was, but apparently Just Pearly things got fucking destroyed, annihilated.
Clean things up? Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Bro, she was tweaking. Apparently, Anna fucking cooked her so hard her brain stopped working. I mean, yeah, sure, it's a layup to debate Pearl, but like you couldn't even talk. Like, you got destroyed so hard that you couldn't even make words with your mouth.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
So what, like, there's no, what is going on here? Like, I didn't even understand the format. Like, she just goes, like, she's not even making noise. What the fuck?
Pearl isn't saying anything. What?
You got this, Pearl. Dude, this is insane. Shouldn't have eaten that second edible. This is so cringe. She's on something. Pearl is beautiful, but you mog her. She's drunk. Is kind of autistic. She's getting ready to crack. Pearl isn't a debater. Dude, this is insane. What happened there? Does she have an answer for it? This is exactly what happened when Amy Therese tried to debate someone on a live stream years ago. Instantly cornered into a long, brutal silence. You can't let their Twitter bluster fool you. All reactionaries are paper tigers. Oh, for sure. This is the meta for the night. For the right, you just literally concede to the point but maintain your opinion. Wait, no shot. This is the cope. I swear to God, this cope is even crazier. Update. Pearly Things revealed on stream that she was considering physically assaulting Anna Kasparian during her debate, but held herself back due to fears of catching a charge. Also, why does she look like that? Is that like a face filter? Did they put like some kind of strange face filter on her face? What's happening? Like, she looks different. Like, she looks different here too, by the way. Like, this is not what she used to look like. Wait, is there a point where... Yeah, this is not what she used to look like at all. Women don't need to look good for you. First of all, I'm not even talking about how... Like, I'm not even talking about, like, her attractiveness, okay? I'm saying she looks different than the way she used to back in the day. I don't know what the fuck happened. Good genes? Okay. Nah, she looks the same. Okay. I mean, if you say so. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know what the fuck happened to her.
Like, you can talk like this to men, but I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, I will, yeah.
Bro, she's going fucking nonverbal even on her own stream. What the hell?
Yeah. I know, but I have this fear in me of the police. I never want to like get in trouble in that way. But you know, I'm getting older. And have you noticed the older you get, I'm like, do you know what? I could catch a charge. I was thinking during the debate.
Bro, what is happening? This is like getting increasingly worse quality, by the way. Like, every new video that you send me is losing pixels. Like, what the fuck is this? This is 1p, bro.
That's what I was thinking during the debate. I'm like, the only reason you can talk like this is because there's security right there. I could beat your ass. Like, I am a tall woman.
I think Anna would literally destroy her, by the way, in a bout of fisticuffs. Another angle. What am I thought? Oh, Jesus Christ. Even her bit rate going nonverbal. Many such cases. over. Oh my God. Chairman Mao, save us. Xi Jinping, save me. Xi Jinping. It's so bad. John Fetterman fan cam not bait.
I only pray you'll never leave me behind. Never leave me. Because good music can be so hard to find. So hard to find. I'll take your hand and hold it closer.
Fuck the GOP 8. Chatter, this is you, I assume, right? That's you, like, because this has 3 likes. Wow. Wow. That was incredible. That was fantastic. That's cinema. That's art. Yeah, I saw that there are levels to centrism you couldn't dream of. You had the Ashley Babbitt. Renee Good and Ashley Babbitt a tribute, like the fucking murals in Ireland. This would be the American mural, you know, anti-colonial resistance mural. We are spiritually and fundamentally a broken nation. Oh, I seen this. Yeah, dark filters invented by BBC and used by Western media to portray a bad China backfired. The filters are now loved by Chinese netizens as a way to show pride in China's strength. Aura. They're doing aura edits. The PLA's doing aura edits. Makes you want to go back? I do. I do want to go back. We must return. We must return. All white Chinese. We must return to the homeland. The fatherland needs us. The motherland needs us. One day we will all be Chinese. I do want to go back. I've been missing China. I guess whoever these edits are indicative of who's on top. Yeah. Nothing is funnier than comparing this to Trump's parade. I know. I couldn't help but do that. Walsh just addressed the state.
ICE agents are going door to door, ordering people to point out where their neighbors of color live.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. First of all, it's so fucking crazy. It's Nazi Germany. I think, like I said this yesterday, I tweeted it out too. Like, I think the local police department has to work with the citizens if they want to stave off like any sort of decentralized violence. Because once people realize that the local administration, the local governments are not on their fucking side, they're going to take matters of self-defense into their own hands. And from what I understand, like whenever cops are deployed, they side with ICE. So I don't know what the expectation is here. Like, I don't know how we fix it. pretty cooked.
They're pulling over people indiscriminately, including U.S. citizens, and demanding to see their papers. And at grocery stores, at bus stops, even at our schools, they're breaking windows, dragging pregnant women down the street, just plain grabbing Minnesotans and shoving them into unmarked vans, kidnapping innocent people with no warning and no due process. Let's be very, very clear. This long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. Instead, it's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of Minnesota by our own federal government. Last week, that campaign claimed the life of Renee Nicole Good. We've all watched the video. We've all seen what happened. And yet, instead of conducting an impartial investigation so we can hold accountable the officer responsible for Renee's death, the Trump administration is devoting the full power of the federal government to finding an excuse to attack the victim and her family. Just yesterday, 6 federal prosecutors, including the longtime career prosecutor leading the charge to investigate and eliminate fraud in our state's programs, quit their jobs rather than go along with this assault on the United States Constitution. But as bad as it's been, Donald Trump intends for it to get worse. This week, he went online to promise that, quote, the day of retribution and reckoning is coming. That's a direct threat against the people of this state, who dared to vote against him 3 times and who continue to stand up for freedom with courage and empathy and profound grace. All across Minnesota, people are stepping up to help their neighbors who are being unjustly and unlawfully targeted. They're distributing care packages and walking kids to school and raising their voices in peaceful protest, even though doing so has made many of our fellow Minnesotans targets for violent retribution. Folks, I know it's scary, and I know it's absurd that we all have to be defending law and order, justice, and humanity while also caring for our families and trying to do our jobs. So tonight, let me say once again to Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, end this occupation. You've done enough. Let me say 4 critical things to the people of Minnesota. 4 things I want you to hear as you watch the news and look out for your neighbors. First, Donald Trump wants this chaos. He wants confusion. And yes, he wants more violence on our streets. We cannot give him what he wants. We must protest loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Indeed.
Dude, this is such a funny, like, he just spent the first half of this video talking about how they're beating our asses. Okay? What the fuck's going on with my eye? I don't understand. And then he's like, and we will do nothing. The state government will do nothing, and you should also do more nothing in return. I mean, I guess he's saying, like, he's urging people to protest, even though he keeps saying that, like, that protest is actually leading to violence for his constituents. Deploy the National Guard, man. Those are comprised of our neighbors, no? Deploy the fucking National Guard to protect the citizens. Make a big show of it. Be like, hey, we're bringing the National Guard, but to protect the citizens 100%. Like, there needs to be a power posture at some point. Because if there is no power posture at all, at any given point, there's no pushback. Because, like, they're already exhausting the legal avenues, right? And that will inevitably come. The legal avenues are already being exhausted. The courts are probably going to find all this shit fucking, inappropriate, unlawful. And then Trump is eventually going to scale back, as he did in all these other places where he deployed the federal law enforcement or the National Guard. So, before Donald Trump federalizes the National Guard, you fucking bring them in. You're the governor. Like, it's good that they're pursuing legal avenues. Bro out here still thinks that there are still laws. No, this is what has happened already, but it takes too long. Courts don't move fast enough to stop constituents from getting their asses beat, from being detained, from being harassed, from door-to-door operations today and tomorrow. The courts have actually ruled against Donald Trump on numerous occasions, and Donald Trump has had to back away. The problem is, before the courts are actually ruling, if you want to stop the bleeding, you want to stop the hemorrhaging, you have to take action. Forceful action. You know? And if your local police department is not going to defend your constituents, your citizens, which they should, by the way, which is crazy that they're like not cooperating with the, like Jacob Frey must be the biggest cuck of all time. And American police are so fucking gross, honestly, if they're straight up saying they're not going to protect their neighbors. Someone at some point has to deploy a forceful response because the dam will not break on its own, okay? You need to make it break. You need to show that these guys can't get away with this bully behavior. This is like stuff that you teach to children. You know what I mean? You have to sometimes forcefully stand up and defend yourself. You have to forcefully defend those who are vulnerable around you if there's a big bully in the playground. You know? That you are united in numbers. You have more power when you have more people by your side. We have the numbers. This administration does not. They don't have the mandate. They don't have the fucking numbers.
Hey, ICE.
What is this? Lip talk on Dems not doing anything?
Stop. Stop. Get the out. Yeah, I said the F word. Someone has to do something. It's not gonna be me. What we need to do is we need to come together as a community. So let's get together, sisters. Did that do it? As someone who can do something about this, I promise you, I am working towards.
Don't be the drunk girlfriend that gets their boyfriend in a fight. Go to Minnesota. I want to. I have a pretty fucking slammed schedule coming up, which is why I haven't been able to manage travel. But I do want to go to Minnesota. I've been talking to people on the ground as well. What do you mean, don't be the drunk girlfriend that gets their boyfriend in a fight? Brother, this is the fucking state government versus the federal government. Are you fucking stupid? Are you brain dead? You and I, as American citizens, as regular ass civilians, are already in the fight. Okay? We are already getting our asses beat, dumbass. This is me saying, please do something. Someone in a position of power, please do something. What the fuck?
Having some conversations with people and figuring out how socialism is evil. I posted not just on Instagram, but also Twitter. Rest assured, I am sending a message to the president. This is that message. Vote for me for my upcoming re-election campaign, link in bio. Hey, ICE.
True.
As hard as we will fight in the courts and at the ballot box, we cannot and will not let violence prevail. You're angry, I'm angry. Angry is not a strong enough word, but we must remain peaceful. Second, you are not powerless, you are not helpless, and you are certainly not alone. All across Minnesota, people are learning about opportunities, not just to resist, but to help people who are in danger. Thousands upon thousands of our fellow Minnesotans are going to be relying on mutual aid in the days and weeks to come, and they need our support. Tonight, I want to share another way you can help. Witness. Help us establish a record of exactly what's happening in our communities. You have an absolute right to peacefully film ICE agents as they conduct these activities. So carry your phone with you at all times.
It's crazy. He's just like, y'all are on your own, bitch. Yeah, just film stuff. If you get your ass beat, sorry. It is what it is, you know what I mean? Yeah, just, it's all good, you know? If ICE beats your ass, yeah, it happens sometimes.
And if you see these ICE agents in your neighborhood, take out that phone and hit record. Help us create a database of the atrocities against Minnesotans, not just to establish a record for posterity, but to bank evidence for future prosecution. The third thing I want to say to you tonight is we will not have to live like this forever. Accountability is coming at the voting booth and in court. We will reclaim our communities from Donald Trump. We will reestablish a sense of safety for our neighbors, and we will bring an end to this moment of chaos, confusion, and trauma. We will find a way to move forward, and we'll do it together, and we'll not be alone. Every day we are working with business leaders, faith leaders, legal experts, and elected officials from across this country. They've all seen what Donald Trump is trying to do to our state, and they know their states could be next. And that brings me to the fourth thing I want to say tonight, Minnesota, how incredibly proud I am of the way that you've risen to meet this unbearable moment. But I'm not at all surprised, because this is who we are. Minnesotans believe in the rule of law, and Minnesotans believe in the dignity of all people. We're a place where there's room for everybody, no matter who you are or who you love or where you came from. A place where we feed our kids. We take care of our neighbors.
Yeah. If you get your ass beat by ICE, film it and post it on Twitter so Asmold can reply base to it. So that it can go into his jerk off compilation. I swear to God, you could get the average right winger to literally sign off on brutalizing like an ICE agent, like straight up beating on an ICE agent if you told him it was in Iran. Okay. As a matter of fact, I know that already happened because there was a video circulating in the peak of the Iranian protests against the Islamic Republic. And there was a video from, I think, Athens or Berlin. It's certainly not Iran, where like people were throwing Molotov cocktails everywhere, right? It was in Europe. And everyone was posting that video being like, hell yeah, brave warriors, keep up the good fight. The very same people that if they knew it was happening in fucking Europe would have been like, these are all probably immigrants and they need to be killed immediately. That's how it goes with these fucking dumb fucks. That's how it is.
And we look out for those in the shadows of life. We're an island of decency.
Not gonna lie, this makes me believe the most that America will strike Iran. Oh, dude, stop. This was also hours ago. A new Polymarket account was created 2 hours ago and immediately placed $160,000 on a single bet. Listen, dude, that was at 2:35 p.m. At that point, the no flight restrictions had already been implemented, okay? And people were already reporting about hearing jets in the fucking sky. Please stop. Like... I live in Minneapolis. I'm in multiple signal chats organizing against this. We're seeing that multiple white supremacist groups are planning a major rally here in the city. Very worried. This is the day of reckoning. What rally could they be fucking planning to do in your city? They're already wearing the ICE badge. All the neo-Nazis are already working with ICE. They're already in ICE. They joined ICE. They rally every day. One of those neo-Nazis killed Renee Good. What is this? Zohar Mamdani officially move and add bidets. The implication of this is that Mamdani will be the first New York mayor to regularly wash his butt. Is true. Also, if you remember, me and Zoran talked about this. Like literally this exact same thing. I talked about how, I mean, every time you meet someone from that part of the world, okay, this is a conversation that is always had. About white people not washing their asses. It's so strange. It's one of the strangest things. It is genuinely one of the strangest things. Like, I have a bidet in every toilet in my bathroom, in my house. It's just, what is this? January 17th, Crusader Christians will be marching on Minneapolis Hall, 1 p.m. Crusaders take back Minnesota from corrupt tampon Tim Walz. Oh, these guys are such fucking dildos. ICE tries intimidating citizen, but he doesn't back down. Minneapolis.
Get out the car. No, for what? You fall off again, we're gonna. I'll work around here. I'll work around here. Shut the fuck up, bitch. White boy. Record it. Record the plate. Record my plate. Record my plate. Bitch, you're about to get. You walk up on me. You're.
Oh, this one. This is this motherfucker from Chicago. Chirac?
Bitch, you're about to get. You walk up on me. You're getting. No, you walked up on me and pulled my door. You walked up on me. No, you walked up.
He shouldn't have gotten out of his car because he at least has like some level of protection.
On me. You walked up on
Legally
me.
speaking.
I work around here. I work for the city. This is my property. I work around here. I drive around here every day. Record it. I drive around here every day. You can record everything. I work around here. I work around here. I'm not talking now. I talk to you because you're more calm. I talk to you because you're more calm. I'm not talking to you.
This isn't warning. This isn't warning. Do not follow us. Do not follow us. Take a picture of the video.
We can do whatever we want. We're in America. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're blocking the street. I'm recording you. You're blocking the street, you stupid bitch. No, you're in the middle of the fucking street, stupid bitch. This is America. We can do what we want. Okay, watch. You're gonna be on social media. Your car's gonna be everywhere. You better switch it up. You better switch it up.
Coming out here being aggressive. Get the fuck out of here, you punk ass white boy. That's why y'all gonna die. When that second sun come out and reach it, you white boys gonna die because you can't handle that sun. We're gonna what? You're gonna die because you can't handle the sun. Oh, we're gonna die.
Look at him. He's ready to pepper spray people. Fucking 20 feet away from them, he's ready to pepper spray people. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Shout out to you. So this is ICE. Y'all look out for them today. They're in these cars. A blue Subaru and a black, what is that? A black Subaru. They're out in Subarus, y'all. Do not let them get you. Do not stop. You know your rights.
There's another one that slipped. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I love these. This is crack, dude. This shit hits like crack. Oh. Yo, when a bunch of fake ICE tourists meet real ICE, okay? Phony pretender ICE meets real ICE. All of a sudden, chaos ensued. Not Kirsty Noem literally being like, this person is a terrorist. Trump on Pahlavi just now. Trump tells Reuters Steve Holland on Reza Pahlavi, the son of Iran's deposed Shah. He seems very nice, but I don't know how he'd play within his own country. And we really aren't up to that point yet. We're looking and studying a lot of things, but it's very early, too soon to say. I don't know how he gets along with his country. I don't know whether or not his country would accept his leadership. And certainly if they would, that would be fine with me. Oh, he's machadoing. He's machadoing again. Oh, no. Oh, no, another Machado. Bro, he hates CIA-backed opposition. Yeah. Oh, my God. He probably saw the Lindsey Graham video and was like, this guy can't do it.
Senator Lindsey Graham here with the Crown Prince of Iran. I have followed you, your passion, the way you articulate the hope of your people. It will be up to the people of Iran to pick their next leader. I can't wait till they have a chance to do that. But you are really risen to the occasion, compelling narrative for the long-suffering people of Iran. And I believe with all my heart that help is on the way.
Senator, thank you so much for all your words of support for my compatriots in the darkest time in our history, but hopefully, as we say in Iran, in Farsi, the end of the dark night is light, and this is probably...
That's Jason the Ween. You stole that. You stole that from the Ween. That's not. At the end of the day is night. That's Jason the Ween, man. He came up with that. That's crazy.
The first time we are so close to victory. You've witnessed the resilience of my compatriots. They are fighting a brave fight, and any solidarity can only help them achieve that goal sooner. I've been committed to this all my life to serve my nation, and hopefully, as the Senator just said, we hope that the Iranian people will this time have complete freedom and the choice will be theirs. We are here to serve them, to make that choice in freedom, and that's why my commitment. And thank you for your support, Senator.
Thank you. And President Trump, thank you for picking the people over the Ayatollah. You're the first one to do that. Thank you for acknowledging that the only way you can make Iran great again is for the protesters to win over the regime. And I believe that day is at hand. And to the American people, it matters to us. This is the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Are you aware of the fact that the Shah's wife is getting railed by her LA trainer? There's dozens of pictures online. Fuck it, make him the new Shah, dude.
On the planet, they have American blood on their hands, and the people protesting in the streets could be our best friends.
Pictures of the sex? Dude, you got too horny. That's crazy. Hey, dial it back, dude. What the fuck? In all caps, he said, pictures of the sex? Yeah, chatter. They snapped them fucking. It's illegal to be horned? Link. Anyway, there was another thing I wanted to show you. Oh, there's the Kai Cenat thing that people were fucking dunking on him for. I wonder if that one chatter is still in here who was like, bro, respond to Kai Cenat, respond to Kai Cenat, respond to Kai Cenat. Apparently Kai Cenat's like quitting streaming or something to focus on himself and, you know, make a what do you call it? Make a fashion line called Vivek. I don't know. I saw some stuff on TikTok, which, you know, good for him. I think everyone should pursue their passions. And What I found to be strange though is that like he's been uploading videos of him like self-improving himself, which as you guys know I'm a huge fan of and a big advocate of. And people have been dunking on him. One of the things that he's been doing is like reading. W growth, by the way. And apparently there's like words that he doesn't know while he's reading. And people are shitting on him for it. And I found that so strange. Do you have a clip? Yeah, like people have been talking about like this is ridiculous, all this shit.
Spontaneous. How do I?
Kaisenak kept having to look up certain words, what certain words meant during his reading journey to become a better speaker. So here's the thing, okay? This is a vulnerable thing that he's doing. I mean, sure, it's easy to fucking, dunk on him and be like, how do you not know how to say like spontaneity, whatever, right? Or spontaneous. I don't know what word he was trying to read, but as someone who knows many words, okay, I didn't, come out of the womb knowing the words. There were plenty of instances where I had to look them up. It's the fucking lolcow culture of Twitch. I just find it really strange, especially because like the next generation is genuinely illiterate, right? The next gen is unironically illiterate. So I'm glad that like someone who is this impactful and this influential may get others to go on a similar journey to read books.
Pronounce that. Spontaneity.
And why did you have to react to that exactly? I don't know. I don't know why he wanted me to react to it, but I like that he's doing this. Even though he's reading, what is it, like Atomic Habits or something? I hate those fucking self-help books. I mean, I think those are dog shit. He should be reading Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, I think. But, baby steps, I guess.
Times when I don't know what a word is pronounced, I get to look at how it's pronounced and what it even means.
Spontaneity.
Spontaneity. The condition of being spontaneous. Spontaneity.
Spontaneity.
Spontaneity. Spontaneity. And spontaneity of life. Hardly such questions set up a false what does that mean?
Dichotomy.
Dichotomy. A false dichotomy. What does that mean? A dichotomy. A division or contrast between two things that are or represented as being opposed or entirely different. Repeated.
I mean, bro, the government has failed the next generation, okay? Is so cooked. Anyone that takes the initiative and is not afraid to embarrass themselves on the process of learning, I'm on board with. I'm not going to make fun of them, okay? And I think those who do make fun of people like Kai either are unimaginably privileged already because they were fortunate enough to get a solid education, a reliable education. Because I had some friends, normies, that I know send me this to be like, he's not, this is not a good look for us, is basically what some of my friends who went to fucking great universities, as a matter of fact, Ivy League educations, were sending me this shit and not realizing that, like, this is a good thing overall. Okay? And I think bad look for your friends? No, I know. I fucking told them. Listen, there's also a lot of people that are clowning on him on Twitter. And those guys are Those guys are cowardly, okay? The reason why I say that is because they're mocking Kai because they're insecure about their own lack of growth, okay? That's it. They're insecure about their own inability to change. I'm happy that he's doing this. It's a good thing overall. And yes, I do hope that Tim Pool watches Kai and then he also learns how to read. I remember when Adept went on your podcast and he was curious what philanthropist meant. It's good to ask and grow. Exactly. At least get him on some good literature, man. He's reading Atomic fucking Habits. Self-help books are evil as hell. I'm kind of joking, but still, yeah, no, I know. It's just, but it is whatever. Vladimir who again? Vladimir Lenin? Vladimir who? Lenin. Lenin. Yeah, some people make fun of this because they're fucking elitist, and others make fun of this because they're scared, because they also didn't get an adequate education, and they're just, you know, they're scared of their own fucking intellect, I guess. In any case, you can start reading anything is good. Honestly, you can start reading fucking fiction. Like I read, dude, my love for reading when I was younger, and I certainly don't read as much as I used to back in the day. I'm not embarrassed to admit this. My love for reading exploded with Harry Potter. Okay. I read the fuck out of Harry Potter. I love that shit. Okay. I love that shit. And then Game of Thrones too. This is before J.K. Rowling had the brain rot from black mold growing in her house. We know you're a millennial. I'm just saying, dude. Girl to boycott.
Six 12:34 p.m. and I'm about to do 20 minutes of
Jeremiah Johnson, you can be mad at the amount of influence Kai Cenat has, or you can make fun of him, but Kai promoting literacy and thoughtful reading longer books to audience who are, for the most part, the dumbest teenagers alive is actually a very good thing.
reading to improve the way that I speak.
Like Jeremiah Johnson finding a way to be a fucking asshole once again, even when he's talking about something in a positive way.
20 minutes. 3, 2, 1. Habit tracking is satisfying. This is the most crucial benefit of them all. Tracking can become its own form of reward. It is satisfying to cross an item off your to-do list, to complete an entry in your workout log, or to mark an X on your calendar. It feels good to watch your results grow. The size of your investment portfolio, the length of your book manuscript, and if it feels good.
Big TikTok about adapt on fear
I want you
and
to watch this clip with me here in a second and look for something that this guy in the white shirt does. It's very, very small, but I think is wonderful and I wish more people would do.
That. And,
yeah, it's crazy.
You know, like give back and see and make a real impact on the world and like younger kids and try to help out in whatever way I can.
You're on your like philanthropic grind.
Philanthropic, what's that one?
Oh.
The context of this is not super relevant. This is the Fear and podcast. It's a bunch of Twitch streamers that have a podcast. Sometimes they have a guest, including the guy in the white shirt who was formerly known as Phase Adapt and now is just Adapt. He's talking about a fundraising effort that he did recently for kids in Gaza. And they were able to generate a lot of money. They sent it over there. And as a result,
he's unlocking new word. No, I'm laughing because of the way Adapt communicates. I love it. Where he's like, "What's that? That's a new word he just unlocked." What's that one?
the organization he sent it to was able to do like a thing of fun stuff for the kids in Gaza. They sent him a video back, and the banner even said, "Thanks to Phase Adapt." That is all fantastic.
Yeah, he's prestiging. He's prestiging. W words.
Love to see it, but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when one of the hosts, Cutie, says you're on your philanthropic grind, and he stops the conversation to ask, "Philanthropic, what is that?" I'm never really bothered when people don't know what every word means, because of course nobody.
I feel bad because if this man is a Fear and watcher, he knows I dunk on Austin all the time when he doesn't know words. I would never do that to Adapt though, but it's Austin, so I'm gonna rip him. Because Austin didn't spend half of his life being an internet celebrity famous for doing trick shots. Okay? Austin went to college and he didn't even have friends. So he has no excuse. Like, he had to study. He had to be studious, okay? Because he was not going to parties at all. So that's the reason why whenever he does not know a word, I'm like, come on, man. The fuck? He should know all the words.
knows what every word means. I'm just a person that happens to really like knowing a lot of words. But the only way that you can learn a lot of words is by being exposed to them and then trying to find out what it is. And it is incredibly and increasingly rare to see someone, especially younger, being willing to stop a conversation about themselves to just ask what a...
Also, I'm realizing I do dunk on a lot of chatters sometimes because I think they're like fucking with me, but they probably might be genuinely curious. Maybe I should be more open-minded and kinder to people who will be like, what's that name? Vladimir what? But also at the same time, it's like there's a level of, I mean, I don't know. I just expect that there should be a level of knowledge here that you already have unlocked, that you've downloaded a little bit. You know what I mean? He's becoming self-aware. See, this is why. Who's Trump? Good one, chatter. Sometimes I think people are fucking with me. Sometimes maybe I could be kinder. I don't know. Sometimes I get annoyed because I'm like, I'm not fucking Google, man. You can look it up on Google. But you make me sick. All the good words I've memorized have now been replaced by meme words I learned from your stream. Okay, I always will remember the word lugubrious. Okay, SAT 2008. Immediately comes back from the walk and goes for the treats. What is this? The appetite on lady over here. Indubitably. Nah, freaky unk, you gotta be nicer to us and give us more feet pics.
Word was, and I loved that. And he did it without any hesitation. Did it without worrying about pronouncing it right.
Hey, Hasan, what does chomo mean? Child molester. Term common in prison, shortened for child molester.
He didn't, but it doesn't matter. They all knew what he was talking about. And did it without worrying about looking silly or stupid or anything, just because he didn't know a word. And it was kind of funny because he didn't know a word that described what he was doing. We have a growing literacy problem in this country, specifically amongst younger people, but not exclusively. And one of the only ways that we can help combat that is by encouraging the...
Can we get more big words? No. What's a trog? It's a slang that I came up with that's short for troglodyte, which is a substitute term that I try to use instead of the R word because I really liked saying the R word and I've tried to take it out of my vocabulary, so I say troglodyte because it has like a decent mouthfeel, like the R word does. And it also sounds like a slur. Like when you say trog, it sounds kind of like a slur, right? Yeah, but that makes you sound like a nerd. Why? Troglodyte? I don't think so.
Understanding of the English language or whatever language it is that you speak. But
Yeah, another one I started bringing back was dullard. I've been saying that a lot too. It's kind of a stupid term, like a silly way to say it. Out here innovating slurs, proud of you. Yes, because you have to. You have to. Euphemism treadmill. Trog is definitely a slur. Wait, what? No. Is it? No, it's shortened for troglodyte. What? Bro, you are too fucking woke for your own good. You woke of the year. Oh, I'm saying it sounds like one. Okay.
Language is only half of the battle. We are also being hamstrung by our inability to understand the English language on a spoken level. It limits our ability to communicate.
What does campus mean? I mean, it's oftentimes falsely deployed as a thought-terminating cliche against people who have a more nuanced perspective outside of positions that are pro-American foreign policy. But campus technically means that you are always reflexively defending any country that's nominally against U.S. empire. But in most circumstances, it's just like falsely deployed. I shouldn't be teaching motherfuckers these terms. And then because the libtards hear about it in here and then they start using it like the tanky stuff. Like everybody always in that tanky. Bitch, you don't know what the fuck a tanky is, okay? I'm a campist. I support Greenland. Me too. No, I'm reflexively in support of Greenland and the Danish military. Another fucking British invention. God damn it. What's the definition of a hog? Yeah, pigs that scream.
When we have a very limited amount of words with which we can use to communicate. And it can be hard sometimes. If we're in a conversation with somebody and they say something that we don't fully understand, it can be awkward or it can cause anxiety for people to be like, do I really want to stop the conversation and ask what it is they're referring to, even if it's a specific word? Or do I just want to kind of, yeah, totally. So I want to encourage more of that behavior. I think that small little thing.
This old soda clip about you feels relevant again?
And then someone in chat says something that sounds completely reasonable, right? But then, and I see the way Hasan reacts. Hasan gets so mad at this person. And the reason he gets mad is because he's already answered that person or that type of question or statement 50,000 times. So I'm sitting here like, well, can you answer the question, Hasan? I mean, that's a good point that they made. But then he goes on this rant about how dumb they are. I'm like, you know what? I am stupid.
I feel so bad. I saw this video over the weekend, and I feel so... I just shot 2 more people in Minneapolis. Wait, what? Old Mike? It's not an old Mike. For the longest time, I thought wasp nationalism was referring to wasp the insect. I was like, I guess nobody likes wasps. We need a glossary for terms that I deploy with regular frequency, because I do say a lot of stuff that people have no fucking idea. I'm realizing. No, WASP is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And WASP nationalism is what I believe Tucker Carlson believes in, which is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nationalism. There is a Reddit thread. I think chauvinist and reactionary gets misused by leftists and libs a lot. They think reactionary is someone who doesn't think before speaking. I mean, it's kind of true, but not correct. Lamau, true. I mean, if you think reactionary means someone who doesn't think before speaking, then you're gonna be on the money 99% of the time, because all reactionaries don't fucking think at all. They don't think, period, because they're stupid. Hog was genuinely hard to find on Google. Yeah, because it's a made-up term that I use. It's my term. That's why it's not like a mass adopted. I call reactionaries hogs. I call Republicans, reactionaries, conservatives, fundamentalists hogs. Fox confirms the shooting has happened. Oh my God. I'm told by 4 law enforcement sources there's been another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis tonight. I'm told ICE was making contact with a target who then allegedly assaulted an officer with a shovel or swung a shovel. Shots were fired and the suspect ran back into the house. No info yet on if any was actually shot, just as shots were fired. Very preliminary info. More as we get it. I'm now told the suspect, believed to be Venezuelan, was indeed shot, but is okay/stable and is now in custody. It is not your term, hog? Whose term is it? It's a pig, dude. No, I know, but I'm saying other leftist pages use it too. Okay, I think I 100% was first to market with that one. Calling conservatives hogs and then doing hog watch. You're legit arguing over a word? This whole community is killing you? Dorner Tactical uses it too? Okay. Hogwatch is one of the oldest segments on the broadcast. Yeah, I've been just saying it since like the internet says Chapo Trap House did it first. I don't think Chapo Trap House says Chud. Chapo Trap House's word is Chud. Says Matt Christman did it first. There's no ownership over a meme term. Holy fuck, dude. Move on. I mean, it's not that serious, man. We're just having a fucking silly back and forth. It's fine. Google Hogwatch. It references you in definition. Anyway. They were doing hog in 2018. Yeah, I was too. You use accountant as a slur and I'm sick of it. I haven't done that as much lately. I haven't done that as much. I used to do it all the time. I used to see it constantly. HVAC business owner is another one. Urban Dictionary credits you. Let's go. A segment found on HasanAbi's Twitch streams that involve him and his chat reacting to right-wing individuals. The content in question may contain ugly crying, overt racism, casual bigotry, patriotic TikToks, public displays of the refusal to follow CDC guidelines, and so much more. Quick, bro, jump on Hasan stream. He's about to start Hogwatch. HVAC business owner is the funniest one, to be honest, because I live in a small town with many HVAC business owners, and they're all hoggers. Oh, yeah, I saw this. This is the U.S. Department of Homeland Security released hospital photo of ICE agent who murdered Renee Good after reports of internal bleeding. Current situation. This is so funny. This is fake, by the way. This is a satire post, guys. It's joking about CBS News. This is... If you didn't get that it's a fake photo, I just want you to... It's a MacBook charger. It's not real. Speaking of CVS, oh, what is this? Amazing that even Jack Daniels was like, do not involve us in this dork shit. Update, Jack Daniels' parent co, Brown Foreman, tells me it has nothing to do with CBS's Whiskey Friday concept. Jack Daniels is not involved in any such segment, nor do we have any awareness of the segment and any potential partnerships or sponsorships. That's awesome. ABC repeated it too. Trump officials are telling them this info. Yeah, the ICE agent who shot Renee Good in an alleged car ramming incident suffered internal bleeding. Multiple U.S. sources familiar with his medical condition. His medical condition. Like, brother, we saw it. We saw it. What do you mean his medical condition? Like, we saw the fucking footage, dude. Like, oh, did he hit a boo-boo? Did he get a little boo-boo after? At some point, he stubbed his fucking toe. What is this? The dog. Gaia. Have some shame, lady. They're calling you by name. Well, they don't really know what your name is. They're just here to say that I'm abusing you, and you're over there licking your damn self. Justin Amash, after gaslighting everyone about the incident, seeing the bad polling and discovering they'd failed, the administration's next genius move was to leak a nondescript injury 1 week after the fact, possibly as mild as a bruise, and then get all online MAGA to post. See? Yeah, except Justin Amash, famous for those of you who don't know, Palestinian Justin Amash, Palestinian Orthodox Christian Justin Amash, libertarian as well. There are a lot of hogs that actually were going, yeah, I told you, including fucking Asmongold, who then got retweeted by JD Vance, the vice president, which once again is not the worst thing, because the more normies know who Asmongold is, the better it is for any anti-Republican movement in this country. Because if you personally make Asmongold the face of your movement, you're fucked. You will literally never win another election ever again. Okay? You will never win another election ever again. Because, like, Nick Fuentes' worldview is repulsive. And as we know, so is Asmongold's worldview, right? Because he fucking, tries to do a shittier version of Nick Fuentes' commentary on a daily basis. But also, he has no, like, redeemable quality and no appealing factor here. At least Nick Fuentes can craft a joke every now and then. Asmongold looks like shit. I love Hasan. Talk about Asmongold when I'm in the chat spamming Asmongold. So that's the beauty of it, because I do think this is normie poison. You know what's not normie poison? Trying to be like, Zohran Mamdani was hanging out with this sexy man by the name of Hasan who said America deserved 9/11. Clearly that didn't work, right? Because I got, like, you know, I got a lot of haters on the internet. I got a lot of people who try to fucking constantly smear me and slander me and whatnot. But ultimately, when an adult with brain processing capabilities actually factors my commentary or encounters my commentary, they realize, like, okay, I maybe agree with this guy. Maybe I don't agree with everything that he's saying, but I understand that he has like a coherent worldview. No one is even getting to that point with Asmongold, even though there is no redeemable qualities there regardless when you do encounter his worldview. But even before they get to that, they're going to see a guy who just like notoriously doesn't shower. And even though you can't actually smell him, you can kind of still smell him from across the fucking TV screen. He has a radiation factor for the average normie that you show him to. They still post that pic under all of Zohran's tweets, by the way. From the New York City mayor account, it's literally just this. The party ended an hour ago. He's still here. Yeah. It's called Aura, bruh. I know. So I don't actually hate that the Republicans are taking ownership over Asmongold. I think that's awesome. And I hope that I hope that he doesn't stop doing political commentary before that point, because I think this will be a weapon in the midterms, straight up. I genuinely think this will be, because like, it's not like the Democrats are going to win any fucking elections on their own, okay? Let's be real. Let's be fucking real. They suck. Democrats are ass cheeks, okay? They're dookie. So you got to take whatever you can. I don't think the repulsive thing about Asmongold is his looks or his hygiene, but his opinions and the fact that you can't watch him for 10 minutes, you can see he's probably a sociopath. No, that also is not good either. But no, it definitely is like a first encounter type of situation. It's definitely both. I wouldn't say this about most people, but you can definitely say this about Asmongold. Just inside and out, everything bad. Brother, I've never encountered a person like this. Like, there are very few people like this where you can smell through the screen, okay? Very few people. I promise is not commonplace. So when you actually Asmongold got stink lines like a newspaper comic. Smell-o-vision. A lot of people are visual learners, okay? Optics do matter. So you might actually encounter like a Nick Fuentes video where he's at least like making sense because he was clipped in a way that is intended for liberals to look at and go, oh, he makes sense here, right? There is no such clip for Asmongold because you don't encounter him in the 3 dimensions or the 2 dimensions. You encounter him in an additional dimension, which is stink. Your olfactory cues are firing up when you watch him on your screen. And I do think that, you know, Americans will be repulsed by this if you just like present this guy.
Okay, so anyway, there's no reason to even take it seriously. They're just retarded. I'll tell you something. This low-income, ignorant, delusional, brain-dead, third-world importation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no fucking skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America.
Like, he reminds me of that meth head lady that they deployed the other day on Twitter. They found like a random meth head who was on TikTok talking about like how everyone was celebrating us in the neighborhood that I'm in. And it's just like, dude, really? This is who you got? Like, this is the one guy, this is the one lady that you found to defend your cause. Like, you have lost the goddamn argument at that point, that you can't have like a single credible person. You know what I'm talking about?
那个我可以在那个我的祈祷上，我讨厌我的游戏是我不能感受我的所有痛苦。那当我在雨中挣扎时，当我没有上帝、没有病、不是傻瓜，所有这些标准，他们都希望我在一个夜晚内打破他们的期待，追上他们。来，帮我。
Empath Chan? No, I'm not talking about that. But she's another one of those. Yes. Yes, we are all Chinese. Wait, where is... I'm sure somebody saw that fucking tweet or that TikTok that I'm talking about. No, we usually have a pretty solid hive mind in here.
Is a class war. All the comments saying you're a Nazi? Guys, this is just like Adolf Hitler.
He is and remains a complete parasite.
Besides because they take a job?
Okay, none of you motherfuckers. I have it, but I won't link it. Okay, fuck you, Jojanite.
That's just the way it is. What the United States does criminal? Oh yeah, they're going to interview Venezuelans that are over there and unhappy. They're going to try to make it look bad, but no, it was actually a very good thing. So Cuba's days are numbered. Colombia isn't going to be doing...
Oh yeah, sir, the masses are turning on our Gestapo. We need to deploy our final weapon. Made up anecdotes from white ruraloid meth heads.
The fucking suburb I'm in. So ICE was just in my suburb at our local grocery store while I was there, and they were grabbing somebody. Nobody in the grocery store stopped them from doing their job. Everybody was clapping.
Lady, you got your baby in the back seat. Pay attention to the fucking road. This is what I see in my mind when I see Asmongold doing commentary on anything, right? When he's just like, yeah, we should kill protesters. Everyone would celebrate. I'm like, bro, you look like a crackhead.
And excited about ICE being there. People are hooting and hollering, you know, chanting for ICE.
Also, she got the "Don't Tread on Me" sticker in the back. That's awesome. This woman has a purse full of phone chargers and none of them work with her phone.
You gotta love small towns in Minnesota, honestly. We are so fucking stoked. And honestly, you know what I did after the ICE agents got done with their job and what they were doing? I said, can I buy you all, you know, like something to drink, something to eat? And I did. And I sure...
And they were like, get the fuck away from me, freak. Yeah, and then everybody clapped, right? Oh, don't you know? Can I buy y'all something? Yeah, buy. Buy. Bye. Okay.
Fucking did, because you know what? I'm excited that ICE is in Minnesota. Really excited. I'm not going to tell you the suburb I'm in, but it's close to Stillwater. We'll just leave it at that. Best thing I've seen today is watching an ICE agent arrest somebody and send them back to where they came from. Love it.
Dude, American Lives in Small Town Minnesota. She says ICE was at her grocery store arresting an illegal and the entire store cheered and clapped. Don't listen to the paid activists. American citizens want illegals gone. Brother, I cannot believe this person posted this. Like, anyone who's lived in a fucking small town or any place in America, as a matter of fact, has encountered this woman, okay? A version of this woman. I cannot believe that this guy sincerely posted this to be like, see? All of the worst people you've ever encountered are clapping. Like, that's a crackhead, dude. What the fuck? You're so fucking stupid. Recording while driving with baby in the car is smart. Oh man. But I guess like that's what racism is, right? it's a guy like this or a lady like this feeling a sense of superiority over someone else. Like there is not too much that you should feel superior about, you know? Like, that's it. You're just a fucking loser.
Yo, I'm about to crap my pants. So a friend of mine was just over on the app X, and Eric Daughtry literally reposted my video, and I'm going to show you guys the screen recording of this. I am just super stoked that a huge creator literally did this. Like, I have to show you guys. This is a big deal because my voice is slowly getting out there, and this is a huge deal to me. It's a huge deal to Minnesota too. So, here we go. You ready? I can't believe it. That's me talking on his account. I didn't have the volume turned up, obviously, but that is crazy. Holy smokes. You guys, I made it onto X. It's so...
Wait until she hears about you covering her. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's awesome. God, embarrassing, dude. It's fucking embarrassing. I mean, she just a free 30K. Who's the real loser? What do you mean? Oh, these people live on Facebook and their brains are poisoned by movies and TV shows, mass hysteria. I know. And they vote, by the way. Like, that's the thing. They vote, like, all the time. They love voting. Sometimes illegally, multiple times, and then they get caught. Anyway, your least favorite Baldy?
And it was skyrocketing, you know, and it's like, that's unsustainable. When you reach almost 300,000 people, that's unsustainable. And we need to, you know, as a Democrat,
right. Like, at no point do these guys turn around and go, it's kind of crazy that, like, the only people that are riding with us are visibly brain damaged. Like, that's not, at no point. I love that. I love that, like, there's no more like care or consideration for what your side looks like, what your side sounds like, who your allies are, who your enemies are. It's just resentment. It's spite-based politics. It's pure resentment. It's punishing the enemy. And I guess when they see someone like that, they basically go, yeah, well, I don't speak too good myself. So he's a common man. He's a common man just like me. Yeah. It's great.
It shouldn't be unreasonable to want to secure our border and do it in that way. And now let's also talk about
his wife literally was an undocumented migrant, by the way. Like, and he actually talked about that quite a bit. He talked about how his wife was an undocumented migrant and how, you know, America's a nation of immigrants, all this stuff. Isn't that crazy? That's why I think it's beyond, you know? That's why I think it's just like, after digging, I can confirm you weaponized the term hog first. Chapo did it episode 483, 12/25/2020. Deepest apologies. Please forgive me while I Sudoku myself in shame. Yeah, I've been deploying the term hog to describe conservatives since, like, even before I got on Twitch, but definitely while I was on Twitch. You don't have to Sudoku yourself. That chatter is incorrect. Chapo's been saying hog since 2018. Cumtown mentioned on Wine about it. That's crazy. There's a live stream of the ground of the new ice shooting. People are
We
mad.
know y'all ain't been getting no sleep.
Oh, Jesus. Can't tell the difference between cops and ICE. The plainclothes guys that look tactical are the ICE guys. Dude, look at all the fucking media. That's crazy.
Getting back on the sidewalk, backing away as this officer has been shaking this pepper spray can for quite a while, preparing to spray somebody.
No, they didn't kill another person. They shot another person, but he's in stable condition from what I understand. Stable Ronaldo. Wait, 2 people? I thought it was 1 person. The initial report said 1 person was shot.
Good decision making. I like that. Good job. No, y'all all going to jail in about 5 years anyway. All y'all going to jail.
Fuck, man. Yeah, I saw that. The fucking the Minnesota Fraternal Order of Police condemns rhetoric. FOP strong. Yeah, FOP stands with ICE. Fucking assholes. No, it's not 2, it's 1 person. I'm pretty sure. You missed the flashbang? Wow, the pigs stand with the other pigs. That's crazy.
This is ICE being thrown at ICE.
Uh-oh, one of the pigs got off the fucking back of the truck.
Space canister was dropped by an officer. Run back. Grab it.
Oh, you a bitch. You
Oh, they just dumped the hogs off the back of the truck.
Didn't go off. Oh. Well, there it is.
Just fucking leave, dude. Just leave. Why do you have to be there? Them shits ain't cheap. Well, that's actually the way that law enforcement works, the way that the law works, when he sprays them, it's fine. But if he gets sprayed with that exact same tear gas canister, then it's actually assault against a law enforcement officer, impeding in the line of duty, obstructing justice, and assault against a law enforcement officer with a deadly weapon. So that's something that you should consider. Like, for example, it's actually one of the best ways to describe the dynamic between like state violence versus like any sort of self-defense that a non-state actor engages in. So, back in 2020, when these things were happening during the George Floyd civil unrest, cops would come in with like pepper spray and tear gas, and they would bring out leaf blowers. Okay? They would bring out leaf blowers to blow back the tear gas clouds in the direction of the cops. And they tried to claim that incident, protesters blowing back the tear gas with leaf blowers, was actually trying to use a deadly chemical weapon on law enforcement officers. It's like, bitch, you're the one who deployed it. Yeah. When they blow it back, when they fucking blow it back, is considered deploying lethal chemical weapons on law enforcement officers. Yes, parrying their attack is illegal.
From people who might have been here earlier than us. Details. We're status quo. Would you mind talking to us?
I probably know as much as you, but there's a woman who is 38 weeks pregnant in the bottom of a duplex. The top half, there was a shooting that happened, and we don't know if it was a police or MPD or if it was a separate shooting. I'm not sure. The last thing I know is that they were trying to get a midwife into the bottom half because she is 30 weeks pregnant, and they were worried that she was going to give birth in the bottom.
Watch out, John.
Yeah.
Are these rentals or are they using their own cars? Because that's crazy too. Like, do they push strobes on rentals or do they push strobes on their own personals? They gotta be rentals, right? Because like these guys are deployed from all around the country.
So, sorry, if you might, anything else that you've heard that you know?
They blocked off.
Jeff
four
Belser, a
blocks
local
around the
car
perimeter,
dealership, is
so
giving
no
them, and
one
also
is
rentals.
allowed
Oh,
in.
gross.
And I'm not sure if the woman has received medical care yet. I really hope she has. And I heard that the person upstairs on the second level is not coming out because they were scared of ice. And I heard that there were shots. I'm not sure if that means the person was shot and is waiting, but we'll see, I guess.
We've heard that a younger person was shot in the leg.
I haven't heard about the leg. I heard that there was a person shot, and so it's likely that they could be waiting there. We don't know because we've just been running around. So I was going to go check it out to see if there was anybody else that had any updates.
Thank you. Do you mind sharing your name?
I'm Majayla. I work with the community newspaper North News and support your local media.
Thank you much.
Yeah, don't worry, Hasan. Tim Walz has got it covered. Yeah. And also, as you can see, I assume this is a fucking line of cops that are not protecting and serving the community, but instead protecting and serving ICE. So, you know. Anyway, that's all I got for the day, folks. 7 hours and 30 minutes. I'll obviously cover this story tomorrow when we have more updates of what took place. But for the time being, that's all I got. Fuck ICE. Love you guys. Only 7 hours and 30 minutes. Half day Hossie. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. And bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and